You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. I'm a rebel.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn. Every headline, every story. Is your morning some glory? Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue.
Oh my gosh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. With coffee in your cup.
You can feel it right up.
Cleansing weather on the go.
Yeah.
Morning show you need to know. Join us on this daily ride with your
morning side by side.
Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied. Good morning headlines.
Yeah.
Skyjack Morgan.
Start your day just fine.
Information for you, darling.
Yes. Hey, everybody. Welcome. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and this is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much. The #1 news reaction show in the history of YouTube. And I'm glad that you're here. You're beautiful, and I'm rooting for you. You're doing everything fine. Everything that you're doing is A-okay. Everything is better than you think. Life is going great. Everything's working out. Today we're gonna look at some news. Maybe play some games and maybe a little guitar later. I don't know. I've been thinking about this one song by Concrete Blonde I want to play. Today's Thursday. I don't know. We have any good Thursday songs? I think I learned a Thursday song last week, but I don't know any good Thursday songs. Any songs that have the word Thursday in them, songs that are about Thursday. I don't know any. Do you know any? Let me know. Let me know if you know any good Thursday songs. I don't know any. It looks like we're having a beautiful morning here. Life is great, says Navia. Yeah, it is great. It is great. Life is great. I say do it. The band, everyone always says that. What about the band's Thursday? Which is great, but they have a song called Wednesday. I don't know. But they don't have a song called Thursday. There is a band called Thursday. Maybe every Thursday I should play a song by the band Thursday. That's true. That's true. But everyone always says that when you ask, hey, are there any songs about Thursday? Everyone says there's a band called Thursday. Well, that's not what I asked, Parallelish. That's not what I asked at all. Full Collapse, baby. Full Collapse. Well, the one thing that you need to know about Full Collapse in America is that the one thing, your #1 battle against that, your #1 tool against the collapse is Melania coin. Please buy Melania coin. Do it today. Melania coin is going to the moon. If you haven't already heard, you could donate to Skyjack23 on Venmo or Skyjack Morgan on Cash App, and I will buy all the Melania coin. The goal is to buy all of it. I want to buy so that I have all of the currency in the future after the collapse. After the collapse, post-collapse America will be buying everything with Melania coin bucks. Melania bucks. I like Melania bucks. Melania money. Melania moolah. We'll be buying things with Melania moolah. That's it. I think that's the plan. The Weekend by Thursday the Weekend. I looked at Thursday's Child. That's a good song. Thursday Pet Shop Boys. That's not bad. There is a artist called The Weekend. The Weekend. He's Canadian. Don't hold that against him. We like Canadians, don't we, folks? We love Canadians. And I love Americans. Let me tell you, I do love Americans, but Canadians are all man. I was in the shower with a Canadian and they were all man. And I love Americans, but that Canadian. The other pros were in the showers with him and it was all so wonderful to see. Yeah, I know a Weekend song. I know the "Cause I'm Heartless." I know how to play that song "Heartless" on guitar. It's a fun song. If you stick around, I'll play it for you. If we do guitar today, I think we're doing guitar today. I feel like it's a guitar day. It's Thursday, after all. It's Thursday. Neil Thompson, how are you doing? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You are a complete loser. Oh, geez, Louise. I am? You should tell somebody. Go tell somebody that isn't me. You were born a G, man. Of course you were. Positrack was born a G. Of course. That's the thing. Someone's always trying. You know what? Maggers are always trying to bring down other people. That's how they do, man. They like to harm others. They like to beat up on people. They like to hurt people's feelings. I don't know why. Trump is a golden god. Yeah, I'm always I'm really flattered that Trump is always trying to look like me, that he spends so much money trying to spend money to look like me. I think it's awesome. I think it's great. I'm flattered. I think it's cute that I have such a super fan. The richest man who ever lived is a man who is spending millions of dollars to look like me. So I think Elon is great. I think Elon's great. Yes. Misery loves company. Maybe that's the thing. And they like to scratch down other people in order to get some kind of friendliness. Well, like James Baldwin always says, that the hate is because they hate themselves and they have to extend that circle of hate so that they have company there, so they don't feel like they're the only ones. But really it's all about their little circle of hate is deep within them, and they need to constantly expand that circle of hate to encompass more people, so it's not just them in there, but really it's just they hate themselves. I think that there's a lot of truth to that, and James Baldwin's one of my favorites. So I think he's right. What do you think? Do you think he's right? I think he's right. I think he's right. Don't be a hater. And if you do have haters, let your haters be your motivators. You know what I mean? It's always that way. Let your haters be your motivators. Think about it. Life is too short to always have haters putting you down. Let them put you down. Let them build you up. You need haters. You need to have them. Some of my haters are my biggest fans. Trump won the election and the Democrats are just sore losers. Winning elections isn't everything. You have to then do something. You have to lead. Winning elections is just the first step. Winning elections, then you actually have to do the job. It's like, I got the job and now you're saying I can't do the job. That'd be like you going to your manager right now. And when your manager says, "Hey, you're doing a shitty job," you're just a sore loser. I got the job. How dare you hold me accountable for the job that I told you I would do? How dare you hold me to the promises I made during my interview? How dare you? I mean, think about how stupid you'd have to be to hire somebody, and then when they'd refuse to do the job you hired them to do, you just did nothing. What a horrible, stupid person you must be. I mean, oh, you're just a sore loser. No, we hired you to do a goddamn job, much to my dismay. Also, I'm not a Democrat, so you can go jump off a bridge, do whatever you like to do. Hit that like button. Do it. Hit that like button. So we going to release the Trump scene files or nah? Nah, we're not going to release them. Nah, we can't release them if you think about it, because the second you put even one person on trial for anything that Epstein did, then any of his co-conspirators, guess who comes up? Guess who comes up in discovery? Guess who comes up when you put that person on the stand? Guess who comes up when you start talking to everyone who was there? When you start bringing witnesses, who do you think comes up? Who do you think comes up when you start interviewing people for that? That Chip guy, Trump is bad at everything except conning. Well, he's actually not even that good of a con man. He's good, but like con men are good in the short term, right? The thing about a con man, once they get your money, they gotta go. They can't stick around. They can't like hang out. They gotta go. Because if they stick around, you're gonna beef, they call it. You're gonna beef. And you're gonna start looking for, hey, where's my money? You stole from me. So you gotta get out. But Donald Trump's sticking around. But he's failed so many times, like the university, the stakes, the I don't know, pick a thing. The coin, the stable coin. No, the stable coin's not a con. Melania coin is not a con, by the way, everybody. Melania coin is the future of America. Please buy Melania coin today. Chip, thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate you having that incredible, supporting the channel. Thank you always, that Chip guy. Chip, check out that Chip guy on Sunday. He'll be here on Sunday. We're going to talk about why Donald Trump only has low IQ supporters. Why are you more likely to be a Trumpster if you have low IQ? Statistically, scientifically, it's weird. It's weird. Buy Melania coin today. You can go to Venmo, Skyjack Morgan. Sorry, Venmo, Skyjack23, Cash App, Skyjack Morgan, and buy Melania coin today. Today? Yes, today, man. I told you it's today. Meanwhile, there's all sorts of cool stuff happening in the news.
I'm going to ask you to.
This is one of my favorite things. Donald Trump sleeping. Marco Rubio lying about Donald Trump sleeping was fun today. I really like this one.
Focus on President Trump, and you will see that he is sleeping while you're talking.
Oh my God!
Please show the video.
Products they make, and what?
I love it. I love his face. Please show the video. He's not fucking around. He's not fucking around. He wants you to show that video.
American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money.
Secretary Rubio, have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep, which is a big problem because he calls me at 2 a.m. He calls me.
That's always what they want to. They always want to say, like, he never sleeps. He never does sleep. That's the problem. The guy never sleeps. Everybody sleeps, dude. Donald Trump isn't some miracle. The reason why he's calling you at 2 a.m. is because he's falling asleep in meetings. That's why. Because he's an unregulated, harebrained, scatterbrained old man. That's why. He's up at 3 a.m. That's because he took too many uppers. Because he falls asleep. He's got narcolepsy. Because he's got bad veins, dude. He's got vascular failure. He's 80 years old. He's 80 years old, though. Yeah, that's right. He's 80 years old. He shouldn't be president of the United States falling asleep. What's he do with Vladimir Putin? Does he fall asleep in his lap? He just curls up. That's how Donald Trump goes into meetings with Vladimir Putin. Yeah. He's like little Grogu. Donald Trump is kind of like Grogu. He loves junk food. Donald Trump kind of looks like Grogu. Big black eyes, funny little ears, not so much hair. He's falling asleep in weird times. I'm a weird old baby. I'm a weird old baby.
5 a.m. And I like to sleep a little bit, maybe not 12 hours but at least 6. So he works
That's right. Hey, you're right. You just lied to Congress again. He never sleeps. That's a lie. You just lied to Congress. That's against the law. String him up. Marco Rubio, we know he sleeps. You just lied to Congress.
The other day he was at the Oval Office until 12:30 p.m.
The other day he was at the office until 12:30 p.m. That's noon, Marco. You just said that he was there until noon. I know AM and PM is tough, but you're the Secretary of State. You know the difference between AM and PM, ante-meridian and post-meridian. 12:30 p.m. is noon. Well, 1/2 past noon.
12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
I just love this guy's deadpan delivery. Senator Rubio, well, Secretary Rubio. I just, I want to start delivering news like that. Senator Rubio, I'm going to show you a video that you just lied to Congress. Roll the tape.
Of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened.
He's falling asleep.
But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, little darling. Poor little guy, let him sweep. Let him sweep. He's like the guy from The Hangover.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
My life begins.
No, he's not. Who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? How dare you say that he's sleeping? Donald Trump, wake up. Wake up. Go down and put a little makeup. You wanted to. That song by System of a Down, that is a song about Donald Trump. Wake up. Wake up. Go up and put a little makeup. You wanted to. Why'd you put the keys up on the table? You wanted to. The White House keys are up on the table. I think that's how it goes. Go on and put a little makeup. You wanted to. What is this guy? What is this guy even president of anymore? He's president of the Maggers. He's president of the Maggers and UFC. He's a president of UFC. I don't think he's qualified to be president of the UFC. Do you think do you think he is? I don't think so. Trump questioned why the Bidens visited Waffle House afterwards. Stroke was successful. Yeah, why did they visit the Waffle House after if a stroke was suspected? I don't think anyone thought there was actually a stroke. I think that they thought that he was on the wrong drugs, because all of these old men are on drugs. I mean, young men are on drugs in America too. Everyone's on drugs. I mean, one thing, if you read court documents, in the beginning of every deposition, they ask, what drugs are you on? Because they want to see if your testimony is worth, continuing. And every single person they ask you, have you drunk today? And are you on any drugs? And everybody reads a laundry list of all the drugs they're on. It's remarkable. I feel like I'm the only person in America who doesn't take drugs. I'm the only person in America, and I'm no straight edge or something, but I don't have a list of pills I take in the morning. I don't know maybe it's my clean living, but I don't know. I feel like I'm not that much of a health nut. And yet, I don't weigh my food like Chip. But damn. Eat the rainbow, guys. Just chill out, eat the rainbow. You're going to be all right. All right. Stop eating animals. You'll be good. You'll be good. You don't need to take a giant list of pills. You don't have to take 81 milligrams of aspirin every day like Donald Trump. He's on drugs. They're all on drugs. This is not something that's debatable. They're on a lot of drugs, these guys. The drugs that they tell us they're on, that's just the start of it. That's just the tip of the iceberg. They're on a cocktail of uppers and downers to get them in the morning up and get them down when they sleep. They are handled. They're handled just like show dogs. Donald Trump is basically an ugly Chihuahua poodle mix, I think. Chihuahua poodle mix is, I think, how we would do it with Donald. I think that would make sense, yeah.
With something that could...
Over here in Harvard, look, Harvard, they're just pissed off at Donald Trump or something. I don't know. This is a speech. Everyone's doing their graduations right now. So you have shootings and great speeches now. This is the season. It's your last chance to get into a school shooting. So if you want, it's going to be a graduate. There's going to be a lot of graduate. There was one yesterday or a couple days ago. Yesterday, there was a school shooting at a graduation. And there was also this speech that is making waves.
It could be the start of a joke. And it goes like this. A Christian, a Muslim, and a Jew walk into a bar. I know historically the setup is a little bit dicey, but This time was a little bit different. This time, the Christian married the Muslim, and they had a daughter. That daughter grew up Christian until she met the Jew, converted to Judaism, married the Jew, and had a son. 22 years later, that son is standing here with all of you graduating from Harvard University. I am a proud Jew. I'm also the proud grandson of a Christian and the proud grandson of a Muslim. But
Oh. All right. I don't know. I know a lot of guitar players have really long fingernails. I don't do it. This kid's got long fingernails. What is with these people? I don't know. Kids got long kids don't cut their nails anymore, I don't think. I think young men are not cutting their fingernails. Okay.
that isn't a contradiction in any sense of the word. It's
Just something I noticed. It's just something right here. You ever notice also when you went to college, when you graduate from college, there's always that one person with the funny chef's hat. It's like, why you got the funny chef's hat on? They always got that one because their college has to wear a stupid hat, like a weirder hat than everybody else, and they have to wear it. And so you're supposed to. So if you don't know, like professors wear the gowns that they graduated from, where they got their PhDs. So that lady in the back with the funny gray hat, she went to a college that forces them to wear that when they get their PhD. It's so silly. It's so silly, man. When I went to college, I was like, what are all these funny costumes all the professors are wearing? Because I didn't know that.
proof of a concept, and that concept is what I want to talk to you all about today, because my family taught me something I think this world could really use right now, which is that the counter to division isn't necessarily agreement, it's understanding. Our world today, all the way from the global stage to right here at Harvard, has been split into two sides. There are two sides to every story, of course, only two sides. Two sides to every conflict, argument, disagreement. Good and bad, give and take, right and left, progressive and conservative, capitalist and communist, oppressor and oppressed, rich and poor, US and China, US and Russia, Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Palestine, Israel and Iran, US and Iran, US and Israel and Iran. All in binaries. At least they're presented to us in terms of binaries. Here's this issue. What do you think? What side are you on? Come on, where do you stand? Who do you stand with? In my family, well, my family wouldn't exist with that kind of approach. My grandfather's one, a Pakistani Muslim, who grew up in the middle of the Indo-Pakistani War of 1947.
Those Pakistanis, dangerous. They got nuclear weapons. We can't allow Muslim countries to have nuclear weapons. We can't allow that. They've had nuclear weapons for how long? Hold on. Let me just ask very quickly. I need to know, when did Pakistan procure nuclear weapons? Why did it just do that? Procure nukes. When did it do it? May 1998? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They demonstrated their nuclear capabilities in May 1998. But it looks like they initiated it in 1972, and they think that in 1984 they had the device. But 1998 they tested one. They showed everybody, yeah, we do have it. In 1988 they already had it. The 84. Cool. So they've had nuclear weapons a long time. They haven't killed nobody. Why can't Iran have nuclear weapons?
The other, a Jewish refugee of the Holocaust, met many times over the course of their lives. As you might imagine, they disagreed on a great many things. And yet, one of the main memories I have of them growing up was seeing them sitting together at a coffee table, discussing everything under the sun. And when they weren't in close proximity, I remember hearing their voices over the phone as I called my parents, always remembering at the end of each call to ask about the other, how they were doing, what were they up to.
Quidditch. Yeah, he
Of
does
course,
look
there
kind
are
of
many
like
differences
a
that they never resolved.
Harry Potter.
But still, they acknowledged each other, they cared for each other, they stayed in contact, and they debated with each other. Their vast disparity in
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, Clinton was president when they demonstrated, but they had it way earlier. I mean, they started working on in 1972. By 1984, it looks like they already had a nuclear assembly. But I think in the 90s, they were, because it was ICBMs. A lot of those countries, China too at the time, they had nuclear weapons, but they couldn't get it very far. And that was the same thing with India and Pakistan. They had nuclear weapons, but they couldn't like launch it to America. So we didn't care if they killed each other or something. We don't care if they kill their neighbors. It's the same thing with Iran. It wouldn't really be that big of a deal if they had nuclear weapons, except that we are owned by Israel at this point. So, because Iran could definitely attack it, obviously could attack Israel with a nuclear bomb if they had one. But and you feel like they would have done so already, don't you?
life experience, viewpoints, ideology, faith, and beliefs A point of contention, yes, but not a point of division. And yet, somewhere between their generation and ours, something in the conversation shifted. The debates got louder, the noise got louder, the listening stopped, it got harder. On the news, on your timeline, at the dinner table, people speaking without listening, people arguing, having already decided their own allegiances, people debating not to listen, understand, or to learn, but to win, to humiliate, to be right. And somewhere along the way, the person sitting across the table stopped being a person and became an obstacle.
I find this so just parochial. Yeah, guess what? This gladiatorial debate system we seem to have at all times is not helpful. This is why I usually try to frame anything as a dialectic more than I want a dialectic. I don't want a debate. I think that's mostly internet culture that's doing that, but that started with like William F. Buckley Jr. And then we saw it with Tucker Carlson. We've seen it with so many pundits on TV, and now it's on the internet. But it's always like, I have to win, you have to lose. We don't really care about the facts, or we don't really care about anything except winning and losing. We don't actually care about the topic. I don't know. It's always been annoying to me, this debate culture shit, because that's not how human beings work, right? If you went into a meeting with that kind of mindset to solve a problem, you would kill people. You would accidentally kill people. If like engineers walked in and they had an engineering problem and their whole goal was to win and not make the best engineering solution that would save the most lives or keep the most people from dying. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of dumb to look at the world that way. So I guess the kid is saying something that I feel is like kind of no doy.
Now, some would say that there are in fact people in this world for whom understanding is neither owed nor even worth the attempt. People whose very irredeemable actions or beliefs place them beyond the reach of dialogue. People who indeed have become nothing more than obstacles to the greater good. And maybe that's true. Well,
good morning.
My grandfathers survived the atrocities of war and worse, and they knew better than anyone that people can do monstrous things. They also knew the most terrifying fact of all, which is that the people doing those monstrous things, they were human. Not forgivable, not necessarily redeemable, but human, terrifyingly so. And it's precisely because of that human capacity that understanding them mattered. Dialogue still mattered. Not necessarily dialogue in the sense of extending grace or providing a platform, but again, understanding. Asking, how did they get to this point? How did they reach this conclusion? Why do they believe this? Asking these questions in this context holds a light up to the darkest parts of what it means to be human. And as such, we have to grapple with them.
I mean, sure. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, great. Better start asking why the Nazis did what they did. I like to ask, why would MAGers still believe in Donald Trump? I mean, if you are here on June 4th and you think that Donald Trump is the bee's knees and the cat's pajamas, you clearly got something wrong in the old thinker, man. You got some big problems that you need to address. It's an issue. I don't know how to address it, but I like to wonder, why, MAGA? Why have you bought so much Melania coin? Why haven't you bought more Melania coin? Will you buy more Melania coin? You should buy more. Yes. Why would Bolsheviks do what they did? Exactly. Why would Bolsheviks do what they did? Could it be because they were living under an evil czar whose family was doing whatever they wanted to people, and that the workers needed rights? Could that be it? And that they kept on being held down, and the Tsarina kept on listening to Rasputin and shit? Could that have been in it? I don't know. That could have been it. I mean, it could have been the thing. Could it be that the ruling class always starves the working class? That could be it. Why did Luigi Mangione do what he did? I think that's a good question. It's a good question. We should be asking it more often. We should be asking more questions like that. Yes. Morning, people. I'm a morning person. Damir, thank you so much for being here. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. Please like and subscribe and hit that donate button. Hit that super chat button, or drop something in the Snapchat, or no, I'm not Snapchat. What do you call it? Venmo, or the other one, Cash App. Venmo and Cash App. Please drop something in Venmo and Cash App, so that I can buy more coffee. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you being alive and being on the show.
Is President Trump signaling that a deal with Iran could be
yes, Fox and Friends
right around the corner as the White House continues to push for diplomacy with Tehran?
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yeast is live in Tel Aviv with the details. Hey, Trey. Yeah, hey guys, good morning. President Trump believes that a deal with Iran could be reached as early as this weekend. The president spoke from the Oval Office on Wednesday about the negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran, saying the United States has a very powerful deal they are negotiating. He added that the Obama deal was a disgrace.
The negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President.
The Obama deal was a disgrace. Then why are you going back to the Obama? Why are you doing the same deal then? Like, you're begging for the Obama. The Obama deal was pretty good, it turns out. No one saw how complicated it was. No one saw how difficult it was to do what Obama did. Nobody knew. Nobody knew how hard it was to do it. Nobody knew. I thought it was going to be super easy, barely an inconvenience to get the Iranians to do whatever I said. But I know it doesn't work that way. Turns out Obama was right. Turns out Obama was right that it was actually quite difficult, quite hard. Quite hard to do. I love the United States of America. I love the United States.
It could happen. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend. If we can get something down and right.
Over the weekend, everybody. In 2 weeks, it'll happen. 2 weeks? 2 weeks, it'll be over. 2 weeks? 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 All right, we're talking 2 weeks, guys. 2 more weeks. We're very close. Very close. We're very close. 2 weeks.
Which will accomplish the same thing without killing everybody. I'd like to do that. Most of my people, I think, would like to do that. In theory, they're pretty close to signing a paper. We've actually gotten along with them very well.
Got along with whom? I'm not going to tell you with whom. That's the other funny thing is that they never tell us who. They're like, I saw Maria Bartoli Doobie ask him, well, is the gay Ayatollah there? The gay Ayatollah, you guys told me that not only is the Ayatollah gay, but he also has no lips and no legs. So I don't think you're negotiating with him. So who are you negotiating with there, Donnie? Not going to tell you. Not going to tell you. We killed everybody. We killed everybody. And then who are you negotiating with? Turns out it really sucks when you assassinate people, when you assassinate leaders of state. Then who are you going to get to sign that paper? What authority do they have to sign a paper? You know, it's kind of like, I don't know if you read any Shakespeare, but that's always a thing. You need a legitimate king to sign any kind of contracts if you're dealing with leaders of countries. You see, you killed everybody.
Yesterday, the House of Representatives voted 215 to 208 to pass the War Powers Act resolution that symbolically aims to restrict President Trump from taking additional military action against Iran. As lawmakers
Symbolically aimed, huh?
were voting, a productive round of negotiations was taking place between Israel and Lebanon, mediated by the United States. A joint statement was released after that meeting saying, quote, Israel and Lebanon reaffirmed that they have no hostile intent toward one another and committed to continuing direct negotiations to build confidence, resolve all outstanding issues, and work toward a comprehensive agreement between the two countries.
Together, we are determined to ensure this. We sincerely hope it will be implemented immediately and quickly. There may be some ups and downs, but we are determined, along with Lebanon, to implement this ceasefire.
The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is contingent on Hezbollah not firing at Israel, something that certainly is not certain. Guys?
Well, all right, Trey, we'll get back to a little bit later on more of the developments because Lebanon's not the problem. It's Hezbollah. So Lebanon's not going to be bombing. It'll be nice for the back out, but the problem's going to...
Hezbollah is the paramilitary group that basically runs half of Israel. Well, the west side of Israel, of Lebanon, at least. Lebanon, you know, they needed to keep the Israelis out, and so they made Hezbollah, and Israel has been bombing them. This idea that, oh no, they're not going to do anything. I love this right here. Listen.
At Israel, something that certainly is not certain. Guys?
Well, all right, Trey, we'll get back to you a little bit later on more of the developments because Lebanon's not the problem. It's Hezbollah. So Lebanon's not going to be bombing. It'll be nice for the back out, but the problem's going to be Hezbollah, and they're going to start rocketing in the north, and Bibi has no choice but to rocket back.
Yeah. No choice. Bibi has no choice. Bibi has no choice but to rocket back at Lebanon. It's not Lebanon. Sorry, it's Hezbollah. It's like that's the same thing, man. Lebanon's not a problem. It's Hezbollah. Fucking Brian Kilmeade. Final solution, Brian Kilmeade.
So tell us about this immigrant to our country that's a businessman, but he's funding terror.
Yeah, I mean, he's very wealthy. He's a California tech exec. His name is Yamshid Gomi. He was arrested. He was federally charged for running a massive decades-long scheme to illegally sell U.S. computer equipment to Iran's military and nuclear programs.
No.
He's a dual U.S. Iranian citizen. He's living in this $35 million mansion in Orange County. And from 2017 to 2023, his company allegedly sold critical components directly to the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran.
Bill Aseli, which is the U.S. attorney for the area, he says Gomi is accused of aiding our declared enemies by selling the United States origin computer networking parts to Iran and earning millions of dollars in violation of United States sanctions law. Our nation's law prohibiting doing business with one of the world's largest state sponsors, it is the largest, of terrorism, must be enforced and obeyed. We will hold him accountable by seeking an appropriate prison sentence, by seizing his assets, including $35 million Newport Beach, his Newport Beach mansion. And this is not the only country as well. The Chinese have their allies here as well. We got to shut all these places down. And we got to get proper vetting. I mean, who vetted this person? You could found it in his background, his ties.
He's a U.S. citizen. His background is Iranian. If you want to start arresting Persians all over fucking Orange County, you're going to arrest all of Orange County. I don't know what this guy... This is so funny to me. Oh, yeah. Let's go to Orange County and arrest Persians. They all live in houses like this. Not all of them, but a lot of them live in houses like this. I live in Orange County. Let me tell you. You want to arrest all the Persians? Is that the deal now? I think this is what they're... This is the stalking horse. You want to go to Newport Beach, California, and vet all of the Iranians who are citizens. You know how many Iranians I've dated? How many Iranians I've worked with? We're crawling with Iranians. We're lousy with Iranians out here, man. What do you mean? Do you know how many Iranian weddings I've worked? How many I've been to? Like this idea, it really is. They just want to what? They can't sell goods. He can't sell goods to another country. No, because it's Iran. He can't sell computers to a foreign country if it's Iran, I guess. We haven't been at war with Iran that long. Since when? I mean, if we're allowed to buy Iranian oil for the first time, I think, in my life, all of a sudden, because Donald Trump says it's okay. Why is that? This seems, I don't know. This seems a lot like the first days of the final solution. Like, is that what you want to do? You want to liquidate the wealth of the Iranians? Was that the goal the whole time? You want to take all the money from the Iranians? I mean, they're rich out here. You want to take their money? That just seems like you want to put them in camps? I don't know. Seems kind of weird if you start talking about how you want to vet the Iranians. Like, I don't know. We got since 1979, we took a lot of Iranians. Anyone who hated the new system and loved the Shah, they came over here. And so you got a lot of them here, and a lot of them hate being called Iranians. They like being called Persians. It depends on when they came over. But goddamn, America, we're getting to a dark space real quickly.
There, and apparently this has been happening for years. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I wonder where he got his money to begin with. It's been happening from 2014 up to 2023. And
where he got his money to begin with was fucking Iran. What happened was all the people with enough money to get out during the revolution came to America. That's what happened. We've got a whole, the Iranian diaspora is massive in America. Massive. I know an Iranian American guy calling himself Persian. Yeah, they a lot of them call themselves Persian because they just don't like the fact, like they started calling themselves Iranians during the Hitler years because they wanted to be considered Aryan and stuff. It's a whole long story, but the Persians, they feels a little bit more like a heritage name. And so a lot of the people who came over here during that time, and like when the tensions were super high with the Iranians because of the Iran-Contra scandal, all that stuff that was going on, even the Carter years and all that shit. They had to, when they came over, they had a bunch of money because that's who could flee. Iran, when the Shah got, ousted and the new guys took over, they weren't happy about all the people who were making all the money off of oil and stuff. So they were going to take all their shit. So when the getting was good, they got out. They came to America. That's probably where the money came from. The guy's probably had that money for a very long time in his family because he's an old, rich Iranian guy. Brian Kilmeade, I don't know where the money came from. It's so weird. It's not that weird. In 1953, we put the Shah in power. We killed a bunch of people. We put a dictator in power. We liked him because he made sure that the oil money came this way instead of going to the people of the region like it does in Libya. Ooh, scary Libya. And And because we did that, the Iranian people stood up, got rid of the Shah, started their own thing, and the ones that were like our boys, they came here.
Knows what's happening now. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows.
Can you explain why you decided to drop the anti-weaponization fund?
So I love it.
I love it. I love it. I love the anti-weapon. I love having $2 billion to spend on all my friends. Yeah, I'd love it too, Donnie. I would love having $2 billion. I love it. I just love it. Me too, buddy. I love it. I love having $2 billion. $2 billion is rad. I want $2 billion.
I think it's so important. People were, this is a victim right here, but not only a victim, he was also a student of it. What happened to great people, great American people, the way they were victimized, the way they were savaged. You have suicides, they killed themselves, they went bankrupt. They were weaponized by the Biden administration, by a bunch of thugs.
I don't know why they can never get the goddamn sound right in the White House. What's going on over there? They can't get some insulated wires? Come on, man.
Including Obama people. And like nobody's probably ever been. I mean, I can think of maybe 2 instances in this country where they've had it to somewhere to that extent. I'm not even sure if it was so much. They were put in jail for long periods of time. They were accused of things that never happened. They had prosecutors that were radical lunatics, and their lives were destroyed. And frankly, we had a lawsuit that against us on the weaponization, where the judge, a radical left judge, ruled against it. And we'll see how that all works out. But a radical left judge ruled against it. But these people, their lives have been destroyed. Their families have been destroyed. Many of them. I'm not just talking about a few people. Many of them. I'm one of them. They raided my house, Mar-a-Lago. It never happened. Nobody ever thought of anything like that. It turned out that it was a total fake. Everything about it was fake and corrupt.
Everything about it was fake and corrupt. You had the files, dude. The only thing that was fake and corrupt about it was you. The FBI's like, yo, where's my money? Where's my files? I ain't got them. I don't have it. We know you have them, Donnie. We know you have them, Donnie. Give us the files. I don't have them. I don't know what you're talking about. We know you have the files, Donnie. Stop lying to us, Donnie. I don't have nothing. You can't prove anything. And they went and they got the files. And then they started criminal prosecution of Donald Trump. And then you fucking morons elected him president. And then they said, well, there's no reason to have this go on anymore. He's president of the United States. There's nothing we can do about this shit now. And so they dropped it. Nothing turned out to be fake or corrupt other than Donald Trump about the secret files case, the top secret files that he had in the bathroom of his Mar-a-Lago, his compound, his weird, disgusting resort, his rich people, Xanadu, his pleasure palace. Fuck me. This guy's going to die with his globe. He's going to Rosebud. Who's Rosebud? Some hoe. Some prostitute, some Russian prostitute, Rosebud. Turns out it was all a hoax. No, it was not. Nothing was hoaxy about that shit.
We have all the information here. The good advantage to sitting here is we can get information that you wouldn't get by what we have and what we are going to be showing over the coming weeks and months. You're not even going to believe. Some of you will believe it, like CNN will believe it because they knew what was going on. They're crooked as hell.
CNN's crooked as hell. Was CNN under criminal indictment for stealing shit? Does CNN be? Are they under criminal? Are they crooked as hell? Are they crooked as hell? It's funny you say that because the only crooked as hell motherfucker I see is the slouching. That's the most crooked person in Washington. This piece of shit. CNN. I hate CNN as much as the next bike, but come on. Oh my God. Sniffing kids was a weird shit. Yeah, sniffing kids. How about dropping babies over the sides of boats in Lake Michigan? Is that a red flag? This piece of shit. This diaper-wearing octogenarian fascist, this would-be dictator. Oh, yeah, no. Turns out it was total persecution, total witch hunt. It was all corruption and fake news. Dude, you were under criminal indictment. You should be in jail right now. The only reason is by the grace of Satan himself that devil always shits on the biggest pile of shit. So you somehow snuck your way back into the presidency because your billionaire friends paid people to vote for you. Elon Musk got on TV promising people millions of dollars if they vote for you. You lied and cheated your way back into that chair behind the resolute desk that you are disgracing. Like, not that every president wasn't a disgrace. Every president was a disgrace. But this guy, holy shit. It's like every president can be a disgrace, but this dude is like the nuclear bomb of disgrace. It's like every bomb kills people, sure, but an A bomb, that's Donald Trump. Donald Trump just vaporizes you with bullshit. God damn it. Blow hard, get a job. Exactly. Donald Trump needs to go get a job. He's never had a real job. Donald Trump has never had a real job. You're absolutely right. He's a blowhard who needs to go get a job because he's not doing this job. He's not fucking doing the job he's got hired to do. He's not doing the job that we asked him to do as a humbled people, as a hobbled, disgraced people, as a culture that has been so diminished, so spat upon, so disenfranchised. We, the humble Americans, have asked him to do a very simple job, which is keep his promises. But he couldn't do that. I promise I will lower gas prices by 50% in the first 12 months. They're up 50%, Don. Did you fucking forget which way was up and which way was down? Down is cheaper, you dumb piece of shit. What do you mean? Yes, he's a blowhard. He needs to go get a job. Donald Trump needs to get a job instead of collecting balls in his ballroom from all you magger simps, all you simps and hall monitors, all you loser maggers who keep saying, oh, you took one ball, Donnie. You want the other? Ding dang do. Oh, a ding dang do, Donnie. You want the other ball, boss? Hey, boss, you want the other nut? Put him in your ballroom. I heard you collecting balls. You can have both of mine, boss.
And it's a very corrupt organization, but with a corrupt reporter standing right there. Never smiles. You never see a young, beautiful woman, never smiles. I never see a...
Fucking what a piece of... He's talking about Caitlin Collins, who is a young, beautiful woman. Yeah, I never see her smile. I never see her smile. Dude, I'm asking you about how many children you raped. Why should I smile? When asking Donald Trump how many children he raped, he wants you to smile pretty. When you ask Donald Trump how many children he's murdered in Iran, he wants you to smile. When you ask Donald Trump how many children he's murdered in Africa, he wants you to smile. Just smile more, would you, ladies? Just smile. She's a beautiful woman. She's not a 10. You gotta have big tits to be a 10, and she ain't got a... Remember when he said that you gotta have big tits to be a 10? Fucking Donald Trump. What a goddamn, this guy takes America back 50 fucking years. He made America disgraceful again. God damn it. He's like the Dukes of Hazzard for the South. Like, what the hell are we doing, man?
Smile off her face. I see her standing there with hatred in her eyes. Like, she has hatred because we have borders, because we have a strong military, because we cut our taxes, because we do things that everybody wanted, and then we win our election.
What? He cut taxes. He did not cut taxes. He cut taxes for his billionaire friends, I've heard. That's great. You've got to be 15 to be a 10. Only 13-year-olds can be 10. That's it. I got to be 13 to be a 10. Everything else is no. No, I can't do it. I know you didn't believe him. It is a shame our country has to go through this madness. Yeah, I didn't believe him. How do you believe someone who says they're going to cut your gas prices by 50% in the first 12 months? How could you believe that? How could you believe a guy who says he's the Prince of Peace when all he does is to call other countries shithole countries and say he wants to ban travel from other countries? And this guy's a warmonger. He's always been a warmonger. He's called for the execution. He calls for the execution of black men because they're black. Takes out full page ads in the New York Times. in order to call for the execution of black people. And they were innocent. And that guy's not going to be the Prince of Peace. He's not going to be the guy who doesn't start any wars. Okay. Say what you will about that time when he did when he messed up with the exonerated 5. Say what you will about it. But that guy, someone calling for the execution of anyone, probably not going to be the most peaceful motherfucker, whoever hit the ground running. You know what I'm saying? God damn it. What an embarrassing thing. I'm just so embarrassed to be American at this point with this clown. This guy wears an inch and a half of makeup every day. This shitty. Look at this guy's hair. Shit, man. This guy spends $70,000 a year on hair. $70,000 according to his tax returns. $70,000 on hair. How much money do you spend on hair every year? But he's just one of us, guys. He's just a normie.
In a massive landslide. We win 87% of the counties in this country.
He did not win in a massive. He just goes straight into his lies, you know. He did not win a landslide. He won by 1%. He did not win by 87% of the counties in America. That's a lie. It's just so fucking. It's just such a fucking embarrassment. Landslide. The last president to win a landslide was Ronald Reagan. This guy thinks he's Ronald Reagan. He ain't Ronald Reagan. As much as you steal, Ronald Reagan said, "Make America Great Again." That's his idea. You could steal everything from Reagan, then I'll make you Reagan. Reagan had more charisma in his goddamn in his smegma than Donald Trump has in his whole rotund, morbid, fucking bloated, disgusting body. Think what this guy looks like naked. Holy shit. God damn it.
Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And that's because we're doing the right job. And we took a detour down to Iran because we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon under any circumstances.
That was a detour. He took a detour down to Iran. So what do we learn here today at this press conference? Caitlin Collins should smile more because she's a beautiful young woman, but she's also a lying person with hate in her eyes. That he won in a landslide. Whatever, man. It's just like, I can't believe they let him. I can't believe his hand. I can't believe anybody watches this and it's like, yeah, that's my guy. That's my guy, bro.
We can't let that happen. So the reporters should be happy. They shouldn't be unhappy. They should be very happy.
Oh, no, they're happy, asshole. They're very happy. They're happy that you're getting them all these ratings.
What we're doing? We're saving our country.
We're saving our country because Iran was right there to do something, guys. Navi, you don't want to see him naked? Come on, Navi. You know you want to see him naked. It'll be like that painting that Marge did of Mr. Burns.
Fucking Susan Collins, turns out, is a home-wrecking hoe.
We were talking about Susan Collins yesterday because Graham Plattner is running against her in Maine. Susan Collins is a hoe? Makes me like her more, actually. If Susan Collins is a hoe, it makes me like her even more.
So Susan Collins herself, according to a local journalist in Maine is like, Susan Collins throwing stones from a glass house. Remember when you were having a long-time affair with your now husband while his wife was dying of cancer? He left his dying wife to marry Susan Collins. Father of three, dying wife, leaves to marry Susan Collins, who he had been having a long-time affair with. She's like, oh, I'm a party of family values. Stealing your husband.
Very John Edwards of her. Very John Edwards.
Very Newt Gingrich of her, very Donald Trump of her. They all do that. Why compare to John Edwards? John Edwards. Yeah, sure, John Edwards. Poor John Edwards. Newt Gingrich did the same thing. He also cheated on his wife, and then because his wife had cancer, cheated on her, and then cheated on that woman, and then cheated on another wife. Newt Gingrich. But they all do that. They are all philandering pieces of garbage. Yeah. Jerry Garcia. He only had 9 fingers. Lefties hate America? Funny. What's a lefty, Jerry Garcia?
I was like, okay, Newt Gingrich. Okay.
There we go.
Nobody's talking about it, but this local news guy in Maine is like, oh, you want to talk about having a sex scandal? Just because she's old doesn't mean she's not a hoe still. And I was like, this is amazing.
That is kind of funny. I did not know that Are any of my Mainers watching? Normally we got a couple Mainers in the chat. Are any of my Mainers? Are any of you aware of Susan Collins' sex scandal? I had no idea about this. When was Susan Collins' sex scandal? Susan Collins. Oh my goodness. Susan Collins. Did Susan Collins cheat on her husband with another guy while her husband had cancer? It's good. Oh, this is a rumor. The rumor emerged as political blowback after Collins publicly criticized her main Senate race opponent, Graham Plattner, following the sexting scandal. The facts. Collins was not married at the time. Susan Collins married Thomas Daffrin in 2012. It was her first marriage. She had never been accused of cheating on her spouse. The cancer time. The person who had cancer was Daffrin's first wife. Oh, so she was the other woman. Collins had a long-term affair with Daffrin while he was still married to Corey during her illness. However, Daffrin's divorce from his first wife was finalized prior to 2012. And okay, but Collins married him in 2012. Corey passed away from cancer about a year after Collins and Daffrin were married. So that means she was cheating on him. What? Yes. So it looks like Collins was cheating, was sleeping with a man who had a wife who had cancer. Man, I swear to God, if you got cancer, look out. Your hoe's out of pocket. I mean, actually, if you're a woman and your husband has cancer, apparently that's like open game for men. I don't know. I've never had to live through that. Men, do you cheat on your cancer-ridden spouse? I don't know. Like, I have a really great friend whose wife just died of cancer, and he was in no position. He was giving her medicine and like crying every day. He was like watching her die. I can't imagine. Like, that's not even I've known a few men who had wives with cancer and they stayed with them, watched their wives die. They weren't out cheating with Susan Collins or whoever Newt Gingrich went out and banged. Like, what is up with these guys? Men, have you cheated on a woman with cancer? It seems like it's normal because so many politicians or politically adjacent people seem to do this. Their people get cancer and then they cheat on their spouse. That doesn't seem right. Some people are vampires. You say gross humans, but I don't think these are all just humans, because the humans that I know don't do this shit. That's the thing. It's not humans. Like, it's subhuman. Donald Trump saying grab her by the pussy, and they're like, oh, that's just how guys talk. No, it is not. That's not how we talk. Guys that I hang out with don't talk like that. They don't go like, I mean, some guys are like, when you break up with a girl, sometimes guys talk pretty nasty. When you break up with a girl, they're like, yeah, fuck that bitch and stuff like that. Okay, I understand. There's a certain grace period of misogyny after breakups. It's just for women too, right? After you break up with a guy, you're like, men are pigs. I fucking hate them all. Like, that makes sense. But like in normal, like standard operating procedure types in the SOPs is not saying grab them by the pussy. That ain't human shit. That's subhuman shit. Nobody talks like that. Your pastor, if you found out your pastor talks like that or your dad talks like that with his buddies, you'd be embarrassed. You'd be embarrassed. He's just a piece of shit. It's that simple. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't really blame Susan Collins. Susan Collins is trying to get laid, right? And she got laid with a guy whose wife was dying at home with cancer. So I still a little scandalous though, right? Little hoish. Susan, but I don't know. I think that because of that, Susan should shut the fuck up about Graham Plattner. I don't know. How do you feel about? Should she shut the fuck up? Swings both ways. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'd quit being friends with someone over comments less than that. Totally. Unless there's a breakup going on. I feel like there's a grace period there. Like, because I've definitely been like, oh no, never. I hate women. When you break up with somebody, someone breaks your heart or something, or if your friend's heart is broken, you're like, fuck all them bitches. You don't need them. That type of shit. I get it. Women do the same thing. I understand that completely. But like normal, like you're just hanging out and you're talking like that shit. You're talking that shit about women. How I move on them like a bitch. Oh my God. I am Donald Trump and I grab him. Like, who talks like that? I don't talk like that. I don't talk like Satan worshiper libtards. They're so lame. They're losing a leg. Chris. Oh, Chris, you're so cute. Chris, you're such a cutie. You're such a cutie patootie. You must love Pootie. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. You are incredible. Thank you. Let's keep going. That person had under the desk news had that story reversed. Susan Collins did not cheat on her husband with cancer. Her husband cheated on his wife with cancer with her. Still scandalous. I still think she should shut the fuck up. Gutfeld, though. Let's watch Gutfeld. Is my favorite. Ballroom is God. We need a ballroom. Where else are we going to do our cult activities, President Reagan? Where are we going to do all of our cool activities? Our circle jerks, our hamada. Where are we going to wear the hoods? Hamada. Satan, Trump, Satan, Trump. Where are we going to do that if not the ballroom? He's stealing my yes.
All right. The least you could do is add my last name, but that's okay. Good evening, everyone. So after firing a number of producers, CBS management also canned 60 Minutes anchor Scott L.
That's a pretty incredible line he has right there over the bridge of his nose. That's pretty remarkable. He's got like so much anger in his life that that's pretty cool. I wish I had that. I wish I had like a fold of skin that went over my bridge of my nose. It's just like it folded over so everyone could see that I'm scowling at them. I love that. I want that.
And it didn't end there. They even terminated the 60 Minutes stopwatch. See, there he is. He's out on the street. It was funny in the meeting.
That's every joke for Greg Gutfeld. Nobody laughs. It really is great. I would love Greg Gutfeld should get into internet stuff, man, because I can't hear if people are laughing. I can't tell if people are laughing. I think it's great that we get instant feedback on Greg Gutfeld's show. Nobody laughs.
Event for his wife's book, Joe Biden awkwardly approached the stage and asked, "Who do you love the most in the world?" To which Jill replied, "Whoopi." Sadly, the former president spent the rest of the day thinking his name was Whoopi. President Trump claims he's getting along quite well with Iran's new supreme leader, who's probably gay. No surprise, Trump's been known to get along well with gay Muslim leaders quite often.
Gay Muslim leaders quite often. That's funny. Another woke phony. You think Greg Gutfeld's a woke phony? I guess he's kind of woke. Greg Gutfeld's kind of woke. I mean, he did go to Berkeley, and he is more obsessed with Trump than Trump is. Definitely. I mean, Greg Gutfeld has a whole segment of his show where he has people praying, and it says, Donald Trump, we don't deserve him. So yeah, you're right. He is more obsessed with Trump than Trump. I didn't know he was a woke phony, but I guess that makes sense. Like he's secretly woke. This is all an act. That would be so interesting with Greg Gutfeld. If turns out Greg Gutfeld was secretly just another Berkeley wokester, a wokeaholic.
I don't get it.
Yeah, he's a Berkeley radical.
Last night, Katie Porter conceded the California governor's race after getting just 5% of the vote. She'll now go back to her old job as a scarecrow for boners. Don't worry. Scarecrow for boners.
Kitty Porter, man, she just wasn't a good campaigner. Congress people won't make good governors anyway.
Porter, she always lands on her hooves. A doctor who once testified in a terrorism case on behalf of a convicted Al-Qaeda cleric just won a New Jersey primary. I know. His first action, flying planes into Chris Christie. As he's really...
It's so weird. Like every joke so far has been gay, Muslim, fat, ugly, which is, you know, I get it. You know, the day is long. You got to write a lot of jokes. You can go on those fat jokes. You get a lot of laughs with those gay jokes. Calling Barack Obama gay Muslim, that's always going to get you some laughs over at the Fox News studios. But like, the thing I don't like about it is the hypocrisy. Do you remember when, I forget, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, that comic said that Sarah Huckabee Sanders has a great smoky eye, and she's like, maybe it's Maybelline, maybe it's the lies or something. I forget what the joke was, but they said like that she was making fun of the way Sarah Huckabee Sanders looks, and that was so low. And the left is so low for making fun of the way people look. But what the fuck is Greg Gutfeld? That's like every joke. I mean, I make fun of the way people look too sometimes. I mean, every day a little bit, but it's like every joke. Come on, man. Chris Christie's fat. Great. How many times can you tell that joke? Over and over, apparently. Every day. He does need a laugh track. Absolutely, he does.
Really big. Never forget. Pornhub just launched a brand new website exclusively for women with only lesbian content.
What?
Yeah, it's called HomeDepot.com. On Tuesday.
Because lesbians like Home Depot. So another gay joke. So gay joke, fat joke, gay joke. So far, that's all he's got today. Come on, Greg. Give me something good.
Tennessee Republican Andy Ogles posted on X that, quote, homosexuality has no place in America.
More gay
He has since
stuff.
apologized for this unwarranted attack on the World Cup.
One guy.
I don't care if you don't like it.
I don't care if you don't like it. Fox pays me anyway. So for some reason. Holy shit.
You're going to love this one. And finally, Richard Gere went on a deranged Trump-hating...
Really? Richard Gere. Okay, ready for the gerbil joke? Are you ready? About a gay guy who puts the gerbils up his butt? That's the joke he's going to make. The same joke I've heard since I was 8.
Rant, complaining that whoever thought that a maniac like this would be president of the United States. Jeez, what crawled up his ass? I thought you guys had a high bar. Turns out you have a really low bar. All right.
Yeah, that was horrible. That was fucking atrocious. This guy dies on his own show. Like, how does he allow himself to be like, if I were Greg Gutfeld dying on my own show every day, I'd fire all my fucking writers and I'd be like, get me a fucking applause sign. Get me something. Get me a fucking laugh track. Anything, for God's sake. I'm fucking dying up here every night. Jesus Christ. Like anything. Like, I don't care. The money might be good, but Jesus. No wonder he's got that like line in his face. Because he just goes to bed crying every night.
So this weekend, the Black Crowes slammed their fans in Tampa for being too patriotic. The audience had started chanting USA after this logo came on the big screen. That's the band's mascot, dressed as Uncle Sam, which angered singer Chris Robinson, because apparently the country where he sold millions of albums and had chicks scream his name sucks.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for the geography lesson. We got it. I know what the so proud about right now, by the way.
You hear that? We don't have so much to be proud about right now. Which means that maybe he was proud of the country. He's not proud of where it is right now. I think a lot of Americans feel that way. Are you proud of where the country is right now? I'd love to know. Are you proud of where the country is right now? It looks like, oh my God, Newsom's winning. Newsom's going to win the next. Newsom's going to be the next president. Holy shit, guys. Just Newsom. That's incredible. All right. I want to ask the next. I'm going to do another poll. We got to put another poll in here. I got another poll idea. Are you proud of where the USA is today? I know some idiot's going to be like, what do you mean where it is? It's always in the same place. Derpa, 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 derp. People are so fucking stupid. But okay, I'm going to say yes or no. Are you proud of where the USA is today? I think that's a good one. Here we go. You guys all voted for Newsom. Newsom's going to be the next president? Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, let's do it. Are you proud of where the USA is today? Just, I mean, where it is right now. I'd love to know what you think. The singer of in Florida, they said USA, USA, USA. I mean, let's face it, it's so fucking annoying, the USA chant. It's just so stupid. USA, 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 USA. It's fucking you chimps. You fucking gorillas, you bonobos. USA, USA. God damn it, you embarrass like. Thank you for the geography lesson, you chauvinists, you weird ass motherfuckers. Imagine if you went to Germany and they were like, Germany, 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 Germany. That would be a little annoying and maybe a little scary.
Boo all you want to, boo away. Some of us have real faith. And for those of you booing us, some of us are not afraid. And we most assuredly are not ignorant.
Oh, you know, it's people like him who give drug addicts a bad name.
Yeah, I like my rock stars to be very compliant. I like it when my rock stars just do what they're told. That's what rock and roll is all about, right? Doing what the government tells you to do. Do what your mom and dad tell you to do, kids. That's what rock and roll is all about. What I hate is rockers telling me that I should do whatever I want to be whoever I want. That's what I hate about rock and roll. All these assholes in rock and roll always saying that I should think how I want to think and question authority and not do everything that everyone else tells me to do. That's what I hate about rockers.
So what's the deal here, Chris? You exploit patriotic imagery. Hell, you got your damn mascot draped in the flag, and then you crap on the people who...
Yeah, you think it might be a whole... That's not... He has a marijuana leaf on his hat. It's Uncle Sam with a marijuana leaf on his hat. It's an old propaganda image repurposed to be a stoner rock band logo. That's what that is, Greg. You get that, right?
Face it. That's like me complaining about Canada after I trick a moose into licking maple syrup off my nipples. It's just like that. So this is coming up on America's 250th birthday, a celebration that today is greeted with ambivalence. Now, I remember back in '76, our 200th birthday was a big deal. We waved flags.
You know, honestly, I really thought I heard about 76 when I was a kid, and it looked like such a cool party, and I wish that I was alive for it. And now we get to 250, and it's a fucking joke because of Donald Trump. Isn't that depressing? In 76, they had Carter, who was like, well, we're going to do it. Georgia, we're going to have a big party, and everywhere else, they're going to have a big party.
Sang the anthem, even went high on prescription Quaaludes while listening to Deep Purple on an 8-track. Those were the days. You didn't hear Kiss or ZZ Top crapping on the country. They had better things to do, like the cast of Facts of Life. Yeah, Mrs. Garrett, man. Whew.
God damn, this guy gets no laughs.
So what the hell happened? Well, there's identity politics, the left's anti-patriotism, which has taken a melting pot, which is people from different places uniting under one flag and turning it into the United States of whiny bitches. It's not red, white, and blue, but race, gender, sex, all fighting for status and power. It's not celebrating what makes America great, which is landing on the moon, winning world wars, and refusing to use the metric system because it's gay.
Winning world wars makes us great. I watched this show called 90 Day Fiancé, and this Turkish guy, they picked him up at the airport, and they're in Alabama, I think, or Arkansas, one of those deep South states that starts with an A. And they painted the car and then put American flags on it. It was kind of funny, but they wrote on the windows, back-to-back World War champs. And the Turkish guy's like, I don't understand. What does that mean? Back-to-back World War champs. He didn't understand what that meant. And the two very, very large American women were like laughing at him because she's like, no, you don't get it. We're back-to-back World War champs because of World War I and World War II. He goes, World War I, World War II? And he's like trying to understand Why would some redneck in the middle of the country be bragging about something that happened 110 years ago and 75 years ago? Why are you bragging about 80 years ago? Why are you bragging about back-to-back World War champs? Why would you write that on a car to pick me up at the airport? Do you really think that's what makes America great, is winning 2 world wars and winning 279,000 American soldiers who were drafted, who were forced to fight, died? Nearly 70% of the Americans who died in that war did not die from their own volition. They were forced to go to war. That's winning? Holy shit. Meanwhile, Germany right now, because of Donald Trump, is bringing back, they call it Pflichtdienst, duty service. What do you call that in English? The conscription. They're bringing back the draft, basically, in Germany, where everybody had to serve. They want to bring it back because of Donald Trump.
Love of country is now purely transactional. You know, what have you done for me lately? And what America did in the past can never be forgotten. Of course, the only way to maintain this cynicism is to view America without any context. It's flawed, but...
Jerry Garcia, look at this. Jerry Garcia, what's up, straight gay guy? It's so stupid. What's up, Antifa fascist? It's just so... It's like, how stupid could you be? It's just so... It's just...
Compared to what? See, once you place our country among the rest of the world, you then see how silly the criticisms are. So teachers make sure that you don't. Forget 1770.
Yeah, Wehrpflicht oder Pflichtdienst. Usually call it Pflichtdienst because it's not necessarily military, because you usually get to choose, but they want to bring it back. They want to bring it back because Donald Trump and NATO, they're demanding that Germany spend 5%, and 5% will make them the third biggest military. So basically, Donald Trump is encouraging Germany to be the third biggest military on planet Earth. What could go wrong? What could go wrong with a proud German folk?
76 or even 9/11. Now it's endless lectures about how inherently racist America is. And the reason they don't teach kids American history anymore is because those lessons would have to include how we didn't invent slavery, but how we ended it. Or how America has done more to raise the standard of living across the globe.
What? We ended it? We ended slavery, everybody. America. Wow. Wow. We ended slavery, everybody. First of all, slavery is a thing of the past. It doesn't exist anymore, especially not here in America. There's no loopholes in the 13th Amendment. Forget about all that. But also, America fought a war to end slavery and racial slavery. One specific type of slavery we ended with the Civil War. But hey, yeah, we ended it. We didn't start it. We kind of invented racial slavery. Sort of did. The idea that you can be born a certain race and be born a slave. That was kind of an American thing. I don't think any other country did that. So, yeah, there was slavery. You're right. There was indentured servitude. There was all sorts of stuff. There was even white slavery in America in the beginning. But, like, the idea that you were born a slave just by virtue of the fact that you were born with extra melanin in your skin, one drop of black blood, that was an American thing. But, hey, whatever. Slavery's got a lot of different types of slavery. And we ended that specific type of slavery through the Civil War. Sure. But in order to talk about that, we have to talk about slavery, right? In order to talk about ending slavery, if you want to frame it that way, which is fucking fine. But if not really, but sort of, that's the American story, fine, then we're going to have to talk about racism. But you don't want to talk about racism. You want to pretend that America was never racist and that we ended slavery. First of all, two lies that don't fit together. You can't fit those two lies together. And why lie? We have a rich cultural history. We have a rich history in America. For a country that's so young, we've done a hell of a lot in a short amount of time. We could talk about it honestly and not have to dance and pretzel ourselves around lies. That's how you build a culture. What this motherfucker, Greg Gutfeld's talking about, is what America is normally doing. The status quo is we ignore our history so that we never have a real culture and instead build mythology. Mythology helps the state, helps us mythologize the military. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, they're the best. They would never do anything bad to us. Oh, yeah, the cops have drones now. Woohoo! Yeah, the cops are the good guys. Mythologizing the state and our history makes it so that we will never have a real culture in America. We'll have little pieces like comic books and jazz and blues and stuff like that. We'll have little artifacts that come up, but we'll never really have a culture because we insist on refusing to ever face our history. You can't have culture without history. And if you lie about history, you don't have history. You don't have a culture. You have mythology. That's what mythology is. It's, embellishing the good parts of your history so that you feel good about it. Then you never have culture. He puts American history up there and he tells lies. This piece of shit. This is the type of shit I love about Greg Gutfeld, actually. After you get through all of his bad jokes, he's just another dirty propagandist with a sense of humor.
The entity in history. I've seen like that. By the way, slavery was a long-established, widespread practice in Africa. They routinely enslaved.
They did. Slavery was a thing that happened all over the world for a very long time. What the fuck does that have to do with America? Does that make it okay? Does that make slavery okay? Because Africans had slavery? Also, you weren't born a slave. Just like with white people, you weren't born a slave. You were born with all the same things as every other human being. We invented this idea, or really latched onto this idea, that you can be if you were born black, you were a slave automatically. That is not how slavery worked in any other country previously. None that I've heard about anyway. You weren't just born a race and therefore a slave. Sometimes you had to work. Again, slavery was different. Indentured servitude, sometimes you were a slave for an amount of time and then they freed you. Indentured servitude could be, hey, you work for this amount of time for no money, but in the end you get, I don't know, you get your debt erased, or you get, I don't know, 40 acres and a mule. You get some kind of benefit after a long period of time of slavery. That's how slavery was. That's what's a lot of times what African slavery looked like. And sometimes it was through conquest. They would they would conquer a people and they would enslave them, but they wouldn't make their kids slaves and their kids slaves and their kids slaves for generations because they were born from that other tribe.
Other Africans. But today's teachers, many who were born in the 80s and 90s, don't know that stuff or don't want to know that stuff. So how can they celebrate a country's birthday after saying how evil it is? They've refocused on blame.
That doesn't make us evil. That doesn't make this country evil. This country isn't evil because it has slavery. Like every other country, England had slavery. They abolished slavery only 30 years before we did. That ain't something to pat yourself on the back about, UK. You abolished slavery 30 years before America did. Way to go. Like, it's nothing. It's not even a generation, really. The same people who owned slaves from the UK all of a sudden didn't. And they didn't have to fight a war for it. That's pretty cool. But they had skirmishes. They had problems. They had emancipation, and manumission movements and all of that, just like we did. Is UK evil? Well, yes. No, I'm just joking. I joke about but it doesn't make them evil because they did some bad shit back in the old days. But the UK doesn't lie about it. You see the difference? The UK doesn't lie. The reason why you don't hear about the UK's history with slavery, and you normally hear about how they ended some of the slave practices in India, for example, is because they use their power for something kind of in an interesting way, but also because they don't lie about it. The English talk about how they went to India and fucked over those people, but they also ended slavery. That they went over there and really fucked up India, but they also ended the caste system and ended the tradition of women being burned with their husbands when they died. The English got rid of that. Like, is it complicated? Yes. That doesn't make them evil or good. It just makes history history. History is neither evil nor good. History does not make your country evil.
History, which is easier than addressing the state of lesser cultures. Hence this shiny dip claiming we haven't reckoned with our racist past.
Anniversaries often gloss over the racial dynamics underlying much of America's history and politics, issues that remain unsolved because America has never actually fully reckoned with its racist past and its original.
What am I wrong about? Here's Velshi saying America never reckons with its past. That's right.
Founding sin of slavery. I feel a deep unease about these celebrations to which I am invited to mark the 250.
Oh yeah, I guess you didn't see me. I said caste. They abolished the caste system, and I did this with my fingers to say like, not really. Like the UK, the English abolished the caste system, and I did this thing with my fingers that says like, not really. They pretended to, because the caste system still sort of exists, but not really. But it does, but it doesn't. That's how it happened. Yeah. Thank you for. I wasn't wrong. I thought you could see my fingers when I did this. Sorry, I was using body language to try to tell you that the caste system isn't really over. Thank you. India is going backwards too. India's got all sorts of other problems. Yeah, but we don't have time to get into every fucking problem all over the globe. Maybe we do. We're gonna be on live. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit the button. Hit the like button. Make sure you fill out the what do you call it? The poll. Ride that poll, baby. Ride that poll. Come on.
Anniversary of our so-called democracy. Because this 250th anniversary is taking place
okay,
during
Navi,
yet another period of deep and fundamental and existential unrest in this country, brought on by the country's unresolved racial politics.
He feels unease being invited to these events. No, he's not invited to any events. People don't invite this guy. He's miserable.
Do you think people invite Gutfeld to events?
And it's hard to resolve something when one political party exists by keeping that issue alive. But all right, you douchebag. You were born in Kenya and you lived in Canada and now you're here. Why not live in Kenya, where the monthly income is 130 US bucks? Or Canada, where healthcare is so bad they'll happily euthanize you over a hangnail. Just see how a little context can destroy that narrative. But at least some of us still remember.
Yeah, because you lied. No one's getting euthanized over a hangnail. I know you're trying to make jokes, but like we're talking about serious stuff now. That shit doesn't make any sense.
Remember what this is supposed to be about, and it's Rob Van Winkle. Yeah. Yeah. Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice at least says like, I don't care. I'll take my money. I mean, at least he's honest. He's at least honest. He says, I don't care if you got money. I'll take it. I'll go. What do you say? I'd go perform having a Roni for the supreme leader. Easy.
Tell us why you're still planning on performing, even though we've heard that from the president, when so many other performers are deciding not to.
I'm proud to be an American. I was born here and raised here, and this is my country, and I don't like anybody telling me I really can't be proud of it. And this is a huge honor to play the birthday. And music is here to bring people together, man. And, you know, it shouldn't be that this music is dragged into politics.
Amen. Yeah, I agree.
Vanilla Ice is now somehow the conservative. I'm old enough to remember when conservatives thought that Vanilla Ice was trying to be too black, and they said all sorts of horrible things. All these Republicans hated Vanilla Ice, and now all of a sudden they love him. It just goes to show. You stick around long enough, these old perverts will start loving you. Just stick around long enough. Daddy will love you someday. Poor Vanilla Ice, when he was a rapper and he was like, drop that zero, get with his hero. They hated him. They hated this guy. And now they love him because he's come around. He's there for the state.
Fact is, this isn't just some boring birthday you skip like your wife's. Fathers, mothers, and their kids died for this country, so bands with one hit song can insult their fans on stage. So, Chris, next time you speak from the heart, think about all the people who now talk to angels.
Bands with one hit song? Counting Crows is a lot more, not Counting Crows. Black Crows has a lot more big songs than Vanilla fucking Ice.
You can have that right.
And the Village People too. And you guys, I know you love the Village People. Does he have Nick Shirley on again? Oh, he's got a bunch of nobodies on. But I always love his wonderful takes. Good old Greg Gutfeld in the morning. Thank you, Greg. You really made a thing. You really made a man out of me today.
Disgrace. That's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, last night's results so far, at least, show us that Californians may just want to save their state after all.
if the vote counting fiasco Democrats put in place lets them, that is. As of Showtime, Republican gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton is in the top spot with 27.8%, followed by Javier Becerra at 25.4%, Steyer's down at 19.6%. So in this convoluted jungle primary system, the top two finishers, as you may remember, face off in November. Now, given that 8.2 percentage points separate Hilton from Steyer, one would think that Hilton's a shoo-in, right?
No, because of how math works. What? As you could tell, 25.4 plus 19.6 equals more than 27.8. There's only going to be two left. The people who vote for Steyer, they'll show up for Becerra and they'll trounce Hilton. Hilton doesn't have a fucking snowball's chance of hell. This fucking English fuck. Hey, Crazy Jackdaw, thank you so much. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Crazy Jackdaw? Thank you. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. You're incredible. You're a wonderful human being. I appreciate you always supporting this channel. You're incredible. I don't know how I'm ever going to make it without you, Jackie. Stick around, Jackie. I love you. Jubilations. Thank you so much. No, I think I know how. Oh, you're talking about Laura Ingraham. It's not fair. It's not nice to call Laura Ingraham retarded, okay, guys? Just because she doesn't understand that math, you need to add those numbers up in order to understand how the election is going to shake out. But there will be a Republican on the ballot for once, which is, probably your favorite thing. Now you could get lucky. You could put more Republicans into the race next time, and maybe you could pull two out. Maybe we'll have to decide between two Republicans in California. Yeah, she is, though. Well, I don't know. She's really mean. She's really mean-hearted and fool-headed. Maybe she's dumb-headed, fool-hearted. I don't know.
Oh, not so fast, because in California, the vote counting can go on for not days, but weeks after the final polls close. The California Secretary of State...
Yeah, there's 40 million people living here, lady. What the fuck you want? It takes a while.
It issued a press release to this effect yesterday, reminding everyone that California counties have about 2 weeks, 13 days to be exact, to count all of their ballots. 13 days. And the man who spent $200 million on his own lackluster campaign, only to come in third on election night, feels, for that, optimistic.
I thought you loved billionaires, lady. What's your problem?
Might take some time to figure out where this is going. We're going to wait till every ballot is counted. We're going to give democracy a time to work, and we know we finished really strong.
Yeah, democracy in quotes there. Well, meanwhile, in Florida, another state with a huge percentage of voting by...
Why is that democracy in quotes? They want to vote. They want to count all the vote. Why are you guys always... Why are MAGers always so against counting votes? Why are you guys hating... Just count the votes. It's not so hard to count votes.
Mail. They finish the vote on election night somehow, as do most, if not all, Western nations. But of course, Democrats don't care that they're eroding public faith in California's voting system. They don't care at all. In fact, they prefer this approach. Why? Because it gives them all the power.
No, it gives everyone time to vote because everyone gets a chance to vote, and there's a lot of mail-in ballots. It's complicated, lady. There's 40 million people, 45 million people living in California. That's like almost double the size of... Wait a second. Let me just make sure how many people live in Florida. How many people live in Florida? 23 million. California is the biggest state. It's nearly double the size of Florida. And we have way more people who vote. Like, I don't know why this is a hard concept. What the hell is wrong with you, lady?
My old campaign chief knows the game.
The governor's race is incredibly interesting. It looks like Steve Hilton's going to advance to the next round. Becerra has a lead, but there are so many votes out there right now.
Yeah, we do have a lot of assholes. I mean, most of them are Republican, but what are you going to do? Lots of assholes Democrats too. I mean, there's just a lot of people living in California. Most of them are way nicer than any place else you can go. You can't count, you don't count. Yeah. If you can't count, you don't count. Yeah, it's always so funny. Yeah. I mean, California, most of us, even the Republicans we have, aren't as big assholes as we go in other states. I mean, Californians are super friendly. I think it's because as you move west, you kind of have to be, because you don't have old family and shit. You don't have many connections when you come out to the west, so you got to be neighborly. I think that's why we're a little bit more neighborly in California. I think
It's very interesting to see whether Tom Steyer can have enough mail-in ballots. We might not know about this for several days.
Several days. This is a national disgrace, my friends. Now, forget that. It's an international disgrace. The voters deserve to know who the winner or winners are by midnight on election night, or at least within 24 hours. Come on. But still, 20 hours after the polls closed in California.
Aren't you that dumb person who said that Donald Trump should sue against Biden and talk about all this bullshit? Like they called the 2020 election, and you said no, you wanted all the votes counted. But now you don't want all the votes counted. You don't want all the votes. Okay.
California, we still don't have a clear top two in the mayoral race. Pratt seems like he's a solid number two.
The final piece of the puzzle that
he definitely is a solid number two. I mean, this guy's a turd of the first degree.
won't know tonight, right?
The more I learn about this guy, I didn't know all these things about him being on the hills and being a villain and being a reality star cuck.
Is the late arriving vote by mail. Talking about probably like a third of the vote in Los Angeles. We're probably not going to be getting until tomorrow and maybe days to come after tomorrow. The mail can still come in after Election Day. And there's indications, and there's certainly a ton of precedent here, that late arriving vote by mail is going to be significantly more Democratic friendly than all of the other vote, meaning that would be good news for Bass. That would be good news for Rahman.
Yeah, so Nithya Raman would be good news for her, right? Good news for her. She's the far left socialist. She could then magically jump 8 points to the number two position.
I mean, she could. Yes, that's how numbers work. Again, it's weird that this is how you mean when you count votes, like what do you mean? Like as you count votes, the positions can change? What do you mean? You could change. Look at her face. Wait, so as you count, if I open a bag of M&Ms and I count the different colors, as I count them, the numbers increase of the different colors? How does that work? Holy shit. MAGA doesn't know how to count. MAGAers don't understand elections, don't understand how numbers work. It's really shocking. It looks like the no's have it. Wow, guys, you said that you're proud of the USA. 74% said no. Wow. Not bad. Let's do another poll. Let's ask. I think the next poll should be do MAGers know how to count? No, how about that? About this? Do red states teach kids how to math? Is that what? Start a poll. What do they teach in red state schools? Is it math? Science? The Bible? Or okay, I'm starting a poll right now. Let me know how you feel about red states. What do they teach in red state schools? I don't know. I never went to school in a red state, but here you go. There's a new poll for you right there. Please fill it out. We got some learning to do. You got some learning. I mean, I would love to know what you do with all that California money when it comes to your state. Like, what do you do with all that? When you get all that California money and you start using it for your schools, what do you use it for? I'd love to know. I'd love to know what do you guys do with all that money that we give you?
And leave what? Spencer Pratt pounding sand? Well, cynical Republicans feel that Democrats in charge will always somehow find the votes they need. Remember, they just need to be postmarked on Election Day to be counted, as long as they're received within the state, by the state, within 7 days. It is insane, but it's just the way the Democrats want it. Now, for his part, Spencer Pratt is continuing to campaign as if he will face Bass in November on Election Day. Remember, he promised common sense leadership.
What does that mean?
As a citizen, I felt like my city failed myself, my neighbors, my family. And when I got on this mission now, I look around and the city's failing most of Los Angeles. There's people that just want the potholes.
That's not a platform.
Mayor Bass has allowed the city to be covered in potholes. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have lights. So
that's like Mamdani. That's Mamdani. Potholes, filling potholes.
on the basic level, there's people that care about that. And then there's the moms who want to be able to go to the parks and not see anybody shooting up fentanyl with their pants off.
He's right. They want a government that actually works for them, not against them. So at this point, Congress needs to step in here, and they can do so under what's called the
Yeah,
guarantee.
that's true. They want a government that works for them, not against them. This is why only 30% of Americans think Donald Trump is doing a good job, because 70% of Americans would like a government that works for them, not against them.
Clause of the Constitution. And it states that whereby the U.S. shall guarantee to every state of this union a Republican form of government. So my question tonight is California's allowing ballots to arrive 7 days after an election really living up to that guarantee of a Republican form of government? I say no. This is what election forecaster Nate Silver posted last night. The fact that California elections often can't be resolved for weeks is kind of insane and not common in other electoral systems around the world. Like, honestly, he writes, it's going to take us several weeks to tell you who won the election is failed state stuff and should be more stigmatized. Yeah, the fact that it's tolerated is bad too, a textbook example of learned helplessness. Well, to that point, the angle proposes the following. Both the House and Senate Judiciary Committees should...
This is unbelievable. This lady's so fucking stupid. Because they do this jungle primary, and we're talking about a primary right now. We're not even talking about our elections, okay? This is a primary. The primary is for everybody. You're not just counting two, okay? You're counting all of these people from different parties, all sorts of stuff, and it all has to go, and you have to count all of these many, many candidates. The general election generally goes a lot more quickly because it's only two candidates usually, two and a couple others usually, but not that hard, not as hard.
Call every major election official in California to testify about their specific process for vote collecting, safeguarding, and counting. Testimony should include how and why their officials ultimately settled.
Yeah, that works for that's a government working for you. Yeah, totally wasting time and money asking stupid questions for idiots that don't know how to count
On this vote counting regime, along with their refusal to require voter ID. So to insist in this investigation, both chambers can appoint special masters, that's what they're called, to oversee the fact-finding, and then they could assist in writing a report that they could then present to DOJ. Now, it's important to note this. While courts usually find disputes under this clause non-justiciable, in other words, they won't hear the case because they think it's a political question, at least the voters in California...
because it's a stupid question. They'll never do it because it's a stupid question.
Across the country, we'll have a fuller picture of the lengths to which Democrats will go to hold on to power. And maybe, just maybe then, they'll demand change in what many of us believe is potentially the most corrupt voting system in the Western world. That's my proposal, and that's the angle. Joining us,
be sure to like and subscribe.
Moron.
All right, longtime anchor Scott.
God, it's just so bad how stupid Laura Ingraham is. God damn it. Now we got to deal with this one. Hold on. One more.
Pelly getting fired by CBS News one day after his explosive meeting with new 60 Minutes executive producer Nick Bilton, where Pelly hurled insults and accused CBS News boss Barry Weiss of, quote, murdering 60 Minutes. She does not love this place. She was brought in to kill it, and she's doing exactly that. Well, as you can imagine, being insubordinate, accusing your boss of murdering the network gets you fired. And editor-in-chief Barry Weiss saying...
She thinks that's funny. You're destroying my network. You're destroying the show. You're destroying everything we stand for. You've sold us out. He got fired for that. That's not surprising. We all knew he was going to get fired. To be gleeful about that is just as tragic as the thing itself.
Pelly broke the newsroom's trust and chose his own path. But of course, the liberal media and left-wing influencers are venting about their latest media martyr.
I made a crack there talking about the Scott Pelly.
Bro doesn't know how to tie a tie. I don't know how to tie a tie. Yeah, I don't know how to tie a tie. I've been wearing a tie every day of my life. I don't know how to do it. You're right. I don't know how to tie a tie.
News as being sort of Hungarian oligarchic style takeover of the media. And I mean that sort of as a joke, but also sort of deadly serious.
This is like an underwater earthquake at CBS News. It'd be like Scott Pelly. They're burning it all down because they want to please Donald Trump.
Boycott every thing on CBS News. These people are the biggest bunch of...
Greg.
I love slow zoom Zoolander. He's got such a fake voice. He's as stiff as a starched corpse. He makes Joe Biden look like Simone Biles. He has these Hall of Fame movements. He takes himself more seriously than anybody on the planet ever would.
Yeah, I mean, he's a serious newsman. Scott Pelly is kind of like, I don't know. He's like a modern day Edward R. Murrow. This guy's a serious guy, likes to be taken seriously. We need people like that. There aren't many of them left.
Anytime he speaks, it's of some kind of historical urgency.
Yeah, that's because he's talking about pretty serious shit. He's talking about serious shit. He's a serious guy talking about serious shit on a serious show. Well, up until now. Now he's out of work serious guy who's probably going to be still blisteringly more successful than Greg Gutfeld because he's got a bigger brain, knows how to do stuff. He'll be fine. He'll start a Substack. He'll make millions. He'll be all right. But it's fucking it's just, I knew this was going to happen with 60 Minutes, but it's It's just gross that it's happening, and it pisses me off. I knew it was going to happen. I'm surprised it took so long.
A drama queen. Why are these guys, whether it's like Terry Moran or Acosta or Harwood, such self-serious weasels? And this guy throws a tantrum in a public view, then he leaks it to everyone to amplify his like.
I love that in this
appearance.
idiocracy, it's like, why so serious? Why are you so serious? Bondo gives plants what they need, electrolytes. What plants crave, that's what it is. Bondo has what plants crave, electrolytes. Why are you being so serious? What, you drink water like in the toilet? You drink water? Like this is Greg Gutfeld. He's the king of the idiots. I mean, this is idiocracy. I mean, Donald Trump is now saying that the lighting array and the stage for the UFC fight in front of the White House is going to stay there. He wants it there forever. I mean, I think he's just trolling again. But I mean, come on, this is what I mean. Nothing serious anymore. Scott Pelley is the canary in the coal. Another dead canary is Scott Pelley. This is it. You're not allowed to be serious in America. You're not allowed to take anything seriously. You're not allowed to take anything. You know, dead kids in Iran, don't take it seriously. Dead kids in Africa, don't take it seriously. Ceasefire, don't take that seriously.
Of hero, he just looks like a cartoon because he is a cartoon. 60 Minutes doesn't exist as some lone bright beacon in the wilderness. A 24-year-old guy named Nick Shirley ran 100 laps around 60 Minutes on a story that they, like many big stories, missed. If you look at people like Nick Shirley and Chris Lupo, Bill Malugins, border coverage, Schellenberger on homelessness, it reveals how far 60 Minutes has fallen. They've not done any real investigative pieces, and all the mistakes they made. Do you remember Leslie Stahl talking about the laptop, denying that it was real, or Pelley himself blaming Biden's infirmity on a stutter? These guys are idiots. Goodbye.
Yeah, a lot of people would argue, Jesse, that 60 Minutes murdered itself. I mean, you had Scott Pelley bringing on Mark Elias as if he were some, neutral lawyer or victim of Russian collusion.
Yeah, he slobbered all over McCabe. They had some moms on, and he said, what's a little child porn in the library? Never hurt anybody. The guy has massive TDS, and he's pompous. And there's a lot of pompous people on television. But this guy, he's more than even Greg. If your boss is new and comes in and wants to shake things up, and you have new ownership, do you secretly tape the boss and then leak it? No. I mean, he was asking to get axed. And this is the second time he got axed from the anchor chair of the CBS Evening News. He got axed again. He's been there for 37 years. He wanted to go, and it was his time to go. With that said, this place is a juggernaut.
The fact that this whole men and women's bathrooms thing, you guys are fucking morons. Men and women, you know what? I've urinated in women's bathrooms. Oh my God. Billions in fraud though. Someone's doing 41 years for that, for the billions in fraud. First of all, it was $250 million, but you guys don't know how to math works. We've already established that maggers don't understand how math works, but $250 million, someone's doing 41 years for that. $50 billion on the other hand of wage theft in America every year. And nothing, none of it's pursued, none of it's prosecuted. So yeah, it's interesting. If you steal from the worker, it's okay, but steal from the American government, $250 million. Donald Trump just fraudulently stole $2 billion. And now, because it's been pointed out that it's fraud, his little case against himself and the IRS, that he's now dropped the $2 billion thing. It's funny how that works, isn't it? So we should put him in jail. Is he anything going to happen? No. What about the 34 counts of felony fraud? Are we going to do anything about that? No, he's scot-free off of that, even though he was convicted. The lady who stole $250 million as the ringleader of the thing that happened in Minnesota, she's going to do 41 years. Donald Trump, nothing. 2 people convicted of fraud. One does 41 years. The other one, don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously what happens. Don't take any... Oh, he's a convicted rapist. Don't take it seriously.
They did 11 million an episode last year. They make 3 to 4 billion CBS News they throw off each year. It's a really well-oiled machine, but they're bloated, they're woke, and they're stuck in the past. And if they want to reinvent themselves, they have to do a little bit more than bring Barry Weiss in. They got to clean house, change the culture, because if you don't change with it, you're dead.
Yeah, I saw some headline, 60 Minutes could lose its entire staff. And I thought to myself, Martha, that may be a good thing.
I'm pretty sure that's where it's going.
Probably
Yeah, I think that's what
500 people working for that show.
It's unbelievable. I mean, we all know the kind of staff that we have per show, and we're lean and mean. We get it done very well, and we have great ratings. But can you imagine having 500 people working?
Convicted of stealing. He was convicted of stealing. Well, he was indicted for stealing documents. That was a whole thing. But no, he just got slapped on his dick for trying to take $2 billion out of our economy for his friends and J6. Now they're no longer looking to have the slush fund. Now they don't want the slush fund all of a sudden because it was fraud. And people started talking about, hey, this is you as a private citizen. You're not protected under your immunity bullshit that the Supreme Court gave you. You're going to go to jail if you fucking steal $2 billion from the American people like that. And so all of a sudden they don't want the $2 billion. On second thought, I don't want it anymore.
I have no idea what they would all be doing. And it's once a week.
Yeah.
But they're spending a lot of money going out and shooting these elaborate pieces that take 3 months, 4 months for them to put together. And those things used to be meaningful. When I was a kid, we used to sit down and watch 60 Minutes on Sunday night because it was interesting and the stories were great and it was substantive. And the last several times I came by it and turned it on, I was like, ugh, about 30 seconds in, you're like, no, I really don't feel like wasting my time with this. Scott Pelley.
It's always funny. I mean, there's unisex bathrooms in every gas station in America. I've seen many, many unisex bathrooms all over the world. It's okay. It's all right, guys. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Bathrooms are not sacred. You're just pooping and peeing, guys. Don't you worry, little baby dolls. I've been all over the world. I pooped and peed all over this planet. And sometimes I poop and pee and there's people of different genders in the oh my God.
Is so pompous. And, you are too, Jesse.
No, I'm not. Not like him.
I'm about to give you a compliment. You have a sense of humor about yourself.
Yes, I do.
You can laugh at yourself. This man has
Anytime
never
I laugh
laughed at himself in his entire life. I mean, it looks like he would pop if someone,
Could you imagine having a real conversation?
That's so funny too. It's like, have you ever seen Donald Trump? If anyone says a joke about him, he cries and tries to get them fired. He's such a fucking crybaby. Can I get some wet floor signs for Donald Trump? They're saying that Scott Pelley takes himself too seriously.
No,
I don't think it's possible.
Please pass the asparagus.
Yes, he's so studied and everything's so important and every little word that comes out of his mouth is like a drop of wisdom. And it's just, I think he knew he was going to get fired. So he blew up the meeting because he wanted to go out with a bang. But I think that this, the return letter from the new executive producer was quite powerful. It's like, look, I don't know who you think you are.
How come no one's reading it online?
That doesn't work here. So this is your
How come no one's reading it on the air?
termination.
Yep, and I thought he should have been fired after he gave what the New York Post says was an angry, unhinged commencement speech criticizing Trump. You're a serious journalist and you're out there giving speeches criticizing the president?
You asking me?
Yeah.
So real quickly, Martha, we have 2 words for Jesse. Brilliantly simple. You're exactly right. I'd say a couple things. 2 things can be right. I thought that you can't go in the office of your bosses, wherever you may work, and tell them that they're unfit to be your boss, that they are incapable and that they're not intelligent. That's generally a prescription to be let go. At the same time, I think some of the things he was trying to say about what he thinks is the show, and I agree with Martha, the characterization of it, and I still do. I mean, on Sundays, I watch football from noon till 7 or 7:30, another 4 o'clock game goes off, and I switch to 60 Minutes, and I switch to another network, the 8 o'clock game network, which is a rival network of ours, to watch the 8 o'clock game. And I find it not only interesting, I watch it because I think the audience there is politically diverse, it's broad, it's wide, and
Dude, I don't trust anyone watching 9 fucking hours I don't want 9 hours of fucking football every Sunday. I'm sorry. You're cooked, bro. Your brain's rot.
Homeland Security Secretary Mark.
No wonder his head looks like a fucking football.
Mullen is on Capitol Hill for a second day of testimony. Yesterday, the Senate. Today, it's the House Homeland Security Committee. Secretary Mullen delivered a fiery opening not long ago about the threat facing federal immigration.
How dare you criticize the king?
And because they're doing so, it's racism. But yet their death threats are up by 8,000%. Vehicular damage is up 3,300%. Assaults up 1,300%. And what's that do from peaceful protest?
No, it's because you've put thousands of more people in the street, thousands of more agents on the street. You've started to throw them at people violently. You've given them tactics that are brand new. Of course, they're getting threatened. This whole thing, like people are threatening ICE agents to kill them. It's more than they used to. Yeah, because ICE agents used to come in and be like, oh, yeah, I see that you fucked up. Here's my bill, my clipboard. Can you look at this? I see a discrepancy here. We got to take this guy. Like, that's how it used to work. Now they're going door to door like Gestapo. So yeah, it's a very different scenario. So yeah, you earn some death threats doing it this way.
Nothing wrong. I have no problem with people peacefully protesting. I believe in our First Amendment.
Oh, you do? You do? Really?
Peacefully. Delaney Hall, I've had officers hit.
Oh, how did they? You tell me that they came at them biting,
scratched. We had one get threatened. They were going to kill him and his family.
Oh,
that's peaceful.
No.
Tensions boiled over first
Yes.
outside New Jersey's Delaney Hall Detention Center last week. That forced state police to step in after days of rioting. Then New York's Mayor Ross Baraka implemented a curfew, and protesters crashed through that 2 nights ago. But today, Mayor Baraka has decided to lift the curfew and implement so-called free speech zones. Some in the media are angry, saying it limits their access.
Make sure you're getting that free speech zone. You're only allowed free speech in very specific areas and places where no one will see you, and places where you're not disturbing anybody. That's where you're allowed to have free speech. Thanks.
The fight over illegal immigration enforcement is also underway on the West Coast. The House Judiciary Committee is reportedly instigating sanctuary policies in San Francisco and San Diego. Republican lawmakers have requested information on how the two cities interact with ICE officials. The threats against federal agents are growing even as they continue to try to do the dangerous work getting illegal immigrants off the streets of America. And one of the most violent attacks happened last year in Dallas. You may recall a sniper opened fire on a field office, apparently targeting the agents, but managed to kill 2 detainees.
Shocking. Yeah, apparently they were targeting the agents, so we say. That's the story we're going with. They were targeting agents. Still not one agent has ever been shot.
Fox News spoke exclusively with 2
Well, one agent got shot by another agent. It's a little bit different.
deportation officers and a staff member who survived that horrifying encounter.
This is the new reality as a violent, chaotic scene. This is the new reality for every deportation officer, every ICE employee.
Especially our families shouldn't have to carry the burden or barrage of threats thrown at them simply because their significant other, their loved one, their family member is an ICE officer.
Yes, they should. Yes, they should. Stop being ICE officers. Stop doing it. It's that easy. Stop doing it. You betrayed your country. You betrayed your people. You betrayed your race. You betrayed your class. You betrayed everything. You've betrayed everything. The fact you think your family's not going to have to. Our family shouldn't have anything to do. What do you mean? Have any of your families been shot? No. Okay, then shut the fuck up. Because I'll tell you what, a lot of immigrants' families have been shot. Their dogs have been shot. Their children have been shot. A lot of them are rotting away in concentration camps without any due process, without ever seeing a judge. So you want your family to not have any, you want your family to have immunity, but you want to stomp on the necks of other people's families. Is that right? Is that how I'm supposed to? You want to break up other people's families, but your family is sacred. You're just doing your job. The Nuremberg defense, I was just doing my job. I was just following orders.
Just enforcing the immigration laws.
There you go.
And focus.
Just following orders. Just enforcing the law. We're just enforcing the law. We're just following orders.
Now, Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York, member of the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. Good to see you today.
You want open borders. What's a border, dumb shit? Jerry Garcia, you spent a lot of time talking shit, but you were like one of the most uneducated fools I've ever come across. I've seen you in the chat before. I've seen you in other chats before, and you're so uneducated and ignorant. It's like watching a monkey hammer a nail into a board. They don't know why they're doing it. They just saw someone do it, so they do it. They don't know why. But they seen people hammer nails into boards, so a monkey can do it, but they don't know what to do. They don't know why the nail. They don't know why a hammer. They don't know any of that. You're a monkey with a hammer and a nail.
What do you think of when you hear those men talking about the danger of their jobs and what they've been through?
Well, Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, a former colleague of mine, is doing a tremendous job. And as he outlined in his opening statement, we're seeing an 8,000% increase of violent attempts against ICE officers, CBP officers. And in my district border, I actually represent a border.
Why don't I speak up? Why don't I speak up for the victims of illegal immigrants? Why don't I speak up for the victims of illegal immigrants? Who's the victim of illegal immigrants? What do you mean? You know, the people who died were robbed, SA, by illegal immigrants. Why don't you stick up for the victims of billionaires? They have robbed, sexually assaulted, and killed far more than any illegal immigrant. Human beings move around. They cross borders. They're born places. They sometimes they get asylum. They do things. They move around. That's what people do. That's why we're all over the fucking planet. We like to move around. We like freedom. Sometimes some of those people commit crimes. That could be for so many different reasons. Usually, though, it's money, isn't it? Sometimes it's because they're crazy. Sometimes it's because they need something from somebody else. Sometimes it's a crime of passion. But human beings are always moving around doing shit, and people get hurt. They do. And we need to do something about that. There's a lot of wonderful solutions that we could be doing. But usually what you're talking about, why don't I speak up for the victims? I do speak up for the victims every fucking day. Every day. Maybe you don't hear it when I say we need healthcare so that people stop committing crimes in order to get healthcare. We need healthcare so people can seek help instead of letting their psychosis get the better of them. We need healthcare. We need healthcare so that people stop allowing their addictions to fester and cause more crime. But you don't want to do any of that. What you want to do is punish a whole group of people for what a couple people did. What would you call that? What would you call that when you say, like, for example, let's say a black guy committed a crime and you want to punish all the black people. You see, Sweet Havoc, that's the type of person you are. You see a black man commit a crime and then you want me to talk about the victims of the blacks. You're a fucking racist piece of garbage. You are a racist, ignorant piece of shit. To say something like, why don't you talk about the victims of the illegal immigrants? What the fuck are you saying? Because some people who were here for different, or just didn't have their papers, some people who just didn't have their papers, they committed a paperwork crime. Because some people who don't have their papers hurt other people, I'm supposed to hate all people who come to this country? Oh, you'll say illegal, but you know that's a lie because you hate asylum seekers too. You hate all the people who are here legally. Most of the people are there sitting in the concentration camps. Most of the people that ICE agents are going after, most of the people are here legally, not illegally. You'll call them illegally because you're a racist piece of shit. But they're not illegal. They came here. They're waiting for their day in court. And because Vance calls them illegal, and because Trump calls them illegal, doesn't make them illegal. That's what courts are for, is to determine whether or not someone is here legally. And if you put someone in jail without due process, without a judge, that is a concentration camp. That's extrajudicious incarceration. You are a racist piece of shit. Now, on the other side, I'm a classist piece of shit. I look up and I see there's 900 billionaires in this country, and those people are stealing from us. That's how they got the billions of dollars. There's all the evidence you need. They've got $1 billion. That means they stole it from somebody, because there's no fucking other way. There's no legitimate way to get $1 billion without stealing it. Those folks are involved in the drug trade, the sex trade, the child trafficking trade. All of them are involved, those fucking billionaires. All of them are stealing. All of them are killing. All of them are sexually assaulting. I hate all of them. There's only 900 of them. It's real easy. You can look up and see who's causing all the problems. But no, you'd rather look at the politically vulnerable, the politically powerless, and say, because some politically vulnerable and powerless people committed some crime, that means that I hate all politically vulnerable and politically powerless people. Because you're a racist piece of garbage. That's it. You're a dumb, 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 dumb person. And there's no amount of education that's going to dig you out of it, because you're a scrupulous person. You have no morals. You have no values. You have no principles. It's fun to call you stupid because it's so obvious. But the really sad part is that you have no values or principles. You have no morality. And because you have no morality and you only have avarice, cupidity, rapaciousness, you're easily manipulated because you're stupid. And so someone like Donald Trump comes along and tells you that he can guide your hate, your racism, prejudice. He can guide that. He can use it. He finds you useful. And because you're ignorant, you'll never even know. You just keep doubling down. But truly the sad part is that you have no morals, no ethics. Just an empty shell of a human. You have no humanity. There's nothing human about you left. You're a lizard person. You're being run by lizard people. That's really, really the saddest thing about it. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you so much for being here. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, the Morning Sky Show. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button if you hit subscribe if you hate fascism. Hit like if you just like a robust conversation in the chat. The like is for the chat. Brings people, the algorithm brings people to the chat. The subscribe is for the channel. I get nothing if you like, but if you subscribe, thanks. If you like, thanks too, because I like to have a robust conversation inside of the chat. I think it's fun. You get super fans like this guy, you know. There we go.
District, and I represent ICE officers, CBP officers who are working every single day to ensure that our laws are enforced and we have safety and security in this country. So I strongly support.
Thank you for the sartorial concerns. I actually enjoy being a little more punk rock. I used to have to wear a suit every day and had to wear cufflinks and the whole thing. Today I'm wearing an unwashed shirt, an old shitty Amazon lightweight blazer that I only bought because I sometimes had to work on the beach, and this is like really lightweight. See how it bends? See how it's like it's made of like real stretchy, crappy material. The shirt's actually kind of expensive, but it's also like one of those performance shirts because I used to wear this on the beach. And then but I always kind of just wanted to wear a tie and be a little rough around the edges. I think that's kind of my whole aesthetic is very a tie, a shirt and tie with stubble. Shirt and tie with stubble. No, I'm not going to tie. I like having the button undone up here. Yeah. Thanks for the concern, though.
Support the administration's enforcement of the law and standing up for our law enforcement officers who are public servants each and every day. This is part of the broader attacks on police, attacks on federal law agents, and it has to stop. And it puts the families at risk as well, Harris. We've seen doxing of ICE agents.
Yeah, I mean, I used to fight Amazon. I used to tell everyone, don't go to Amazon because you're going to kill all your downtown areas. I used to tell people, don't go to Walmart. Nobody fucking listened to me. And now we're here. Now Amazon owns everything. Walmart owns the rest. And everyone else is too late to the party. I used to protest about these companies, and now it's too late.
Families, that needs to stop, and it is a federal crime to do that.
I want to talk to you about like this pushback that the mayor has of Newark, New Jersey, because people know that facility first from about a year ago with Congresswoman LaMonica McIver. And remember, she was arrested, faces 17 years in prison now after being indicted for putting her arms and hands all over federal agents trying to break into that facility, saying that it was on a mission just to see things inside. Actually, the facility through DHS has put out the menu. That was one of the things that was complained about this time, why lawmakers wanted to get in there. And I look at this now, and I look at them being compliant at this point. What are Democrats trying to do? And I specifically call them out because McIver is a Democrat. This mayor, who now says, oh, free speech zone, you just do what you want to do, even though they've been biting and throwing things at ICE agents.
How do you bite an ICE agent if the ICE agent is it's right up in your face? The only way you get bit by me is if you're close enough to get bitten. Sorry. Don't fucking roll up on me. Get the fuck out of my face or I'm going to bite you.
He lifted that curfew. What?
I would understand if they got shot. Like if somebody gets shot, you could do that from like I'm a really good shot at about 10 yards. About 20 yards. I'll still hit a body mass, but like I'm pretty far. 20 yards. I read this thing that said the FBI said 98% of all self-defense encounters and shootings happen between 10 and like 3 yards. It's like there's a 7 yard. It's 7 yards. Meters if you're not American, about a meter, about 10 meters and less is where most shootings happen. So if you go to a shooting range, a lot of times you set it up at around 10 yards, 7 and 10 yards. And I'm really good. I'm really good at the 7 and 10 yards thing. But at 20, but I get it. Like if you shot an ICE agent from a long distance, I would say, yeah, you're attacking ICE agents. But if you're biting an ICE agent, that means that ICE agent had to be like basically putting his arms on your face. Bite away. Bite away.
What's going on really on the left here?
This is part of the broader Democrat position where it's putting illegals first. It's not supporting our law enforcement officers. Again, our law enforcement officers are they are putting their lives on the line literally every single day, Harris, to enforce the laws after we saw this tremendous border and crime crisis because of wide open borders in sanctuary cities. And New York, you can look at an example right there. Many of the violent crimes have been committed by illegals. So we want to enforce the law. We want to abide by the Constitution. And I believe that whether they're Democrats or others, they need to face
will you please forgive me? There's something that we need to step in, and I want to get your immediate reaction to it. So Secretary Mellon on the Hill right now, Illinois Congress.
Dong! Alert! Fox News alert! This is crazy. What's going to happen?
Cecilia Ramirez getting into it, and it has gotten really fiery. Let's watch.
We're going back to another question.
Let's get it. Let's get everything set, and then I will let everything start again. 346, please.
So, Secretary, are you familiar with the ICE National Detention Standard, Standard 4, food service, that establishes that food in ICE detention must be nutritious and hygienic? Are you familiar with the standard? That's a pretty easy yes or no. Are you familiar with the standard? Thank you. So given ICE's standards and reports of decaying food confirmed by congressional oversight, would you retract your comments dismissing detainees' concerns about rotten food as a desire for ethnic food? Would you retract those comments?
They're refusing to eat because they want their ethnic food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. This isn't Holiday Inn.
I didn't say rotten food. I said they wanted ethnic correct food, and I said this isn't a Holiday Inn. We're not providing that. But
So
we
you're
did
not
release a menu, and if you saw
retracting-
time, if you looked down and looked at the
So you're
menu,
not
you see it's
retracting your
pretty good
comments.
food.
Okay. So let me just make sure I clarify. These questions were important because I know it shows this. You've been in Congress before, you've been in the House and Senate. You understand the separation of powers. You know Congress's role. You understand that there are rules and standards that you're required to follow. You've been saying this in the last 45 minutes we've been here. And still, you're disregarding what we know, which is that you're doing the same thing that your president and Miller want you to do, which is spew this garbage that makes immigrants criminals and that creates the standards and conditions for even children in detention to be living in inhumane conditions. You know what I call that? I call that being a tool. And let me tell you the impact of these actions. Kevin Gonzalez, my 18-year-old U.S. citizen constituent with stage 4 colon cancer. He wanted to see his parents one last time, Secretary. But you rejected his parents' visa to come say goodbye to their son.
Hey, that's America now. Got colon cancer? That's probably because you ate some of our poison. We feed our children poison. Are you 18 with colon cancer? You must be in America. Well, your parents will not be allowed to come say goodbye to you as you breathe your last breath and that death rattle finally escapes from the depths of your bowels, because I'll tell you what, Mark Wayne Mullen thinks that your parents are illegals, so they won't be allowed to have visas. Sorry. Thanks for all the money buying McDonald's, though, because colon cancer, that's a great way. That's a great way to butthole cancer. Butthole cancer kills a lot of Americans, man. Stop eating the poison, everybody.
In desperation, they came the only way that they knew how. They tried to cross the border. And when they tried to cross the border, they were detained by CBP in Arizona. They weren't just released so they can go back to Mexico. They sat in that detention center for 1 whole month. My office, the Mexican consulate, and their legal team, they worked tirelessly to ensure that
they put them in concentration camps. Jesus.
Gonzalez's family could be reunited because they knew that Kevin just had weeks to go, that he could die at any time. He was diagnosed in January. Kevin, I want to show you the video. This is when he finally got to see his mother and father. Kevin went to Mexico.
Did he die?
Hear that cry from that mother. What you're not
Oh
seeing
my
is the
God,
father is
he's
wrapped around his
almost
son's
dead.
feet, crying hysterically after a month in detention. Secretary, Kevin died less than 24 hours after that engagement. So I want to ask, for every parent in this room, including Secretary Mullen, and including my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, wouldn't you go at any length to be able to see your dying child one last time? You know, rejecting visas to Kevin's family, that didn't protect our communities. Family separation, that doesn't make any community safer. So who then ends up benefiting from this? I'm going to tell you who benefits. For-profit prison corporations. They profit from cruelty and point. And you now are operating as a secretary, inflicting cruelty and pain. And I have to say this, for Kevin, for Virginia, his grandmother, who's my constituent, we will not forget the terror of ICE. And we will not forget what DHS continues to do, even under your watch. We know that a better world is possible We need something new, and that means I will say it loudly so that you could go ahead and quote it if you need to. You need to abolish ICE. You need to dismantle DHS. And like I told your predecessor, Secretary, I wouldn't get comfortable because you have to be held accountable. With that, I yield back.
And a lady yields back. I now recognize you.
God damn. I mean, hey, that was worth breaking into. Thanks, Harris Faulkner. How do you feel about that? Donald Trump is separating families and making sure that if your kids are dying, you go to a concentration camp if you try to come to this country to see your dying child. You got an American citizen living here, and you live in another country. You're going to a concentration camp. You try to come in here, visit that dying kid. Welcome to America. That's how we do it, man. That's how we do it. Yeah, we got to have a health message, man, because Americans eat garbage every day and they get butthole cancers. Unless you want someone digging around in the holiest of holies with a fucking scalpel, then I say, hey, stop eating animals, you stupid piece of shit.
Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Garbarino and Ranking Member Thompson, Secretary Mullen. Thank you for being here today and for the work you and your team are doing to keep our nation safe. I represent Alabama.
Right, we've been watching this. There was a moment just before what we showed you where the committee chairman had to step in and pull back the conversation. Illinois Congresswoman who had the video there, Delia Ramirez, was really going after Secretary Mullen, and he fired back, and they kind of went back and forth. It had quieted down. By the time we got there, you did get to see what she was saying, and they have moved on. Then a threat, and I'm sure you heard it, Congresswoman Stefanik. Don't get comfortable to Mullen.
Yo, that's the part that you're going to focus on. That's the part you focus on is fucking what Mark Wayne Mullen got threatened. That's the part that these Fox News fucks. That's what they gotta. Yeah, then there was a threat. It was dangerous. Oh my God, she said, don't get comfortable. Holy shit. Where do these Congress people get off talking like this? How dare they? How dare they talk to Mark Wayne Mullen, the guy who, when he was in Congress, picked a fight with a witness, the head of the Teamsters? Get it in your butt. I'm going to put it in your butt. I'm going to put it up your butt. Remember that when Mark Wayne Mullen was talking about his butts with the fucking president of the Teamsters, who's also pro-Trump?
Their dying son, so on and so forth. You listen to it. What's your take on the Democrats' point with all of this and their end game?
My take on this, Harris, is as we saw during the Biden administration, we had a border crisis with wide.
There you go. So we have it. You see, this is why I know you're a racist piece of garbage. Go to fucking hell, dude. Just go die. Go die. Go die.
Open borders that led to an inhumane humanity crisis. There is nothing humane about open borders, Harris, and we need to enforce the law. You cannot illegally come into this country. Mark Wayne Mullen is a public servant. He is doing extraordinary work to make sure that there is professionalism and that there's full enforcement of the law, which is the humane. Secure borders are humane. I have seen in my home district, when we had wide open borders during the Biden administration, Harris, illegals who were crossing died. This is unacceptable. We need to enforce the law. So Mark Wayne Mullen, I know just from working with him, he is, I'm sure, answering the questions very professionally, but pushing back. And this is part of the broader attack.
Yeah, great. Yeah, part of the broader attack on abolish ICE, dismantle DHS. That I think that's a good start. Good start. Open the borders. Fuck up. Borders don't matter. A border is a threat. A border is a threat of violence and an act of supremacy. I'm better because I was born on this side of the border. I'm a better human being. My rights matter because I was born on this part of the fucking globe and you were born on that part of the globe. So your rights don't matter. That is rationing human rights. That is the activity that we are engaged in America. We don't care about freedom and liberty in America. We care about rationing human rights so that we can control populations and keep oligarchs in power and enriching them inevitably. That's it. The state has killed more people than any illegal immigrant population ever has, any racial designation, any transgendered shooter. There's never been more violent thing than a government. The state has killed far more citizens than any other group. And yet, you love the state. You think the state should kill poor people. Poor people. The eternal scapegoat, the poor. It's them who are the problem, not the billionaires, not the state, not the military industrial complex, which is basically them together, not the corporations, which is basically the same people just cycling in and out of politics. No, they're not the problem. It's the poor, especially poor people not born here. They are even worse. Am I right? It's like the poor, you already hate the poor, but especially like black poor. Oh my God, you hate them. But poor from other countries, oh no, they're the worst poor, right? Always the poor for some reason.
Secretary, for joining us today.
It's almost as if you are a victim of propaganda from the state and the corporations and the military industrial complex, which is just the same. That's just all the same thing. They're all the same people. The rich. Yeah, corporations employ the illegal. Of course they do. They use them, and then they use them as scapegoats. They use them twice. They use them as labor, and they use them. Yeah, the poor's game over. Game over, man. That's right. And the poor people will never get together and do anything about it because people like this morons in my chat is saying things like, well, an illegal killed a kid. Do you know how many children Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies killed? No one's in jail right now for that. G-Max. G-Max is not even in jail. She's in the Club Fed. She's not allowed to be there. It's against the law to have her there, but she's there. So no one's paying for that crime. All those children that were murdered with Jeffrey Epstein, all those kids buried out in the desert, no one was paying for that. Nobody will ever pay for that because those kids were politically vulnerable, poor people. Like and subscribe if you hate the rich. Like and subscribe if you love guillotines.
I attended the Munich Security Conference earlier this year, and in a meeting that I had with several European prime ministers and several of your colleagues within the administration, your colleagues recognized that NATO is both bigger and better funded today than it was 10 years ago. And I am fully willing to admit that that is a byproduct of several factors, including Putin's aggression, previous...
Okay, so this is Sarah, what's her face? She's transgendered. So what did Rubio say to her? That why is this? Listen closely to Rubio's exchange with transgender lawmaker.
Administrations, and indeed a byproduct of actions by this administration and this president's first term as well.
Sarah
But I want
Johnson,
to focus in today on statements and actions that I believe go beyond pressuring and leverage
McBride.
and actually fundamentally undermine the foundation of NATO. On January 21st of this year, in the president's speech in Davos, he said, we quote, never got anything from NATO. 2 months later, the president said on Truth Social, speaking of NATO, they will do nothing for us. Mr. Secretary, do you share the president's assessment that we quote, never got anything from NATO?
Well, I think what the president was speaking to at that moment, and was what I'll speak to you about now, is one of the reasons why I've been such a strong supporter of NATO is because they allow us to use these bases, because it allows us in a time of contingency, like the one in Germany and others. And for the first time, we see NATO countries denying us the use of their bases, which undermines the purpose of our involvement.
These statements, including the one we never got anything from NATO, happened before the war in Iran, which falls outside of the Article 5 invocation. It falls outside of a war of defense. Do you share the president's assessment that we, quote, never got anything from NATO?
I share the president's assessment that on issues that are a priority to the United States.
I'll take that as you disagree with his assessment that we never got anything from NATO. Because, Mr. Secretary, let me reclaim my time. Mr. Secretary, I'm asking very specifically about a specific quote. I'm not asking whether NATO can be better or reformed. I'm asking if we never got anything from NATO. And I want to specifically ask you, Mr. Secretary.
Well, why are you asking if I can't answer?
You're not answering the question that I'm asking. You're answering a different question about whether NATO can be better or reformed. And so I'm going to move on, Mr. Secretary. Are you aware that the only time Article 5 has ever been invoked is after 9/11 in defense of the United States?
Of course I'm aware of that. Yeah.
And are you aware that more than 1,000 Europeans died in the subsequent war on terror that was invoked
They
after?
participated in the Middle East, correct.
And I assume you're aware that the NATO ally that lost more service members per capita is Denmark?
Oh, I didn't even know that one, Sarah McBride. Oh, shit. I did not know that Denmark lost more people than any other European country in the ensuing war on terror after 9/11, after United States declared Article 5, so that Article 5, for anybody who don't know, if any of us are attacked, then all of us have to act. That's NATO. NATO says if any of us are attacked, you fuck with all of us, you mess with one bean, you get the whole burrito. That's how NATO works. It's only happened one time, and it was in 2001-ish, or maybe early 2002, when we started bombing the fuck out of everybody, and Europe came and they're like, yes, let's do it. I was in Europe at the time. I did not know that Denmark, so Europeans lost over 1,000 people in this, well, I don't know. I call them unjust wars. I think that was bullshit what we were doing in the Middle East, but whatever. Whatever, you believe it or don't, you think there were weapons of mass destruction, you think that Afghanistan bombed us. I don't give a shit anymore. I mean, I do, but I don't really want to talk about, whether or not 9/11 was an inside job. If you believe the standard narrative, and we did the Article 5, and all those Europeans died overseas on behalf of America, the fact that it was Denmark is fucking amazing, because Donald Trump said that he wants to take Greenland from Denmark and that we never got anything from NATO. Come on. That's like, I would never say we never got anything from NATO, but I didn't know that shit I didn't know what Denmark. Did you know? Liar. You didn't know. You didn't know. You're a liar.
Denmark, I thought it was that the UK had suffered more.
More per capita.
Okay, got you.
Per capita. Okay, per capita. UK suffered more. I would say the same thing. I thought the UK did, but per capita makes sense because UK has something like 90 million people. UK has something like 70 people. Hold on, let's just do really quick. What are the populations of the UK and Denmark? UK is 70 million and Denmark only has 6 million. Okay, 70 million versus 6 million. So you could see why per capita that would make a big difference.
I assume you're aware that Greenland is indeed part of Denmark.
For now.
Okay. Well, I want to focus in on Greenland. I joined the bipartisan bicameral trip to Copenhagen as the administration that you're a part of sought to seize Greenland. In the president's speech at Davos, he said, referring to Greenland, quote, "You need ownership to defend it." Mr. Secretary, does the United States need to own land within NATO to defend it?
And the truth be told, we are actually involved in conversations with Greenland and Denmark on the use of on the use of Greenland.
Do we need to own land that Denmark owns in order to defend it, since we have Article 5 of NATO? We do not need to own a country in order to defend it because we have NATO. And since Greenland is part of NATO, man, I haven't followed Sarah McBride that much, to be honest. Like, I've seen some things that she said. She's pretty quiet. She's kind of a new congressperson. She's trans, so she gets a lot of shit. I feel like she hardly ever says anything because she gets kind of stomped on. But she's shining right now.
For collective defense for all of us. It's a key part of missile defense, but we're involved in those talks right now. So I think we're in a good place on it now. But I don't want to put stuff out there in the public record that would undermine the conversations we're having with them on it.
So specifically, I'm not asking about whether we're going to do more within Greenland for our collective defense. I think all of us share that goal, including Denmark and Greenlandic people. But does the United States need to own land within NATO to defend it? That's what the president said, and that was the justification for those statements and the attempt to seize Greenland several months ago.
The president's view is that it's a lot easier to defend it when we have control and complete control of it. We are obviously having conversations with both Denmark and Greenland. They're ongoing on a monthly basis now. I think we'll have pretty good news.
So I take that as you disagree with the literal words of the president of the United States. And I want to put
I think he's right. If we owned it, it would be easier to defend it. But
that's not what he said. He said you need to own it to defend it, which fundamentally undermines the central tenet of Article 5 of NATO, which states that the parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against all of them. And if such an armed attack occurs, each of them will assist the party or parties attacked. So sitting here with, I'm sure, many leaders across Europe within NATO and many leaders beyond, including Vladimir Putin, potentially watching the words and listening to the words that you are saying, can you reassure our NATO allies and make it clear to Vladimir Putin that if a NATO ally is attacked and Article 5 is invoked, that we will defend them?
The United States is still in the NATO alliance, and we'll be there in Turkey to talk about all these topics. The president himself will be attending the next NATO meeting of heads of state, where all these points will be made clear. We're still in NATO, but NATO needs significant changes, and the president has made that clear.
And he is
very disappointed in NATO.
Representative Self is recognized.
That is pretty hardcore, dude. Like, I when I see stuff like this, I always think when I was a kid, I would never imagine that an American Secretary of State would even have to waffle a little bit about this. No, we will defend our allies no matter what, because Russia, them dirty Russians, them dirty Chinese, the West, we always together. Yeah, always. Yeah, fuck yeah, we hate Russia. That used to be how they talk. Now they're like, well, we might be working for Russia, so we might be working for the Chinese. So, we're not going to say anything that they don't want to hear. What do we care what Denmark thinks? We really care about what Vladimir Putin thinks. That's what we care about. That's fucking crazy. I never thought in my life I'd see that shit. Hey, it looks like the new poll went really great. What do they teach in red state schools? Math, science, the Bible, or a ding-dang-do? Looks like it's a ding-dang-do. Thank you for taking the poll. Thank you. I saw someone's ask a question in the chat that I want to make the poll. Thank you. It looks like mostly in red states they teach a ding-dang-do. Oh, ding-dang-do. What they teaching in them red days too? They think that ding-dang-do. Way to go. Way to go. Thank you for hitting those on that little emoji erection. Hit more. Can you guys hit on that emoji erection if you're watching on YouTube? Hit that emoji erection. I love that thing. Red used to be a bad thing. Still, just depends. Being in the red still is. What species would you pick to survive the apocalypse? Raccoons? Humans? Who else? What other animals do we like? Hummingbirds? That's only for the Americans, I guess. We only have Americans have hummingbirds. What other good species might be the only species left on Earth? Octopus. I think let's not forget about our friends of the ocean. Octopuses. All right. Okay. Here we go. This is the new poll. Please hit that poll. Cockroaches. We all know cockroaches. That even if you try to kill them, they're going to make it. Here we go. I think they're called octopoda. No, they're just octopuses. Octopussy. All right. Raccoonsies. Octopussies. Looks like, oh my God, octopussies have it. Oh my gosh, you guys are voting for. No one wants the hummingbird, the humble hummingbird. Come on. Nobody likes. I thought the hummingbird would win. They're so cute. I like hummingbirds a lot.
Should I just proceed?
I'm going to proceed with my.
Oh no, Scott Bessent. Oh God, what did Scott Bessent do? What did you do to Scott Bessent? Scott Bessent. Most of the people he serves hate him. Most of the people still up there, those Republicans fought against his right to be married to his husband, and yet he's a Republican. What is it with you guys? You fucking weird Republicans. How do you look at yourselves in the mirror?
My questions, and Mr. Secretary, I'm going to start with regard to the issues that Senator Wyden raised. There have been a lot of accusations about the settlement agreement between the president and the IRS over the leak of his tax returns. On Monday, the Department of Justice announced that it would abide by the district court's ruling in joining the creation or operation of the Anti-Weaponization Fund.
Octopussies are more
that was
popular than
established
I
under the
thought.
settlement agreement. Yesterday, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced at a hearing that we are not moving forward with the fund, period. With respect to other parts of the settlement agreement, I'd like to give you the opportunity to set the record straight. Understanding that there is ongoing litigation, what can you share with us about Treasury and the IRS's role in the settlement agreement? Specifically, since IRS CEO Frank Bisignano signed the settlement agreement, what can you share with us about Mr. Bisignano's role in reaching that agreement?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. As we've done throughout this matter, the Department of Treasury is following the direction of the Department of Justice. And as you noted, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche testified yesterday that the government will not be moving forward with the fund. We intend to comply with that direction. I do not have any additional details into what that means at this time.
Did he just say erection? Hold on a second.
As you noted, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche testified yesterday that the government will not be moving forward with the fund. We intend to comply with that direction.
Oh, he said direction. I thought he said erection. So yeah, remember when Donald Trump tried to steal $2 billion from the American people and everyone said you're going to go to jail for that, and all the Republicans said, what the fuck do you think you're doing? You're stealing from the company store. You're giving away the house. What the hell is this? Scott Bessent even is like, oh, we're not going to do that anymore. Trust us. We're the good guys. We're the good guys. We're not going to steal your money. We would never. We would never.
I do not have any additional details into what that means at this time, but I will note that even with the Acting Attorney General Blanche's statements yesterday, this matter is still subject to ongoing litigation, so I'm unable to comment further on it. As with all department litigation, the Department of Treasury and the IRS were represented by the Justice Department. So any additional questions about the settlement or the fund should be addressed to the Justice Department and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you.
Protect the. Wait a second. You're going with human because you think that we're the only ones that can protect the planet from the universe. The universe is doing just fine. We don't need that. The planet doesn't need you to protect it. Not at all. The planet can get hit, and all the animals can die, and more animals will come back. Time is a flat circle. Don't you worry about the planet. When we're gone, at least whoever's left, like the octopuses, they'll have a long time to hang out and do their own thing. Like a lot of people, like if human beings weren't here, a lot of people think the octopuses would be like, because they're so smart and clever, that they would be the ones running the show. Like they would have a whole different. But I think it's cool.
And with regard to the working families tax cuts,
you don't want to be a dinosaur.
Affordability remains top of mind for families across this country. Last summer, Republicans acted to prevent what would have been the largest tax increase in American history and delivered meaningful pro-growth tax relief through the working families tax cuts, providing much needed support to American workers and families. Can you talk about Treasury's work so far to implement this groundbreaking tax relief?
Don't forget to like and subscribe, and all super chats will be donated to Melania Coin. Please drop a super chat, become a channel member, Sky City Rebels. I haven't mentioned that many times today. Please become a Sky City Rebel. We do exclusive streams, exclusive content, exclusive things, and you could help support independent media. If you like what I do, find any value in this club that we're doing in dignity-based resistance and any kind of movement, if you become a Sky City Rebel, please. Also, super chats help the world go round. As you know, I'm doing a move very soon, trying to save up money so I can move and not go broke. So please consider making a donation today. You go to Skyjack Morgan on Cash App, Skyjack23 on the other one, Venmo. And thank you all for watching. Please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe. Like is for the chat. Subscribe is for me. Subscribe if you like what I do. Hit the like button if you just like having arguments in the chat.
And what parts of the law do you view as the most helpful in addressing affordability issues?
Thank you, Senator. Since the working families tax cut was passed in record time on July 4th, I would describe the benefits as a barbell. On one side, we have seen for American business the immediate expensing of capital goods and factories, which led to more jobs and construction jobs. On the other side, we have seen the president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, reduced taxes on Social Security, and deductibility.
Yes, Donald Trump is a liberal, and he is basically selling vibes. He does not deal with facts. He only deals with vibes. You're absolutely right. Biden, no, Biden. She's not smiling enough. Did you just see Donald Trump cry about a woman not smiling enough? She looks at me with hate in her eyes. Oh, Caitlin Collins is so mean to me. She's so mean to me. Oh, no. I can't help it. I hate it when women are so mean. They're so mean. She's so young and beautiful, and she's so mean to me because I'm an 80-year-old piece of fucking garbage who used all of his charms that Satan gave him to amass this measly bit of wealth and this little bit of power. And I have nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it at all because my family hates me. My family hates me. I used to love Ivanka, but now she's run away with a Jew. My God, if her grandfather could see what happened to Ivanka. Everything that I've lost in this mad pursuit for wealth and profit. I've used all my charms. I'm all used up, and now I'm an 80-year-old con man at the end of his rope. And young women won't even smile at me. The tragedy of Donald Trump. It's a tragedy. It's a big tragedy, a beautiful tragedy. Shakespeare could have written a tragedy like Shakespeare. We all love Shakespeare. He wrote that. He wrote that amazing Da Vinci Code. Da Vinci Code by William Shakespeare. What a wonderful work. I love the book. Tom Hanks is a big fan of Trump. Big fan of Trump. I like him even more because I heard he was a Trump fan. He's gay. Yeah. Kazoo and piano. That's for money, baby. Did you make a super chat? No, super chats. Super chats. You get synthesizer and kazoo. Great job, Scott Bessent. He was asked about Trump's IRS settlement, and he said, we're just joking about that. We were just joking
Scott
about that.
Pelley will land. Frankly, I hope he lands right here.
Yeah.
I hope he stays on. I hope he's on TV tomorrow. Right. And I hope that everybody in journalism and everybody who values a free press figures out ways to outmaneuver the people who are trying to take the free press from us.
They won't.
Our colleague Rachel Maddow speaking, frankly, for many in her reaction to what was breaking news last night. A long-time, 30-plus year veteran of CBS News and 60 Minutes in the anchor chair, Scott Pelley, out. CBS firing him over what he says was standing up for journalism against bias and politicizing their work. What 60 Minutes becomes is, in a sense, a question tonight. There's a question about whether the owners of this new CBS company, which is making larger mergers, are allied with MAGA and putting a thumb on the scale, or whether this is also part of a larger effort to curry favor with the Trump administration, which oversees the big business tech merger. Pelley, who is as credible as they come when you look at his long tenure of independent reporting, including from war zones and multiple administrations, says CBS News management instructed him to inject falsehoods and bias into a politically sensitive story. He calls out what he views as incompetence and unprofessionalism in the new management that wreaked havoc, describing scenarios that were completely avoidable, according to him, that put stories in danger going up to airtime. He has a lot of experience here to launch these critiques, and he says it's all to curry favor with the Trump administration. MS Now has requested CBS comment on those accusations. We haven't specifically heard back, although some of their officials have spoken out publicly, and there's been a war of words in the press over what is a big and rare inflection point in already a long-running battle over CBS News, independence, and whether freedom of speech or Colbert-style criticism of the current government.
I just can't believe that we're surprised by this. Like, we knew that he was stifling freedom of speech. Everyone said so. And now all of a sudden I'm supposed to be surprised? I'm supposed to be surprised? How's that? Yeah? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Jackson, an accordion would be more appropriate. I am Iron Man. Thank you so much. We got to thank you. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Blunt Stunt Stylin', who just put $10 in the pot for Skyjack Morgan's Melania coin fund. Thank you. We're buying Melania coin, folks. It's the future. For the future prosperity of America, it's the Melania coin. Buy Melania coin today, please. Just Skyjack23 Venmo or Cash App Skyjack Morgan, or right here on YouTube, you can do a special, wonderful, one-time super chat or become a Sky City Rebel. Thank you so much, Sky City Rebels. You are incredible. I want to put in the chat, I forgot today. Why don't you guys tell me? Nobody ever wants to. Maybe it's because no one ever. Hey, it's a call-in show, by the way. You could call in and talk to me. It's like Dean and the other guy. What's the other guy's name? Dean and Harry. Harry and Dean. Dean and Percival, I think it's called. Go ahead and call in. You can call in. It's in the chat right now on all platforms. On all platforms, the StreamYard chat is in the chat. Sorry, the StreamYard link is in the chat. Go ahead and you could call. Talk to me about why you bought all that Melania coin. I'd trade all 78 million of the white drug addicts, white alcoholics, white chain smokers for 500,000 illegals who want to work. Well, I don't know that we're in the horse trading business, G, but I understand your sentiment. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Don't take any wooden nickels. Make sure that you keep going strong, and don't let the bastards grind you down. Thank you so much for being Melania coin. It's the future. Everyone loves Melania coin. Melania coin is the future for prosperity of America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. You're amazing. Sweet cons don't know the facts. Sweet corn doesn't. By the time the octopi have all the shinnies, the raccoons will have forgotten how to fish. They'll be the raccoons, the octopi, the octopussies will be going all over. They'll be on land. They can crawl on land, you know. Let's see how is it going with the octopussies at 52%. What the heck, guys? 52% octopussies. Is that what you think octopussies should be the next? Okay, I like it. I like it. I think it's great. How about what should be the next poll? Let's do the next poll. 52% octopussies win. They should be the only animal left after the apocalypse. How about who is your favorite Republican? Who is your favorite Republican? I know who my favorite Republican is. Start a poll. Here we go. Who is your favorite Republican? Is it Donald Trump? Is it Senator John Kennedy? Is it Senator John Fetterman? I don't know. I can't know if I spell his name wrong. Or is it Senator Susan Collins? Oh, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't do Republican. It's all senators, not Donald Trump. We can't be Donald Trump. Who's another Republican senator that we love? Republican senator, Senator John Thune. I might spell his name wrong. John Thune is Thune, I think. How many other? We got all Johns, not Susan Collins. What about Senator John? How about Senator Rand Paul? No, that's too easy. Republican Senator. Susan Collins. Let's have one woman on there. Maybe that'll be your favorite because she's a woman. Here we go. Start poll. If I spelled any of the names wrong, I'm sorry. Starting poll right now. Here we go. We got the poll started. Make sure you vote for your favorite Republican. No, it's not Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln wasn't a real Republican. He was a rhino. Nancy Mace. Oh, no, I want Senator Susan Collins. Someone voted for Susan Collins already. My favorite is Senator John Kennedy. Dang, can I tell you one more thing about the thing, dude? I got my favorite thing. You got to be industrial dang stupid if you going to believe all that. Oh, my goodness gracious. You can't tell you what they can stick out of the riverside to the grass called a pumpkin pie. Oh, dog, I'm coming down here to the lake log. You got to get on bing, bang, boo. Fucking Senator John Kennedy.
The alarming close call between a JetBlue passenger jet in midair and another plane. This played out just minutes before landing at the airport in Fort Lauderdale. The other plane coming dangerously close. Air traffic control warning the JetBlue pilots that the other plane was not responding. Here's Gio Benitez.
Tonight, the alarming midair scare over Florida, a packed passenger jet coming dangerously close to another plane that authorities say was not communicating with air traffic control.
Mad Max Air appears to be southeast. That guy's insane.
Authorities say a JetBlue flight from Ecuador was just minutes from landing in Fort Lauderdale on Monday when controllers warned the pilots of a nearby plane.
The 1286, that traffic's now descending out of 4,200 feet.
A short time later, those JetBlue pilots receiving an alert on the flight deck. Controllers alerting other pilots.
There's a VFR out there that's been trying to climb at aircraft.
The controller was understandably uncomfortable here because he wasn't able to talk to the light aircraft. The light aircraft was moving around in ways that he had a hard time keeping it separated from the JetBlue aircraft.
Flight Radar 24 data shows the JetBlue flight came within 500 feet vertically and just under 2 miles horizontally to the other plane. And David, the FAA says the required separation was maintained and that the JetBlue flight landed safely, but the agency is still investigating, David.
It is.
No, they didn't have rhinos back then. But I mean, I was just joking about the rhino thing. Abraham Lincoln was technically a Republican. I mean, they made the Republican Party basically for him. He kind of like started the whole thing, the Grand Old Party kind of thing. But they don't really like they changed the name of it and stuff. Because I think they were like Free Earth Party or some shit for a while. I forget. The Whigs, they got all sorts of different names for different parties back in the day. But that was way before they switched sides. Like there was Republicans and Democrats on a lot of issues. They switched sides on a lot of issues, which is proof that parties don't matter. Parties are bullshit. They'll just go with whichever way the power is going. So, you know how it is. I'm trying to sell my house. I'll just check to see if I have any. What do you call it? Appointments for the house. Tours. I'm trying to sell my house. Stressful. Have you ever sold a house before? It's fucking stressful, man. I don't know if you ever sold a house before, but I'm stressed about it. I never sold a house before, so it's new for me.
Need you to lock in. This is personal. Amazon just canceled the revival of the most popular TV shows because the original showrunners didn't turn into some woke slop. They announced the return of Stargate just last year, and now they killed it. So a new Stargate TV show has been axed by Amazon. And so this happened. Oh, this happened today. The show was first announced as a series in November 2025 and hailed as a showrunner who was a writer on Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis. Sources say Amazon execs were concerned about Jiro's take on the series would not have broad appeal beyond the franchise's already dedicated fan base.
I mean, that's a problem, right? You have these franchises that have a dedicated fan base and they don't know how to broaden them anymore. So they keep on trying new things and trying new concepts. So like with Star Trek, they have Star Trek Academy trying to get younger people. They have the animated series trying to get people who like comedy. They've got the Star Trek Prodigy for kids, and they try those things to try to broaden their fan base so that maybe you could get some of your old catalog looked at. People who get, after all, a kid who gets into Star Trek Prodigy or Star Trek Academy, they might end up liking Star Trek and then they'll go watch DS9. So I think it makes perfect sense why these companies are trying to reinvigorate their franchises. And they were going to get this guy from Stargate who kind of helped start the TV show and stuff. But it didn't work out, right? And Asmongold's got a hot take. Why would Asmongold have a hot take on this?
Is that not enough? I feel like Stargate is huge. Everybody knows what Stargate is. The rumor is the show writer Martin Garrow would not budge on.
Everyone knows what Stargate is, but it wasn't like a phenomenon. Like it was a show that went on. Everyone caught a couple episodes. I don't know. Did people really like Stargate? I don't see Stargate conventions.
Compromising lore elements within the show for a wider modern audience as they did with Rings of Power and Lord of the Rings. Amazon instead wanted something new for the modern audience that's more accessible, reimagined with more casual sensibilities. They wanted to Rings of Power Stargate. What the fuck?
By the way, just for context.
Ring of Power, some people liked it. I thought it was boring. I fell asleep. I couldn't watch Rings of Power. Did you watch Rings of Power? I didn't watch it. I watched the first couple episodes, fell asleep. I was like, this is fucking boring. But then Lord of the Rings, it's hard to get. Lord of the Rings is kind of boring, man. I read all the books. I loved them as a kid. I read all the Hobbit. You know, I read all the shit. I read some of that Semimimion. But I'm not like a super fan. Is it okay to just read fucking Lord of the Rings? Yes. You don't have to be a fucking super fan and watch every episode. Like the movies are fine. They're not like. I don't know why everyone thinks that every movie has to give them like a 6-foot erection. It's okay just to like casually watch shit. It's all right, guys. You don't have to be a super fan about everything.
Assman only casually knows Stargate, but I actually watched every singular minute of it. So if there's even a chance this gets to those ghouls of Amazon producers, it's worth it. We have literally Daniel Jackson on Twitter naming names, including this Blair Fetter, a Netflix executive who only joined Amazon last February, had zero history with Stargate, and decided to kill the whole damn thing.
You guys ready? Yeah, okay, great. Perfect.
Absolutely. This had 1 million views 6 months ago.
Well, we can announce today that a brand new Stargate series is coming to Prime Video.
Wow.
What? It's so rare for the original creators to get to work on the new version of a show. It's just incredible that, Amazon MGM Studios and Prime Video have come together and not gone in a totally new direction, that they have respected what we have all created. And when I say we all, I don't just mean like Brad Joe, I mean like all of the cast and crew, all of the writers.
Didn't capitulate, and now you're going to get this. So
that's kind of, it is kind of a cool idea. You're going to get the original, but it's also kind of tired, right? Why would an executive, like I as much as I kind of like the idea of, like, if I could dig up Gene Roddenberry and have him make a Star Trek episode, that'd be kind of cool, but it'd also be kind of tired and lame, It sounds cool, but, George Lucas making Star Wars today would probably suck because he's old and tired. And he's like, yeah, maybe he would care about shit that we don't care about, you know? He'd care about, I don't know. You got to have, in order for a franchise to live, you got to have new breath in it. There are people out there that love the Calvin verse on Star Trek. They love the ones with Chris Pine. They love them. And that's okay. There's people who love Enterprise, which I think is I like Enterprise a lot, so I don't have a, but there's people who they just got into Star Trek and they love the Academy, Star Trek Academy. Not everything has to be made by the old fucks. Like, I like the idea of just, like, it'd be so dumb if Bob Kane were alive making Batman, because Batman has changed. If you brought Batman back, the Batman creator back to life, and you told him to make a Batman movie, it would suck ass. It'd probably be a little racist too.
This is the original writer of Stargate. Nope, no, sorry. I'm going to have to push back on this. Sadly, it's true. Amazon has elected to not move forward with the new Stargate series. There's not much that I can add beyond confirming what's already happened, but I will say this. Director Martin Garrow developed the Stargate series over 2 years, ultimately crafting a show that offered a fresh, jumping-on point of view for new viewers, while deeply respecting the existing canon. It was a series that avoided the pitfalls of several modern remakes and reboots by fully embracing the core of its predecessors. And based on that creative vision, the new Stargate series was greenlit. As of today, that official vision is no more. Hollywood is run by some of the dumbest people on earth. The studio may revisit the IP with another showrunner, possibly someone who does not have history with it. They would give it a fresh.
I mean, that's the idea. They want some fresh shit. Does that make so? Like, they're in the business of making money, not fan service, and I think that's fine because I'm fucking sick of the fan service. To be honest, like that shitty J.J. Abrams take on Star Wars sucked, but it was so true to the original. No, fuck you. I don't care. It was lame. The last 3 Star Wars were so lame. Actually, the only good one was Last Jedi. Fight me. Because it actually tried something new. At least it tried something new. I will give so much credit for people trying to be authentic and original rather than just jerk off fanboys under the table. Little winks to the fans the whole time. Boring.
Fresh new perspective. Why do they think this is going to work? How many times are they going to have to fail doing the same thing again until they realize that they're just lighting money on fire? Sounds like they were trying to, but you can't make Stargate today. There's no getting around the good guys being the military and the bad guys being evil on a genetic.
What? There's no getting around the good guys being the military and the bad guys being evil on a genetic level. Yeah, but that's what all of Amazon is. Like, have you seen Jack Ryan? Jack Ryan is literally like conservative war porn. Or what about that fucking Jack Reacher? Another war porn. Or what about the Citadel? Spy porn, war porn. Everything is the military is the good guys. Every shit that I fucking watch, the military is the good guys. It's extremely rare that the military isn't the good. Have you seen Top Gun? Have you seen like every fucking even How to Train Your Dragon is like really weirdly military porn. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Everything is pro-military. Even the Fast and Furious franchise is pro-cop and pro-military at this point. And it was supposed to be about like anti-cop racers and stuff. I don't know what the hell. That's normal in America. Every single show is like the military's. Have you seen Transformers? The military, even G.I. Joe. No, not G.I. Joe. Fucking Godzilla. They remade Godzilla. The military is doing halo jumps over Godzilla, and the military families really need to wave those red, white, and blue. Ever heard of Michael Bay?
Level. So the entire premise is anathema. That's exactly. But yeah.
This weapon is called a P90.
Carter, that target. What, 60, 70 yards down? Fire away, son.
Oh.
Major, demonstrate the weapon on single shot.
Yeah, I can see why they're not remaking this one.
Why? You could see that. Dude, is Asmongold... Does he live in America? Where does Asmongold live? Is he even in America? Like, I'm going to check really quick. Where is Asmongold located? Like, where's his residence? Asmongold. Austin. Austin isn't pro-military. He's in Austin, Texas, and he's like, this is, yeah, I can see why they're not making that. Dude, fucking every show is like this. Every show is the military showing some fucking primitive tribe how to actually do it. So much of American culture is war porn. The good guys are the military. Good guys are the cops. He lives in a basement, yeah.
This is a weapon of terror.
Oh, dude. This is more base than I thought it was going to be.
Dude, this is exactly this. This is Jack Ryan. There's a new Jack Ryan movie on Amazon right now, and it's all about killing terrorists. I haven't seen the new movie because I can't watch that Ted Kaczynski. What's that guy, Ted Kaczynski? What's his name? The one that was in that movie about the paper company. What was that TV show about the paper company? It's like a bureau of paper companies. I think it's called The Bureau. Is that what it's called? And that guy, Ted Kaczynski, that was in it, what was his name? Something like that. Ted Kaczynski from The Bureau. He's plays Jack Ryan. And Jack Ryan, if you read the books, which I've read some of the books because I'm an asshole, it's all about how this CIA guy becomes president of the United States by killing Russians and terrorists. Like, whoa, thank you so much. Enough politics. Let's have a music, something like Ava Maria or YMCA. Thank you so much, Steffelson. We'll get to music and we'll play guitar here in a little bit. It's weird. I can't play this and the xylophone at the same time because I can't hear both of them. Isn't that weird? Classy, like Ava Maria or YMCA. I don't play YMCA. I'm sorry. I'm not gay. No, I'm just joking. I hate Donald Trump. Thank you so much for that. Krasinski, that's it. Ted Kaczynski. Ted Krasinski. Ted Kaczynski. Yeah. On Donald Trump's diaper. Thank you so much, Steffelson. Can I get some jubilation for Steffelson for please? Can I get some yellow W's and some green hearts for Steffelson for supporting it? Yeah, The Office, guys. I was just joking. Come on now. The Office. Mad Men. Yeah, it's kind of the same show. Mad Men is like a serious version of The Office. Mad Men is basically the same show as The Office. It's just serious. It's like Honeymoon in Vegas and A Decent Proposal. You know, have you ever seen those? Honeymoon in Vegas as Nicolas Cage as a joke, and then The Decent Proposal is the same movie as Honeymoon in Vegas, but it's with Woody Harrelson and Demi Moore as serious. It's very serious. I love that with Robert Redford. Watch both movies. It's really funny to me that they made the same movie twice. Just one's a comedy. Jubilation. Thank you for the jubilation. It's definitely The Office. Yeah, I was just making funny. But is it Ted Krasinski? Is that his name? Ted Krasinski? Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber? Ted Kaczynski. Anyway, everything he does is war porn. Everything he's always talking about, like the military is the best. This could have been from that. This scene from Stargate could have been made this week.
Eliminate the enemy. This is a weapon of war. It's made to kill your enemy.
We accept your gifts with gratitude and humility. Now, let us celebrate this new alliance.
That's the reason why they don't want to do that, is that they have to always reframe it as the military are the bad guys.
Since when? Since fucking when? There, one battle after another, they had bad military guys in it. So wait, you saw one fucking movie? This is how sickening people like Osmond Gold are. They see one thing that even criticizes the military, and they're like, "Nope, the country's lost. Country's lost. We've lost. Country's lost, everybody. This is it.
Western forces or Western coded forces are evil, and there is some sort of noble savage tribe that is smarter, more moral, better understanding.
I would rather not order you to do this. So I would like all of those willing to attempt the rescue of SG-1 to take one step.
This seems like the sappiest military shit I see every fucking year coming out of Hollywood. There's always a fresh batch of pro-military shit. It's also all over our social media of like people coming home from war and being like, oh my God, Mom, you were here for my graduation. Right now, you'll see a lot of that. You'll see a lot of that on social media right now. Oh my God, you got to come home from the military. You got to take a break from killing people and you're here for graduation. Oh my God. And everyone cheers and people cry and the dog comes up and gets a scruffle and everyone's crying and hugging. America, woo! It's the mythologization of our military. And we do it a lot. Yes, this is all you watch. Great. This is also the Air Force. This is the Air Force? Oh, yeah, I guess they are. They're airmen. Yeah, of course he does. Yeah. Ted Krasinski. Yeah, he loves Israel. Hey, you know what? I ain't got a problem with Israel. I got a problem with Benjamin Netanyahu and his killing squads. You know what I'm saying? With a different government, I think Israel will be fine. But, you know, it's not the end. It's not the end. Look, I don't want to get fucking Israel. Okay, it's out of my system. It's out of my system. Fucking Israel.
The USDA is mobilizing in response to a parasite, which could become a major risk to meat production.
That's Donald Trump, a parasite that is a major risk to meat consumption. This is some great propaganda I wanted to include because they have the technology. Scientists have the technology to make the screwworm extinct because it pisses off ranchers. It pisses off people who kill animals for a living. And so we are going to make this whole species extinct because it annoys ranchers.
It's called the New World screwworm fly, and it's been detected in a 3-week-old calf in La Pryor, Texas. The fly's larvae feed exclusively on the flesh of warm-blooded animals and can kill cattle. It has not been detected in the U.S. livestock in decades. An infestation is not a food safety issue, but it could raise the price of beef at a time when Americans are already paying record high prices. The USDA has activated quarantines and organized the targeted release of sterile flies, which are used to overwhelm fertile flies.
See, they're already doing, see what they do. They take radiation and they zap the flies at a very specific time. And then that makes them sterile. It makes their testicles not work, basically. And then they take those flies and they dump them in America someplace. And those flies make it so they still mate, but then no babies happen. So it's actually a really good plan. All you have to do is alter another animal's gonads, and then you can continue to sell the flesh of these lawn puppies. Cows are basically just big dogs, and you can continue to slit their throats because screwworms, if they get even that's the thing about a screwworm, even if you get a little scratch on a cow or in your nose, like cows, the screwworm can go in there, lay eggs, and then what happens is when the flies come out, it's like really horrific. But it only really is a problem because we take tens of thousands of cows and put them in one area. And when you do that, you basically have a buffet for screwworms. And so now there's more and more and more screwworms. It becomes a bigger problem. Eventually that ends up in human population. And oh my God, when a human gets screwworm, it's really bad. It's really bad with cows too. Don't get me wrong, but it's our fault that this is happening. So in order to continue to make money off enslaved corporate animals, we are going to make the screwworm extinct. And they're floating this idea out with the public right now because they want to get public buy-in to do something that is unheard of, intentionally extincting a whole species through systematic extirpation. It's something we haven't done. We have actually limited these populations for a very long time. That's why we haven't seen them in Texas before. But now they don't just want to introduce sterile flies. They want to introduce it's not a pathogen. I can't remember exactly. They have the technology now to make them extinct, and they want to. So you'll see more and more ads about the screwworm coming up. Wait till it's going to be all over the news. You'll hear about the screwworm all the time because they're trying to get you to be cool with us murdering an entire species because we just don't like that they're inconvenient for our business.
and limit the spread.
New this morning, President Donald Trump is expected to nominate Todd Blanche as U.S. Attorney General, removing that acting tag. Trump's former personal lawyer has been in that role since Pam Bondi was fired nearly 2 years ago. In that time, the president has suggested the job was his to lose, but his confirmation could face a tough road in the Senate. Sunrise's Trevor Shirley is at the White House. Morning, Trevor. This wasn't completely out of the blue. Talk about what you know.
Hey, Hillary, good morning to you. Yeah, this was essentially a foregone conclusion. Most people that follow the White House, the reporters here, essentially knew this was going to happen. The question was, when was the president going to make this nomination? Todd Blanche, we know, took over for Pam Bondi, the former attorney general, after she was fired just about 2 months ago. He's been a long time close.
He has to do it now because now he can wait. He could just postpone confirmation now and keep Todd Blanche in there inevitably.
Personal aide and ally of the president. He was the president's personal attorney during several of the president's previous major court cases. And so this was really no surprise when the president announced last night here at the White House that he'd be nominating Blanche to take over this position on a permanent basis. The question now is whether or not Todd can actually make it through, or Todd Blanche can make it through that confirmation process in the Senate.
Tomorrow, I'm instructing Dan and everybody else that's involved in that very complicated process, which is going to go, I think, very quickly, that we are going to make him permanent Attorney General.
The question now is about whether or not he can actually make it through that Senate confirmation. Here's some of the things that he's been doing since he took over in that act.
He could definitely make it through the confirmation because no Republican's going to vote against Donald Trump. It's still going to happen.
My name is Michelle Bellier, and I'm a police officer with the city of Fairfield. I'm here to provide an update tonight on the incident at Fairfield High School. The information I can provide is I can confirm there were 3 victims with gunshot wounds, ages 11, 20, and 25. And there was 1 additional victim, an 18-year-old, who did succumb to their injuries sustained during this incident. We don't have any information that there's any ongoing threat to the community at this time. This is still a very active incident. And due to that, this is a very active investigation. We're not going to be answering any other questions tonight, okay?
Another shooting at the graduations, man, right after graduation in Fairfield, 1 killed, 3 wounded. Another shooting in California where we have strict gun laws, but
we should have an updated release mid-morning tomorrow as we have information to provide. Thank you.
11, 20, and 25 for those 3 that were injured, and 18 for the individual who's deceased.
Correct.
So, officer, was there any new information you could release? Can you step up to the mic?
Sure. So as I stated, the information we're releasing is there were 3 victims that sustained gunshot wounds, and they are currently being treated for their injuries. Their ages are 11, 20, and 25, and an 18-year-old did succumb to the injuries sustained during this incident.
What kind of?
We don't have any other information to provide right now. Thank you.
Any of them, like the relatives of this?
I have no further information. Thank you guys for your time. Anything else?
You just heard there from the Fairfield Police Department. Not a ton of new information other than we do know the ages of the 3 individuals that sustained gunshot trauma, 11, 20, and 25. As for the person that is now dead after the shooting, they are 18 years old. We are not sure at this point in time if they were a student of the high school that graduated today. That was, of course, Sem Yeto. So that is what we know at this point in time. They said there is no ongoing threat to the community, no word at all if there are a suspect or suspects out there. So
crazy to me. I just wish, when I heard that Brian Thompson got killed, I really thought that we were going to stop doing this shit, man. I thought that we were going to stop, but it turns out, nah, we're going to keep this thing going forever. It's never going to end. We need healthcare in this country. We need a way for people to go and talk about their problems so they stop shooting each other, It's so 4 people, right? 3 injured, 1 dead. Unless that guy shot himself, I don't know. I always get it's just so tough. Every year around this time of year, we see all these executions, all these shootings.
More election coverage. The race to take over Nancy Pelosi's seat in Congress is set for November. State Senator Scott Wiener and San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chan will advance to the general election. Troy Cott.
Yeah, are they undocumented? We don't even know who the 18 with the. We don't know who. The 18-year-old's dead. 11 is injured. 11, 20, and 25. I'm guessing it's like a family thing after graduation. I'm guessing that's what it was. The fact that it was at the school probably is just because people are so tense around like graduations and stuff. People get so crazy during graduation. I don't know if you remember when you graduated. I don't know when I graduated. It's always like, now it's time. You got to do this or that. You got to be. It's just so much pressure. It's just so much pressure. You the one shot. Nice. Yeah, it's funny. I look at that though. District 11, San Francisco County. Looks like a white man will take the position for the Nancy Pelosi seat. The seat left vacant for Nancy Pelosi.
Chakrabarti finished in third place with just 15% of the votes, despite spending an enormous amount of money. ABC 7 Eyewitness News reporter Gloria Rodriguez is live in Chinatown, where Chan just held
They keep on saying that, like, these guys spent so much fucking money, he still didn't win. Good, man. That's a great thing.
Event for supporters. Gloria?
Yes, and that event is now over. She thanks supporters. She also walked around to local businesses here to thank them for their support. And she says the focus is now on November.
This tonight is a start.
We now know it will be San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chan facing off against State Senator Scott Wiener in the general election in November for Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi's seat in Congress. I met with Wiener at his campaign office in San Francisco.
San Franciscans have seen that I have gone to the mat for this community against Donald Trump, whether banning ICE from wearing ski masks, or the bill that I have moving through the legislature now to allow people to sue ICE and Border Patrol and other federal agents who violate people's rights.
It's kind of nice. I don't really want to hear these fuckers, but it's kind of nice to think that someone new is getting in there, someone young. Nancy Pelosi she was like 86 or something. Like, it was time. Thank God she's gone. Thank God Nancy Pelosi. She should have been gone years. She should have been gone 15 years ago. I don't know why we have to keep these assholes in power forever. They need term limits. I guess that's like, if you should spend as much money as possible trying to be a senator, because it turns out you could be there forever as long as you keep your dick out. You keep your dick in your pants, then you'd probably be a senator until you die. Or don't keep your dick in your pants. Be like Strom Thurmond and rape people, and you could be one of the longest serving senators in the history of America. He was so old, he got to filibuster integration.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with this young lady.
Have you heard this Australian lady?
Who seems rather confused, and it seems like
this is Sky Australia. I don't normally put international news.
She wants to confuse others as well with a variety of contradictory pronouns.
You know what else is in my bio? My pronouns. They, she, he. Why? Because I'm non-binary. Yes. There are more ways to be queer than just being capital G gay. Also, I'm literally pansexual, and my partner doesn't change that. I feel like in the big year of 2026, we should know that. Highly recommend reading some books and touching some grass.
Oh, honey, take your own advice. People who touch grass and read books don't typically subscribe to your crazy views and pronoun protocols or victimhood narrative. You know,
victimhood narrative. People who touch grass and read books might. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what books this lady's talking about, but reading books is cool. Maybe you will have some empathy for other people who aren't like you. Usually that's what happens when you read enough books. I think that people who are super conservative like this lady, really racist, they don't read many books. I think that's probably, I don't know who that lady was who was saying that she's non-binary, or they are non-binary. I don't know. She said her pronouns were they, he, she. It's fucking confusing. But hey, if I ever meet her, if she tells me what pronoun to give her, I'll give her whatever pronoun she wants. I don't give a shit. I don't know why people care so much. Hey, could you call me they? Sure, I'll try. Yeah, I'll try. If I fuck it up, give me a little slack. I don't know how hard that is.
If you're one of the people out there who's watching this and who's put pronouns in your bio, it's time to have a good hard look at yourself. Do better. Now we have some.
Yeah, Sky. So Sky Australia is basically Fox. Fox and Sky are owned by the same Rupert Murdoch family. The Murdochs own both. So Sky News Australia is the same. They get the same talking points. Dude mama. Two dude mama. Two dude mama. And also Sky England too. Sky is also, I only know what Sky is because when I lived in England, they did all the sports. They did all like the Premier League. They did I don't know about all of them. They did a lot of like the soccer that you would watch, football. But then they would have their news, and the news would be ultra conservative and weird. So I always thought that was strange that in England they have that. And then, because you'd be watching football, and then afterwards you have this weird commentary like this shit. And I think Australia's the same way. I've never been to Australia, but I have Australian friends, and they tell me it's similar, so I believe them.
Delicious lefty losing it content, and we have to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio for his sterling contribution here. But first, you're going to hear from a Democrat.
There's no pronoun game. Like, if you want to be called, I think it's weird that someone would make a piece of content like, hey, these are my pronouns. Like, I don't care. I don't care what we're if we're in person and you want to be called that, I'm totally cool with like trying to. But seriously, if you're gonna be like a dick about it, I could get why people would be a dick back about it. You know, could we just not be dicks? Like, if somebody, like I've had trans friends and I have messed up their pronouns, and they didn't like hold me, hey, you fucked that up. They didn't do that. They knew it wasn't from a bad place. They knew that I was trying, and they were pretty cool about it. I've had lots of trans people in my life because I've worked with large groups. I've had traveled broadly, and I've been in the arts, and they abound. There's trans people out there, and sometimes you fuck up the pronouns, man. And they're usually cool about it. I don't know why people are like, no, they're Nazis about it. No, they're not. I've never had that experience. I get why online everyone's like, how dare you misgender Elliot Page? All right, fine. Okay, like whatever. I think it's fucked up when people intentionally misgender Elliot Page. But if you were in person and you accidentally called Elliot Page Ellen, I'm sure Elliot Page would be like, it's fine. They usually are. They usually are. I've never met one to be like, usually it's someone else getting upset on their behalf. But I've never met a trans person that gets all like so angry and offended like that. I've never experienced that. I see it on TV, but I don't think it's real. MAGA screams, I'm a man, I'm a real boy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And they also put a bunch of makeup all over their faces and wear big shoulder pads so you know that Donald Trump's a real man.
I've never heard of her either. Sydney Kamlaga Dove carrying on like a fruitcake during a House hearing.
We're talking about a $1.8 billion.
This lady, though, this Sky Australia, I've seen her before. She called Greta Thunberg a angry little doom goblin. I thought that was so funny. Angry little doom goblin.
Slush fund. And I think that's corruption. The American people think that's corruption. They want to know if you think that's corruption.
Okay. Number two, this goes right to the point of transparency. You're absolutely wrong about the way the money flows. It's pretty straightforward, and I'll share.
So I'm going to have to reclaim my time again because
well,
the
what
question
kind of process
about
is this? They get to answer, ask questions you don't get to answer?
It's my time. The question about corruption is really important.
So why am I here?
It's because you're not answering the fucking questions, Marco. Marco kept doing this like, what? I don't get to answer the questions. I'm the victim here. Marco was pretty smart on how to do the time. He was pretty clever, and he did it without looking like too much of a little bitch like all the others.
If I don't have to answer your questions or your defamatory statements.
Reclaiming my time.
Reclaim. I want you to, but I want to reclaim. Do I get time? Because you make these defamatory statements and no one can talk here.
If you can't call out corruption,
it is crazy, and that's the entire process. The Secretary of State, who has about a dozen roles at this point, is.
Yeah, the reason why the Secretary of State has a dozen roles is because it's a very hard job. That's what we expect of the Secretary of State. And also because Donald Trump is a shitty leader. It doesn't fucking do anything. And so he puts everything on Marco, on Marco, on Marco, on Marco, on Marco. Marco should not have all of these jobs. But we keep firing people. Donald Trump keeps firing people. And Marco has to pick up the slack. Marco Rubio, I hate him, but he's been fucked. Like he's definitely carrying a lot of water. He's carrying more than his fair share of the water right now.
Wasting his valuable time appearing at a hearing, not to answer questions, but to watch Democrats have little tantrums.
Oil. These guys
who
get to talk and I don't get to answer?
Determines the barrels of oil that get sold? How many of them?
Answer your question. I have an answer for your question.
Where is it going? I will let you.
Their time for me to answer
the onus is on you to prove that there is no corruption happening. That is your responsibility as the Secretary of State.
And when Marco Rubio was finally given a few seconds to respond, the Democrat asking the questions there fled the chamber.
Why is she leaving? I'm going to answer her questions.
I will.
Oh, she's going. Okay, I got it. Well, thank you for coming.
And here is a Democrat, Madeline Dean, also misused.
She left the chamber because it was meaningless to keep going. She's using a leftist tactic of asking questions but not wanting an actual answer. Right. Asking about corruption, who decides who gets the oil, those are answers that he will not give. So you can't wait for him to waffle on because then you don't have any time. That's the game, you understand? There's a clock. And once you introduce the clock, the questioner only has a tiny amount of time. When he's talking, he can run down her clock. It's his game. She has a much tighter limitation than he does. He could go over that clock. She cannot. You see? She's at a disadvantage. That's not a leftist thing. They both do it. They both have to ask questions quickly. If they don't answer, they got to move on to the next one. They've only got 5 questions or so they know they can ask, and they try to get to all of them. That's what they all do. Wait till Sweet Havoc. I know you're just like 11 years old, but like wait until you grow up and you see that there's people of different parties involved and they do the same thing. In fact, the Democrats probably it's definitely worse now because MAGA, these fucking Congress people, and these cabinet members don't answer questions at all. They just attack, and they clutch their pearls, and they pretend like they're victims.
This hearing to rave and rant rather than seek answers.
And we saw an incredible amount of the aid flow into Hamas's hands.
Reclaiming my time. The aid was held up at the border by Israel, and you know
it. The rules here. You can't even answer a question.
You're not following the rules. You're very familiar with how this works.
No, I never served in the House. This is a weird rule. Will you ask the question and I can't answer?
Would you please add time to the clock?
Nope.
And to complete this terrible trifecta, here is Democrat Sarah Jacobs ranting and raving about shoes.
Just like you couldn't admit that the shoes the president bought you were too big. You clearly don't know what winning means. And not because the facts are unclear to you. It's because telling the truth would cost you your job. And the American people are
The clown shoes thing is such like that she definitely did this for the gram.
entitled to a Secretary of State who tells them the truth even when the president doesn't want to hear it. And my constituents, our service members, deserve better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I don't know what shoes she's talking about. What is she talking about?
You don't know? You don't know the shoe thing, Marco? Someone should tell Marco about the shoe thing. Here's the joke, Marco. Everyone's making fun of you because you told Donald Trump that you have a 13 size shoe. And we all watched him ask you, hey, do you want a pair of shoes? Florsheims are the best shoes. And so he thinks, because like a lot of old people, they think Florsheims are just the greatest shoes in the world. So Donald Trump went around buying people shoes. He bought Hegseth shoes. He bought all the men. He bought shoes because Donald Trump is a old gay man. So he bought all his friends' shoes. But when he asked the sizes, Marco told him he was like size 13 or something. So then they took pictures of Marco wearing these shoes, and they're ridiculously big on him. They look like clown shoes. They look like he's wearing his daddy's shoes. And that's been a fucking huge joke because we all watched it happen in real time. Like there was a report about him asking all these guys for shoes. And then the joke was, is Donald Trump just an old gay man? What is this with the shoes thing? And then we found out that from a leak that Marco had lied about his shoe size, said that he had these huge feet. And then later, we see pictures of the shoes. These are 3 separate stories that happened, and it's beautiful because Marco Rubio's shoes are massive. They're bigger than his ears. Don't tell me that I wear like 12 and you wear 12s. I wear 12 and a half. Like I can't, it sucks because 13 is too big for me. I'm 6'5", and 13 is too big for me, but 12's too small. 12 and a half is just right. And they're really hard to find. It sucks. It's 12 and a half. It's more common now, but when I was a kid or younger, not when I was a kid, like when I was little, my shoes were not 12 and a half. But when I was like in my 20s, I couldn't find 12 and a half. Now it's easier. It's easier these days. But man, I used to try to wear 12s. I've even tried to wear 11 and a half since like my feet are fucked. I don't know if it's just me, but I spend most of my life on my feet. My feet have gotten bigger as I get older. It's a whole thing. I found out that pregnant ladies get big, their feet get bigger. I found that out maybe 15 years ago. I didn't know that until 15 years ago, I didn't know that women, their feet got bigger when they got pregnant. But I've spent so much time in the industry working. I've worked on my feet. Most of my life I've worked on my feet, and my feet have gotten bigger over the years. Isn't that weird? Yeah. But anyway, that's how we do it. Marco Rubio, big feet.
Representative Birch.
Or little feet. Oh, I don't know what he's talking. I love this look. I don't know what shoes. What shoes? Are people talking about my shoes? Yeah, Marco, like you don't know.
You're recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd like to answer any of that.
Yeah, I don't know about the shoes. I mean, he gave me some Florsheims shoes. They're actually pretty good. They fit fine. I don't know what she's talking about. Maybe that's what she's referring to.
Your shoes look very nice today, Mr. Secretary.
How can you see them? They're way down here. We're talking about shoes. Are you guys kidding me? I mean, is
Hold on a second. Marco Rubio's 2 big clown shoes. Marco Rubio's oversized clown shoes stem from an Oval Office meeting where President Trump criticized the footwear of his cabinet members. Trump pulled out a catalog and gifted Rubio a pair of $145 Florsheim Oxfords. When photographed wearing the shoes, Rubio was mocked online for the obvious gap in his heels. Observers speculate the shoes were at least a couple of sizes too big, with some comparing the mandate to wear a boss's uniform to historical dictator tropes. That's exactly it. It's like the dictator, and you gotta wear these shoes. Shit. Look at this. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna bring it on the screen right now, just so you know what I'm talking about. Here we go. Here is the shoe. Here's the shoe. Like, they're clearly, and if you look, like, he's standing on his tippy toes on the other shoe, but the one that the picture is of, like, that's just so embarrassing and sad. And he's wearing Florsheim, and then I think so is Hegseth in this picture. They're all wearing Florsheim now. They gotta wear where the boss tells them to, because the boss thinks they all wear shitty shoes. Because that's what dictators do. They're like, you got to wear what I tell you to wear. They got to wear the boss's uniform. And so now there's his shoe. Of course they would talk about. I think it's funny. It's kind of scary because it's like the boss is telling people what to wear and shit. Like, why is the president telling these people what to wear? But he puts their little hats. He puts their little hats in every cabinet meeting too. Gives them all little hats, and then he gives them all little shoes. He wants them to wear Florsheims and red hats. You guys, it's Tuesday. It's Florsheims and red hats. Like, and he clearly told Donald Trump the wrong shoe size. Like, I don't know. I think it's funny. I get a kick out of it. And the fact that this is the face he makes. Florsheim, they fit really well. What do you mean? They fit really well. Really? They fit really well, Marco? They fit really well, do they? They fit great. I'm size 13. Okay, Shaq. They're size 13.
Is this the Foreign Affairs Committee, or is this like a circus? What is this?
It's a circus. To California now, where voters fed up by the many, many failures of Democrat leaders.
It's so weird that Australians would have this report. I think it's great. I love that Australians really give a shit about Marco Rubio's thing. $200 for a pair of shoes seems wrong. Florsheims are expensive. That's why old people think they're really cool. But they're just like, I don't know. When I was a kid, my father told me Florsheims are really nice shoes. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm not wearing Florsheims anytime in my lifetime. Florsheims are really great shoes. No, they're expensive shoes. It's just like, you know, men have Florsheims, women have, I don't know, Louis Vuitton, the red bottoms. Stupid.
So question, when's the last time we checked the ingredients on our favorite yogurt, ice cream, Oreos? Most people don't, and the food industry is counting on that because what's about to be in those products is not what we think it is, and the story of how it got there involves Israel and our tax dollars. Yup, we are quite literally talking goy. Let's get into it. Okay, so first let's talk bioreactors. A bioreactor is basically a giant industrial tank. You put cells or microorganisms in, you feed them nutrients, they grow, they produce something. Think fermentation with beer, yogurt, kombucha, but instead of making alcohol, you're making dairy proteins.
Okay, so fermentation. Got it. Fermentation. We all eat fermented stuff, like she just said, kombucha, beer, wine. We eat fermented stuff, pickles.
Meat protein, cocoa butter, no animal, no farm, no rainforest, just a tank. Yum. There are 3.
Wait a second. What's the problem? You just said it was like beer. If I can make meat in the same process that I use to make beer, why wouldn't I? That makes sense, right? We have the technology now to make meat without all the flies and the shit and the piss and the pus and all of the blood. Let's do that. Like, that sounds like a good idea. Wait, you can make meat in the same process that you make beer, and you don't have to have the piss, the shit, the blood. Sounds like a good plan to me. Let's hear why that's a problem.
3 versions of this that you need to know about. The first is cultivated meat. This is where you take a small biopsy of cells from a living animal, no slaughter required. So here you go, vegans. You drop them in a tank and the cells.
There you go, vegans. Actually, this this way is not actually not vegan because you took something from an animal. That's not vegan. You're still enslaving an animal. So that's not vegan. So there you go, moron.
Multiply into this mush of muscle tissue that you then press into the shape of a steak or a burger patty, whatever the product's supposed to be. The second is precision fermentation dairy, where you take the specific gene responsible for making milk protein in a cow, insert it.
Yeah, so this is this is the future. Precision fermentation. It's basically like making beer. It's called precision fermentation. It's the same way we make insulin. We make lots of stuff. You are already a consumer of precision fermented products. We're getting better at it over time. And pretty soon you'll have Chick-fil-A with precision fermented chickens because it's far better for you, the chicken, and the world because no more pandemics. Hey, you won't have a million genetically similar animals in a tightly confined area breathing the same air and getting the same virus so that you have to kill tens of thousands at a time by burning down the whole building. So that you won't have to do that anymore, which is, I think a plus because then no more pandemics.
Into yeast or bacteria, drop that into a tank with water and sugar. The bacteria then multiplies and produces milk protein as a byproduct. Again, no cow, just a tank. And
That's good. That sounds like a no cow, just a tank. That's great, right? No cow, no piss, shit, and pus. No raping cows, no more slitting throats, no more fucking their babies, none of that. No more taking the babies away from moms. Yeah, precision fermentation. It's probably, I think it's obviously the future. We already have milk. It's identical to dairy. You drink it, it tastes exactly like dairy.
third is cell cultured cocoa. So this is where they extract real cells from cocoa beans, put them in a bioreactor, and 2 beans end up producing what would normally take 4 tons of cocoa and 10,000 square meters of rainforest. Now
That's great, right? Because now you have chocolate without killing all of the animals. That's pretty cool too. You don't have to chop down all the rainforest to grow chocolate. Chocolate is one of the most ecologically horrible things for planet Earth. It'd be great if we could do it for coffee. We got coffee because coffee is also very bad for the environment, and I'm a coffee addict. So it'd be really cool if we got coffee.
industry will tell you that this is the same thing as the real version. You know, that the cells are real, the proteins are identical. It's just a more efficient process. Well,
That's right. It's true.
their framing, not mine. Because something
It's more efficient and it doesn't kill anybody. So that's why we do it.
grown in a tank is not the same thing as something grown in a field or a farm or a rainforest.
A field or a farm or so what's the argument here? You want us to chop down rainforest for Hershey bars? Is that what you want? You want to just extinct all these animals every year so you could keep eating chocolates? You fucking idiot.
The molecule might be similar, sure, that's debatable, but the process is completely different, and we deserve to decide what we put in our bodies. First, let's talk about the companies we've never heard of that are already in or almost in our food. The top 3 precision fermentation dairy companies in the world right
You do get to decide. You totally get, she's right about that. You get to decide. Now you get to decide all the time what kind of person you want to be. Do you want be a person who rapes women? Do you want to be a person who beats children? Do you want to be a person that abuses animals? Do you want to be a person? You get to decide these things. And that's how we decide. That's how we all decide whether or not you're a piece of shit. So like when Donald Trump decides to rape women and abuse children, we know that he's a piece of garbage, right? He also abuses animals. We know that you're a bad person because you've made those decisions, but you do get to choose. You get to choose what you do. And we get to choose how we react to those choices.
now are Perfect Day, Remilk, and Imagine Dairy. 2 out of the 3 are Israeli. Just keep that in mind. Perfect Day, an American company.
Oh, no. They're Israeli, though. Oh, no. They're Israeli. Oh. We need to keep chopping down rainforest because some of these companies are going to be Israeli companies.
Out of California, it's already on shelves with Brave Robots ice cream, Modern Kitchen cream cheese. Their whey protein is in commercial food products right now. We probably walked past it without knowing. Remilk, an Israeli company, FDA approved, already launched in Israeli grocery stores in January 2026 and eyeing a US launch this year. Imagine Dairy, also Israeli, also FDA approved. Danone, the company behind Silk and So Delicious, already took a minority stake and they're actively seeking US partnerships right now. All of them go into the same things, all your favorite dairy products, milk, yogurt, ice cream, cream cheese, and they don't even have to replace the whole product. Just 5 to 35%, enough to be there, but not enough for you to notice. Now let's
Yeah, I've been saying that since I've been vegan for 21 years, and I've probably been saying that for 20 years. That in the future you're not going to see Big Macs be like, hey, it's a soy Mac. It's going to be 35% some other, and it already is a large percentage of not flesh. It's not actually beef. It's some beef and a bunch of other shit. So in the future, they'll have better products to put in there, and it'll slowly replace. So you'll have fewer and fewer cows being slaughtered because it's cheaper to do fermentation. They'll ease it in. This is just capitalism. This was always bound to happen. They were always going to find a better way. When we were kids, they used to talk about like growing cows with no heads so that they don't suffer. Some people said that they would have cows that actually genetically altered to want to die. Some thought that they wouldn't have cows at all, just they could grow the parts of the cows that they wanted. They could just clone a ham hock or something, or not. Obviously a ham is from a pig, but you know what I mean. They could just grow a filet mignon. And everyone could eat filet mignons now because they could just grow a filet mignon without the cow. And they've always been talking about doing this, but now the industry doesn't want you to. I don't know who stands to gain for this lady. Whose payroll is she on?
Talk about the chocolate, okay? Because this is the one that actually got me mad. Like, this is kind of what started this all for me. There's Celeste Bio. It's another Israeli company making this.
What's wrong with chocolate being grown? You want to keep killing animals?
Cell cultured cocoa butter. Mondelez, the company that makes Oreos, Cadbury.
Like, chocolate is a major ecological disaster. As chocolate consumption increases, rainforests are more and more devastated. Like, it's one of the worst. Cows are definitely the worst. But chocolate, coffee, sheep, I forget. Like, the top 5 are things you wouldn't accept. The top 5 worst things for the environment. Cows are always number 1. And it's like coffee, chocolate, and sheep, I think.
Toblerone, Chips Ahoy has invested in them twice. Already developed nearly a dozen chocolate bars using their fake cocoa butter. They are targeting 2027 for commercial scale, meaning they want to put this in our Oreos on our shelves come year 2027. Ew. And then there's Kokomoto, also is.
Yeah, palm oil too. They're saying that they're going to ferment. They'll do precision fermentation for palm oil, which would be great because mostly palm oil is killing orangutans, which, people like orangutans, and they're killing all the orangutans. We will have no more orangutans because America has tripled its consumption of palm oil in the last 5 years. Like, we are consuming way more palm oil in America, and it's killing all of the animals.
Really, also the fake cocoa. No consumer products yet. They are still very early, but Cargill just signed a partnership with them in February 2026 to develop a cell-based chocolate. If you don't know Cargill, okay, they are the largest privately held food company in the United States, one of the biggest in the world, actually Tyson's biggest competitor, and McDonald's primary supplier for just about everything, like beef, oil, eggs. Most Americans have never heard of them, but you might have one of their products.
Most Americans have never heard of Cargill. Every American's heard of Cargill. Cargill's in basically everything. Cargill, if you open up your pantry, it might not say Cargill. So one of the items in your pantry says Cargill on it, but almost everything that you've ever eaten has the Cargill family. There's, I think, 21 billionaires in the Cargill family. They're not just one of the biggest, they are the biggest food supplier in the world, and they are one of the biggest companies, private companies in the world. Thank you, Navia. Hey, thank you so much. Navia, thank you so much. How do you feel about precision fermentation? Thank you so much, Navia. You're amazing. I love you. Can I get some jubilation for Navia, please? Can I get some jubilation for Navia? I see that Thorn says because palm oil is cheap and neutral in taste. Well, it's a lot more than that. Palm oil is also keeps things shelf stable. Shelf stability is extremely important. So that's a whole other thing. If you can make the same product and you don't have to refrigerate it, that's a huge win. And palm oil helps you that. It used to be you had to refrigerate a lot more stuff than you do today, mostly because of the coagulate that kept it together. It would all just melt and fall apart. Now with palm oil at room temperature, palm oil still keeps its firmness so that you can make frostings and all sorts of shit that we used to not be able to do. You could do with palm oil. Anyway, palm oil. It's probably going to be precision fermented soon. Please. Thank you so much, Navia. You're incredible. I love you. Thank you so much.
In your pantry right now. I could do a whole episode on Cargill.
Thank you so much. I'm begging for cash lately because I'm moving. I don't know if everybody already knows that I'm moving. I'm moving out of California. Damn it. But I'm going to need a lot of money to escape. So I'm begging.
Family behind them, okay? But for now, just know this is not a small fish writing a check, okay? This is a huge partnership between the U.S. and Israel. On the meat side, the fake chicken is already here. Upside Foods, backed by the usual suspects, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and Good Meat, both got full FDA and USDA approval in 2023 and are already being served in select U.S. restaurants, so watch out for that chicken. But what's interesting about this one is the second it went public, the pushback started. Italy actually banned lab-grown meat outright in December 2023. Production, sale, import, all of it. So their agriculture minister basically stood on business and said, absolutely not, Bill. Hungary then followed suit, and we have Austria, France, Greece, several other European countries moving in the same direction. Then there's Aleph Farms, and this is the main Israeli cultivated beef company. Okay, this is the big one. And get this, they are also backed by cargo. Aleph actually got blocked here at home in the United States. Florida, Texas, and 5 other states banned lab-grown red meat specifically. Because remember, we have the chicken here. We also have fake salmon. But farmers and the cattle industry saw it coming, took the fight public, and so the beef is out for now. But Aleph Farms was not too happy about this, so bet they're gonna try again. Then there's Believer Meats, another major Israeli fake meat company. They actually collapsed in late 2025. They just ran out of money, apparently. I only bring them up because they were backed heavily by Tyson. So I don't know if you're noticing a pattern here, but every Israeli biotech company seems to have a lot of American support.
Because you could do basically American business in Israel where everyone speaks English and they are safe to do business with. We do a lot of business with Israel, especially when it comes to tech. Tech and AI is the largest component of the Israeli GDP. So they got a lot of smart people there with a lot of people, and they speak English, so we do it there. And they don't have the regulations we have. So Tyson, it's funny because I've been talking about this for so many years. Tyson is one of the largest contributors to finding meat alternatives. They see the writing on the wall. They know that raising chickens is fucking expensive and it's dangerous. And it's not going to be forever that the American people are going to pick up the tab every time they do something stupid with their money and cause a pandemic, which is what they've done over and over and over again with bird flu. But hey, we're going to keep doing this for a while. But Tyson, they see the writing on the wall. Cargill sees the writing on the wall. They want to get in on the action before it's too late. They need to diversify because they know that we're not going to be eating cows, chickens, and pigs forever. We need to transition. It's a necessity. We will not be able to continue to eat cow flesh. Sorry, everybody. You maybe will be like once or twice a year, but it's going to change. You're not going to be able to eat cow flesh for breakfast, lunch, and dinner like you do today. Probably a lot of you are already switching. They've already successfully brainwashed you to eat chickens instead. Chickens historically have been a lot cheaper. The Franken chicken, the chicken of tomorrow, was used to make it so it'd be way cheaper than cows and you could feed more people. But now chickens are more expensive for a lot of reasons, bird flu being one of them. But also because of international markets and blah, blah, blah. There's so much other stuff going on. But yeah, chickens are likely going to cause the next pandemic.
Anyways, the fake meat space, at least in parts of Europe and here in the US, has been very loud in public. People saw it coming and they did push back, which is exactly why I think that the dairy and the cocoa are taking a different route. So they're not coming through the front door, okay? They're coming through the ingredient supply chain as unlabeled components of products we already buy. And most people don't even know that's happening. What's interesting though is that in Israel, it looks different. For example, Remilk, they chose to label their products transparently. So Israeli consumers know exactly what they're buying. They literally launched it as new milk. Here in the US, the FDA issues what are called no questions letters. So no consumer disclosure required, no labeling required. Same Israeli company, same product, different standards. So I guess we just gotta make.
Welcome to America. Like, we don't fucking do that in America. Companies are able to poison us. Welcome to America. They get to do whatever the fuck they want.
So we're reading that small print on the back of the milk. Other countries actually have biotech food companies too with FDA clearance, for example, Finland and France, but none of them have the American corporate muscle behind them pushing their products into our supply chain, which raises the question I couldn't stop thinking as I was researching this, as I was prepping this episode. Why Israel? What is so special about Israeli food biotech? But before we get to that, okay, let's talk about why corporations are doing this at all, because what they're going to tell us, or what they already are telling us, is it's all about sustainability. You know, less land, less water, lower emissions.
No, it's about money. It's always been about money. It's capitalism. They know that we aren't able to keep doing the way we're doing it, and they want to keep making money. It's everybody should already know that. Capitalists do not care about the environment. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about women. They don't care about children. They don't care about human beings. They don't care about the planet. They don't care about fucking anything. Capitalist cares about money. The corporation, it really can only do one thing, which is make money. That's what it's designed to do. That's all it will ever do. If you try to get a corporation to do something else, it will soon default to making money again. It's a sociopathic shark. Even a shark has more scruples than a corporation.
So Vietnam is digging up people's graves to make room for Trump's $1.5 billion golf resort. So the Trump organization is making this luxury resort outside of Vietnam's capital, Hanoi. And this is the project that Eric Trump has called the envy of all of Asia and of the entire world. But according to recent reporting, this project could force more than 4,000 households to relocate and literally forces graves in the area to be dug up and moved. I mean, this is horrifying. People are literally leaving large X marks painted on graves of their loved ones. Some graves actually go back to the Vietnam War to show that they've already removed their remains. And then of course, it gets worse because residents are saying that the compensation that they're being offered for their farmland and for all of these burial sites are just way too low. The Financial Times reported that 72-year-old Wang Do was paid $2,600 to literally remove his son and parents' remains. He said, quote, "It's painful. I'm outraged by the compensation price." Reuters has reported that farmers were being offered as little as $12 for 10 square feet of land. And so even their livelihood is being put at risk. And what's interesting is that even the politics in this entire situation are super messy because the reason that Vietnam even agreed to this like billion-dollar crazy project is to avoid those super high US tariffs that the
Remember this? Remember when Vietnam was doing backroom deals with Trump, and we saw him like buddy with Vietnam. We saw him like whispering and shit, and you saw Eric over there and shit. Turns out they're building stuff that the Trump family is making money off of it. That's why they didn't get the tariffs, and that's why they're now digging up graves of old Vietnamese people. They're gonna dig up some graves of some old Vietnamese people. Who cares, right?
Trump administration imposed last year. Those tariffs that Trump was talking about would hit over 30% of Vietnam's exports. And so to avoid that, the Vietnamese government reportedly broke its own laws to fast track this resort. Apparently, there's even going to be a $1 billion Trump Tower in Ho Chi Minh, which is another part of Vietnam that's coming soon. This is
Ho Chi Minh Trump Tower, Ho Chi Minh coming out. What an American Donald Trump is. What a God-blessed red-blooded American the guy is. Wow. What an incredible human. Way to go. Let's dig up the graves. Yes, let's dig up their graves. What an idiot. You're right. Donald Trump is an idiot, Red Baker Company. You're absolutely right. Donald Trump is an idiot. He allowed the Vietnamese to basically it was a trade. He got the Vietnamese to break their own laws and decide to just displace people and dig up graves so that he could build resorts. Wow, it's almost like the same thing that's happening in Albania, and Ivanka's behind a lot of it. It really is nice to see her carry on the family name, right? Pissing all over everything, putting your name all over everything, shitting on local politicians, shitting on local indigenous tribes, shitting on the environment, destroying anything you can, digging up graves. Digging up graves. Way to go. Way to go. Beautiful.
obviously shady and heartbreaking, and just another example of how Trump and his family are again mixing politics and business, and this is actually affecting people's lives. Both the Newsgirls and Jezebel will continue to report on this construction and follow new Trump organization properties that are wrecked around the world, so follow to stay in the loop.
Harold,
there you go. All around the world, we're opening up Trump Towers. Yes, Trump Tower, Ho Chi Minh, ladies and gentlemen. It all came to this. Wow, good thing we fought that war. Only 60,000 Americans died, and we did it. We did it for Donald Trump so he can one day a rich piece of shit's going to dig up all these graves and build a resort. It's going to be great. It'll be great.
Is this what Tofu needs to talk sports?
No, I think he needs to keep talking about the things that I think are on the minds of everyday voters, from the way they're living, the concerns they have about their lives, the concerns they have about their kids, what we're going to do to improve education, lower prices, make the community, and indeed some of the things we talked about in Los Angeles are going to be talked about there. I think when you, I liken Tallarico in some ways to Pratt.
No, dude, his blood is black. His black, where there was a heart, there's just a little piece of coal, and his heart is black.
In one regard, in that Tallarico, you wouldn't think he'd be leading in the early polls against a Republican. With all the things they're talking about with the guy, and I don't understand why you're talking about the guy for being healthy. I mean, if you want to eat vegetables, that's fine. It just leaves more beef for you and I, leaves more ribs for us. But I don't quite get that one. But he's an interesting.
Dude, you're with someone's mom last night? That's amazing. Whose mom were you with? You were with someone's mom? Disagrees with half the shit. You talking about Donald Trump still? My mom's been dead for years. I don't know whose mom you're with. Donald Trump's mom's dead. My mom's dead. Who are you talking about there, buddy? Red Baker. That's really weird, bringing up moms. What a weird guy. Like, what kind of guy goes onto a stream and starts talking about people's moms? Like, what kind of a person is that? Is that a person that's a good person? Do you think Red Baker? Let's look at what Red Baker said. You know, I was with your mom last night and she was sucking my dick and she disagrees with half the shit you say. Who are you talking about? What kind of person puts that in a chat? Do you know? Does your mom know you write shit like that? Did your mom know what? You should send that to your mom and let her know what kind of person she raised. Your mom did a horrible job with you. My God, she'd be so embarrassed. She would be so embarrassed. Your mom would be so embarrassed if she knew what you were up to, little boy. or little girl. I can't really tell, or someone in between. I don't know.
Candidate, and he might be running at a time in which the state of Texas, which is going through a lot right now, and they have a candidate who I don't think is as polished. People talk about Platinum. I think Paxton has some imperfections as well.
Ken Paxton's a fucking train wreck.
Not a Nazi. Well, he'll have to answer for some of the fraud and some of the impeachment and some of the other things. But look, that's for voters there to
Fraud. At least he never got a Nazi tattoo. Yeah, right. Plattner's got problems, but Ken Paxton's a thief. He stole people's money.
To wrestle with. And if you can get through the gymnastics to get you to land to support Paxton,
I don't have to. I could just say, you guys are supporting a Nazi.
Right. But if you, Paxton, a lot of things, he let off a guy that assaulted a little boy.
But you never
Donald Trump is the only Nazi that anybody supported.
go in depth into that because you know.
I'm sorry. How much more depth do you have to go into? Wait a minute. We got plenty of time in November. The gymnastics to get to Paxton and the gymnastics you have to do to get to Plattner. I wouldn't vote for Plattner.
No, one is a pirouette. The other is like a pretzel.
Here we are.
Come on.
Here we are.
No one has a Nazi
You're doing
tattoo.
whataboutism, Harold, and it's beneath you.
The what about guys? I don't mind at all when you say, look, everybody knows who President Trump is. When he hurls invective at people, you say that's just who he is. That may be true, and there are good things that he does in your mind. Voters will have an opportunity in Texas to decide if him being a vegan is that big of a problem. Who has the best plan to lower gas prices, to make food more affordable, make clothing more affordable, to ensure that we get out of this war in Iran? That's what the voters in Texas
and also they know that it's bullshit that he's vegan. Everyone knows that Tellerico's an 8th generation Texan, and Ken Paxton was born in North Dakota. Neither of them are vegans. Tellerico's never been vegan. They could keep trying to say that's the best they got. That's the best they got. Try to say that a guy's vegan. Good luck. Good luck. Tellerico's gonna fucking destroy Ken Paxton. Just wait.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. A national vote counting disgrace. That's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, last night's results, so far at least, show us that Californians may just want to save their state after all. If the vote counting fiasco Democrats put in place lets them, that is. As of Showtime, Republican gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton is in the top spot with 27.8%, followed by Javier Becerra at 25.4%, Steyer's down at 19.6%. So in this convoluted jungle primary system, the top two finishers, as you may remember, face off in November. Now, given that 8.2 percentage points separate Hilton from Steyer, one would think that Hilton's a shoo-in, right? Oh, not so fast, because in California, the vote counting can go on for not days, but...
Oh, yeah, they say, so those numbers in Vietnam are really weird. They say between 2 and 3 million Vietnamese people were killed. It's hard to tell because there were multiple sides during the war and lots of people from lots of different countries. I think the American soldier count of it being like 68,000 is pretty accurate because you can get to 90,000 with the Australians and Canadians who helped in Vietnam. A lot of people, no, not Canada, but Australians went. They lost a lot of people there too. It wasn't just the Americans, right? Americans had help. So probably you're right, 90,000. You're probably right.
Weeks after the final polls close, the California Secretary of State issued a press release to this effect yesterday, reminding everyone that California...
Yeah, Ken Paxton is a piece of shit. I can't believe, of course Donald Trump supports him, but Ken Paxton, there's no way. They're going to, I can't wait to see the ads about Ken Paxton. They're going to be really fun. Ken Paxton released a child rapist after 30 days of a 25 to life sentence. That's right. It's just... It goes on and on and on. All the bad shit that Ken Paxton has done. He's corrupt, and Texans know it. Texans know.
Counties have about 2 weeks, 13 days to be exact, to count all of their ballots. 13 days. And the man who spent $200 million on his own lackluster campaign, only to come in third on election night, feels, for that, optimistic.
It might take some time to figure out where this is going. We're going to wait.
Well, I don't think I don't think James Tallarico supports animal rights. I think James Tallarico gives lip service to animal rights organizations, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, if you were giving him a grade and it was him versus Ken Paxton, you'd give Ken Paxton an F and you'd give Tallarico a C, if it was about whether or not who's more pro animal.
Until every ballot is counted, we're going to give democracy a time.
Or good for if it would take any angle on that. You could say who's better for the environment. You'd give Tallarico a B or a C, and you'd give Ken Paxton an F.
Work, and we know we finished really strong.
Yeah, democracy in quotes there. Well, meanwhile, in Florida, another state with a huge percentage of voting by mail, they finished the vote on election night somehow.
Oh, this lady fucking pisses me off. She's crazy. She's crazy.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, gentlemen. President Trump got elected, promised to deport the worst of the worst. I'm from California, a sanctuary state, from Orange County, who
Orange County? Oh, no, he's from my neck of the woods.
Follows the laws of a sanctuary state. So picture here, we do have a lot of exceptions, meaning we do call ICE when we have the worst of the worst. We call you when we're about to release them. I'm going to show you also a statistic from Sheriff Don Barnes, who Mr. Troy Edgar knows very well. In 2025, we called ICE 323 times, 52 times, didn't show up to pick up the worst of the worst.
Oh shit. Total screenings conducted 824 not referred to ICE. So 323, 52 times they were not picked up by ICE.
I showed these statistics to your predecessor, and today you're doing better. Only 6 were not picked up. But that's 6, the worst of the worst, that you still haven't picked up. Manpower, it's an issue, yeah. But right now you're focusing on 70% of the people you're picking up don't have a criminal record. So I'd advise you, let those folks that are actually working and paying taxes.
Because it's not about this. It's not about criminal records. If it were about criminal records, he's totally right. They'd be fucking picking up these people.
Continue to work and focus on the worst of the worst. If you want to help me, Mr. Secretary, keep Main Street safe, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. I need your help. DACA recipients, those folks that have gone here to this country, little boys, little girls, I have 2 of them that are police officers. Their DACA permits expired. They had to be dismissed by local police agencies. I wrote you this letter, sir, asking me to please help me renew those DACA permits. I think you're working on one, but there's a whole lot more folks out there that need to have the DACA renewals renewed in a timely basis. Can I ask you to please help me with that? I wrote you this letter. Can we work on this?
Absolutely. We'd love to help with this. But as you know, Congressman, the fastest way to actually fix this DACA issue is for Congress to actually pass legislation to fix it.
With all due respect.
Oh, yeah, it's Congress's fault. We have DACA recipients, deferred action for childhood arrival. And he's going after people who are DACA. At DACA, those people have been here for like 40 years, 50 years, some of these people. That's how long they've been here. They came over when they were 1, 2, 3 years old. I think you have to be under 5. I think you have to be under 5 to be DACA. And now they're going after those people. No, you can't be DACA if you have a criminal record. So these are people with clean records, with jobs. They call this place home. They have children. They're police officers. They're truck drivers. They're all this stuff. And now they're being fired from their jobs because this motherfucker is rejecting their DACA status. What are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go?
Sir, you cut USCIS. This is a fee-based program. Well, all you have to do is the fees that are paid go to DACA renewals. Let's work on that.
Well, I'll work with you on it, but it has to
and
be
even the President Trump, I believe, supports this. So let's work on this.
Congressman, I will work on it, but I will still go back. The fastest way to fix this problem is for Congress to pass something on this. We've been talking. How long have you been in Congress, and how long have I been? I was in Congress.
This is an issue. The last time we did immigration reform, Ronald Reagan was president. But DACA, we can do this like overnight. Help me pass. Help me get these renewals of these permits. If I can move to the next issue, so it's very important.
Congressman, you said something that's not accurate. I cannot fix this unilaterally by myself.
Yes,
I have limitations. No,
just help me.
I have limitations.
Renew these permits on a timely basis.
We are going through those permits just like we look at every other visa application. There's a lot
These
of
are police officers on Main Street, sir.
Not all
Help
of them.
me keep Main Street.
Not all of them are.
These 2 are, sir. And there's a whole lot more, sir.
The case by case one's fine. We can go through it as a whole.
Let's
I'm not going to wave
discuss
a magic wand and just fix them all because we're.
You have that magic wand. That's your job,
So does
sir.
Congress, and they can fix this issue by legislation, and you guys can choose what you want me to enforce in that.
Let
You're
me
asking me
move
to
on
do
to
a
the
job
next
that
issue,
Congress
sir.
isn't willing to
Let
do.
me talk about American citizens, sir. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked your predecessor. Am I going to have to tell my children at home to carry an American passport with them when they're out in the street?
Congressman,
How the fuck did you say? Do we all have to carry our passports? This is like major Nazi time right here. Oh shit. What a great question. Thank you, Congressman Correa from Orange County. Is he Republican? I bet you he's Republican. California Representative Correa. Not Young Kim. God damn it. Correa. Lou Correa. What, 68 years old. What party? Oh, he's a Democrat. He's a Democrat. I'm surprised, actually. Orange County's super fucking. We used to be all my congressperson, Young Kim. She's red. She's fucking very, very conservative Republican MAGA piece of shit. But Jose Luis Correa is an American businessman and politician serving as the U.S. representative for California's 46th district since 2017. So he's only been in office for a little over 9 years, something like that. So rad. Do I have to tell people to have your papers? Do you have your papers? Do you have your papers? Papers, please. Yeah, you prove your ID. We've had people in the streets of California being beaten by ICE agents saying like, okay, what high school did you graduate from? What hospital were you born in? Like these fucking citizens tests. Fuck you. I'm not going to give you my citizenship. This is America. Was sind your papers? Wir haben viele Arten, dich zum Sprechen zu bringen. Viele Arten haben wir, dich zu Sprechen zu bringen, mein Herr. Wo sind Ihre Papiere? I gotta shut this. All right, here we go.
Home to carry an American passport with them when they're out in the street.
Congressman, I'm from Indian country. I'm from Indian country, and we got a lot of brown people around there too. I'm Cherokee.
No, I'm not talking about.
He keeps saying that he's Cherokee. Yeah. Okay, all right, yeah, Mr. Cherokee over here, race traitor. I'm sure everyone over in the fucking reservation thinks that you're the bee's knees.
No, but it is. It's the same thing that you're saying.
Renee
that.
Good and Alex Pretty, we're not brown, okay?
But why
we have American citizens being arrested right now by ICE, American citizens that are actually being deported, American citizens getting roughed up. I see this every day, sir. Look, your officers have a badge, they have a gun.
Your ICE agents signed up for a violent job to do violent shit. They should have violence perpetrated against them. They're doing violent stuff. That's part of the job. These are innocent people. 2 of them are cops. I know, cops.
Federal power, sir.
Yeah.
They have to respect Americans. Forget about undocumented. Let's talk American citizens.
Let's talk about that.
What can we do to protect the rights of American citizens?
How can we protect? We can protect the rights of American citizens all day long. They don't have the right to assault my officers.
They're not. If you're driving by taking pictures of a situation, that's the First Amendment right.
To impede a federal officer from doing their
No,
job?
if you impede, you take them in. But if they're driving by, one final question, my 9 seconds, sir, is: Are you keeping a database of American citizens?
Are we keeping a database?
Yes, sir.
Of citizens?
A lot of your ICE agents out there have said
that's
we are
already
keeping
out
a
there.
database of how do you
get a passport if you don't have a database
authority?
of American
How can you keep a database of American citizens, sir? Why?
Gentlemen's time's expired.
That's your authority.
I never.
So he's admitting that showing your papers is the future, and they are keeping a database of American citizens. Welcome to America. It's basically 1933 Germany, maybe 1934. Maybe we're turning into 1934 Germany. Like, we have the concentration camps. We have stuff that we're doing with concentration camps, but we haven't turned them into death camps yet. Like originally, the concentration camps, they start out as, places where political prisoners went, places that unfortunate politically unvaluable people. That's where they put them. They put them in concentration camps in the beginning, and then they turned into deportation centers because they thought, oh, the Jewish people, they hate us, so let's put all the Jews in there. We'll get them out of the country. That's how it started. We're not in 1945 yet. 1943, when 1942 was like the really bad shit started happening. We're in like 1934 Germany. A little bit of concentration camp. We're just starting to talk about having to show your papers everywhere. It's just getting started. Getting cooking. Thank God Donald Trump won't live as long as Hitler did. We can't expect Donald Trump to make it to 2035. But we're basically in 1935 Germany. You see it right here. Welcome to America.
Recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for 5 minutes.
These are so this is really interesting because these are Orthodox Jews in Israel having a very big problem with the fact that Israel is running out of soldiers. They are starting to expand their conscription, their draft, basically. Their draft is getting bigger. They're widening the circle, and they're saying you can't just say that you're religious and you can't go anymore. You're going to be in the military. And so Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Jews, they're protesting. Look at how joyously they're protesting and how the police treat them. Look at there. Police trampling a man. Fire hoses. Being dragged. Beaten. Oh, you're down there. They're beating with batons. Charged. It looks just like what we got, didn't it? Did that just looked like America? For a second, I thought it was America. I thought that might be America, but that was Israel. They're having street protests right now because, well, people are pissed. Makes sense, right? I think that's it for the. I wanted to show a little bit more about the ceasefire, but I don't know, I got one more thing. There's something about money. I wanted. There was another shooting, but I wanted one
With
more.
affordability.
I want to go play guitar and maybe play some video games. So that's gonna be. We're gonna do one more show. One more video that I want to show. That I want to react to. I haven't seen this actually, so. Jack. Hey, what's up, Def Leppard? How you doing? Like TP USA, yeah. Burn your bras, folks. Yeah. We don't deserve Trump. I pray God calls him home soon. We don't deserve him. John Robertson, we do not deserve him. That's for sure. We do not deserve him. Shit, there were Nazi youth camps in America. Yeah, sure. I mean, we have Nazis here. Where do you think they all went? Do you think all the Nazis went away? I love you too. I love anyone that loves the show. Thank you. I don't know. 1939 was pretty bad. They were unliving into the disabled. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're absolutely right. I just it's not to get to the nitty gritty details of the history of World War II, but just that people tend to think that the Nazis fell out of the sky and started throwing people into ovens, and that's not what went down. What actually happened was it was a slow slog where they started with people that everyone was cool with throwing in the garbage in the concentration camp, and then they had different reasons to throw different people in there, and eventually they got to ovens. That didn't happen the day one. Day one, it started out looking like this, very similar to this, and then they got to where they were going through bureaucracy, by the way, and through purity tests and the night of long knives and all the rest. A lot happened, but even the beer hall putsch is similar. It just echoes through history. I'm not trying to educate people about the history of World War II or even the Holocaust. What I want to hopefully instill is that the media machine is a propaganda tool of the government to get you used to the idea of doing horrible, horrible things. We are a frog in a bottle, in a pot that is starting to boil. The frog doesn't know the pot is starting to boil because the heat is going up slowly. We need to realize this and keep the heat from going up any higher. In fact, we need to bring down the temperature so that we don't end up in the same position we've put ourselves in the past. Human beings, that is. Anyway, we're also having financial problems in America.
Top concern, of course, for many, many Americans. New numbers reveal more people are digging into their savings and falling behind on low payments as they try to keep up. Let's bring in former Treasury official, Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner back with charts this morning, looking at how Americans are trying to navigate all of this. Steve, good morning. So let's just
Delaney
start by
is 100% a
stage, as you say,
contradiction.
American savings really under pressure right now.
Yeah, Willie, look, savings is obviously of critical importance to Americans. It's how you pay for future obligations, education, houses, whatever. And so
You see, and this is the thing, they'll say, oh, that's hyperbolic fear mongering. No, this is simply observing the facts and saying, oh, we've been here before and I don't want to go there again. So we need to stop the state from doing horrible things, because if you allow it, the inevitability is a truly, truly dark place. If you make excuses of the state, if you make excuses for the state, oh, don't be afraid, we'll never do that again. Well, the facts don't bear that whatsoever. History repeats itself again and again and again. And it's been studied to death. We know how this happens. We can see it happening. But some people will be like William Talent wants to put his head in the sand and be a little ostrich, being like, no, nothing's happening. Nothing's wrong here. It's perfectly okay to put people of various unfortunate groups into concentration camps and deny them basic fucking human rights. There was a quiz in my because I did a video about, in one of my videos, I put a quiz. There was a video that was reacted to in Delaney. One of the Congress people went over there. A MAGA Republican went into the Delaney concentration camp, and they were saying, well, they get treated really well there. It was cleaner than I thought it would be. How you treat the prisoner does not justify the prison. How you treat the detainee does not justify internment or concentration camps. Himmler had whorehouses in concentration camps. In order to, there were prostitution, like forced prostitution. There were brothels inside of the camps, like Auschwitz, where if you did a good job and did as you were told, you got a little coupon and you could get one of these slaves to fuck you. They wanted to have good conditions for their prisoners. That's always what they say. That's what Nazis always say. They always say that. And now we're saying it too. And it's unforgivable. This will be a time, this will be worse than Manzanar. This will be worse than the internment of the Japanese. This is going to be worse. When all of it comes out, we've already had cases where ICE agents are forcing women to have sex with them in order to have privileges to see their family visitations, to get family visitations. Forcing women to have sex with ICE officers so that they can earn the right to see their families when they visit. That's already happened. That's already going through the courts. That's the tip of the iceberg, I promise. That's just the shit we know about. When all the dust settles, and it'll be all you maggers that'll pretend like you weren't for this. It'll be all you maggers who are in the chat saying, no, I never supported that. Just like the Nazis did. No, what I really wanted to have was the Autobahn. I cared about the Autobahn. I cared about the environment. I cared about the economy. I cared about the economy. That's why I voted for Trump. That's why I supported him. I didn't know all that really horrible shit was happening in the ICE facilities. I had no idea that our concentration camps were that bad. I had no idea. But it'll come out. And just like the Germans who supported Hitler, they'll all be, you'll be just like that. You fucking maggers will be the same thing. It wasn't me. I didn't support him. I mean, I voted for him, but that was because I loved the economy. I wanted America to be great again. I just wanted to get rid of the criminals and the rapists. He lied to us. I didn't know. I didn't know it was that bad.
Let's look at what's been happening to the savings rates of Americans as they face this affordability problem, the pressure of inflation on their ability to maintain their living standards and so forth. So this is personal savings rate, how much of people's after-tax income they put away for these other kinds of expenses that may come along. Back in the 1970s, it averaged 12.2% of after-tax income. In the 90s, 7.2%. In the 2000s, 4.2%. And now, after a steady decline, we are at 2.6%. So Americans are at pretty rock bottom of the amount they're willing to save. Another way to measure how stretched consumers' bank accounts and what we call their balance sheet, their savings and their liabilities are, is to look at emergency savings, whether people are in better or worse off to meet an emergency need for cash. And so over the past year, 21% have said they have more emergency savings, just 21%. But 29% have said they have less, 22% say they have about the same, and 17% say they have no savings at all. So only
oh shit. 21% say they have more savings from a year ago. 29% say less. 29 say the same. 27 say zero.
21% of Americans, out of 100% obviously, say they are better positioned to meet an emergency need for cash than they were a year ago.
So in these desperate times, Steve, your next chart reveals that people are taking desperate measures, including being willing to pay penalties for hardship withdrawals from their 401k.
Yeah, you can take money out of your 401k. You pay penalties, you pay taxes, and obviously you deplete your savings. It's not something you want to do. So Vanguard has some numbers showing what's been happening. It's more than the percentage of Americans taking money out of their 401ks has more than tripled since 2020. Still a relatively low number, but it's gone all the way from 1.7 to 6% as people have had to grapple with the effects of inflation, again, on their ability to maintain their living standards. Another thing to look at are mortgage delinquencies. And this is an interesting one because we can separate this one by income. And so using zip codes, people in the lowest income zip codes, you can see that mortgage delinquencies have gone all the way up to almost 30%. And they started, 3.5%. And they started over here, and they went down, down, down during the pandemic when we had a pause on delinquencies, and now they've soared all the way back up. And then as you go to more wealthy zip codes, you can see that the delinquencies drop because people are better off. So this shows very clearly that this kind of pressure that we're looking at on savings exists more heavily in the lower incomes, not surprisingly, than it does for those.
Jesus, mortgage delinquencies are up. People are going to lose their houses again, man. Fuck. That's not good news. That's not good news. I don't like that. Morning Joe. Yeah, I mean, you don't like Morning Joe. I mean, it's just show run by Republicans. You don't like Republicans, Big Blue fan. There's little segments. I don't usually watch the whole show anyway.
Closer to the top.
And Steve, let's move to your third chart.
I'm the Morning Sky. I think Morning Joe stole his name from
where you reveal that it's not just mortgage payments delinquencies, but there are others across all sorts of loans.
Yeah, this financial stress that I'm talking about on people's ability to make ends meet extends to other forms of debt. So let's take credit card debt. This is the one that people tend to fall into delinquencies 90 days or more, the easiest. And you can see that back here, around in 2009, this is the financial crisis, it got up to 14%. And you can see here, it's almost back to where it was before. Student loans are interesting. We've talked, I'm sure everybody's heard a lot about student loan defaults, people who borrow for their education and then can't deal with it. We did have this moratorium during COVID, as I mentioned, but as soon as it came off, student loan delinquencies soared all the way back to they were essentially before then. Another interesting one is autos, because auto loan delinquencies during the financial crisis actually didn't go up as much as it did for other kinds of debt. And then it came down, but now
that makes sense though, right? People are going to keep their
it's
cars.
back to actually slightly above where it was at the time of the financial crisis. So for the first time, people tend not to want to be delinquent on their autos because they needed to get to work and to get around their cities and towns.
They'll live in their cars before if they can lose their house and live in their car. That's like Great Depression. That was a big thing. People just lived in their
Auto
cars.
delinquencies have come back up. This is also an interesting way to look at it. So student loan defaults and how it affects other debt. If you go back over here, pre-pandemic, the percentage of people who were in default on their credit cards or in arrears on their credit cards was relatively low. Then we had the various relief measures during COVID. But as soon as the student debt obligations came back into play, the default rates on delinquency rates on other forms of debt shot up. This is credit cards, and this is auto loans, and this is mortgages. So when you have this problem of high student loan payments, it does affect your ability to stay current on your other obligations. And as you can see, you get very, very high delinquency rates on the side.
I think that happens because they garnish your wages. Like if all of a sudden you were told by the government, we're going to take all your money out of your paycheck, you just don't have enough money to pay for you don't have any money to pay the other debts because the government's taking that out of your fucking paycheck. Like when I was paying my student loans and then I moved, and for some reason, like my student loan, it just didn't work. For some reason I was in delinquency, and they garnished my wages. And it was like, not only were they taking money away from my paycheck, they were taking service fees. It was a lot of money for them to take it. They were taking so much fucking money out of my paycheck. Luckily, my paycheck was really big at the time, but if it wasn't, and they were taking that much, I'd be like, well, screw it. I guess I'm not paying this credit card. Shit. I guess I'm not paying for this. I'm not paying the car. I'm going to try to, outsmart the repo man. Isn't that what we do? If the government's taking your money, man. Shut up by people thought you never thought would support the regime. Immigrants, parents, gay children, Medicaid. I know. That's a whole thing, man. We may all be living in our cars before this term is over. I hope not, Raul. I hope not. Shit, dude. It's scary. It's scary because, like, I'm trying to sell a house now. I'm trying to get out now. If people are worried like this, like, how many people are out here buying houses, I'm going to Google that right now. But it sucks because housing market is so hyper local. Is there any way to determine how, like, the health of the housing market is right now? How many people are out there looking for houses, or whether or not it's good or bad? To determine the overall health of the housing market, experts analyze metrics like days on market, sale to list price ratio, mortgage rates, and inventory levels. Right now, in Orange County, California, the current market is highly competitive and favors sellers. The median sale price, I'm nowhere near the median sales price, that's for sure. Townhomes consistently see steady year-over-year price growth. Market activity. While demand is high, many existing homeowners are staying put, the lock-in effect, which keeps the available housing supply low and drives up buyer competition. Okay, so I should be in good shape. What if you are thinking about making a move, tell me, are you looking to buy or sell? I'm trying to sell my house. Is it a good time? Let's see what it says. See if it says it's give me some good news, Google. Yes, right now is a highly strategic and historically favorable time to sell your house in Orange County. We are currently in the peak spring-summer selling season. Local data indicates that your area remains a firm seller's market due to an ongoing shortage of available homes. Hell yeah! Fast transaction. The average time a home sits on the market has dropped to roughly 33 days. Okay. All right. I'm in good shape. I know you guys are worried. I'm trying.
On the part of people who are also behind on their student loans.
Steve, if you put some of your charts and the information on the charts together, especially the emergency savings chart and this last chart that you're looking at right now, the idea that people, when they're strapped for money in terms of purchasing what
no, I don't want to add 5,000, but I do. It does make me feel better about not dropping it because, man, I've never sold a house before. So I'm fucking like a ball of, I'm so stressed. I'm more stressed now than I've been in a long time. And I'm worried. I'm like, should I lower it? Oh my God, should I lower it? But I don't know. They could take 38% of your check when garnishing. It's so insane. Yeah, that's a lot. 38%. So of course you're going to miss payments on everything else. 38%. Don't drop it. Thank you, two dude mama. Thank you. Oh, you're so pretty. What a pretty face you have. I just noticed. Sorry. Two dude mama with the pretty face, PFP.
Whatever items we can consider, they use a credit card rather than cash because they don't have the cash. What's going to be the short-term impact of all of that credit card debt that they're piling up?
Yeah, it's a huge problem because at some point the chicken.
I just dropped it by a lot, so I'm hoping because I'm just motivated to sell. I just dropped my housing. I just dropped it by a lot because I want to get a lot of people in. I want to sell it now. I want to move. I don't want to be here. I'm anxious. I want to leave. I have enough to make it a couple more months where I live, but I'm trying to get the hell out of here. I want to start doing. I just want to do YouTube full time and do creative stuff full time, and not have to worry so much. So yeah, you're pretty too. Yeah, but your PFP, you probably are really pretty, but I can't tell by your PFP. I mean, I can't tell if anybody's pretty, but the PFP was pretty. I don't know. Like, I was just trying to be nice. Jeez, take it easy. You're all pretty. Everyone here is beautiful. I love all of you. I feel for you, Sky. That's serious adulting, and everyone knows adulting is way overrated. Yeah, man, it's like I'm fucking broke, but I'm actually not because the house has equity, and I don't know how to get to it because I've never done it before. And there's all these things to do, and there's all these people trying to take a piece. That's the other thing. I wish that someone had told me that it was going to be everybody fucking coming out with their hand out trying to take money that I don't have. Like, I don't have money, but they're all like trying to take. They're like, oh, you're gonna sell your house soon? It's like vultures circling a giant animal that's about to die. And the vultures all know that if they play their cards right, they can get a piece. And so it's constant. Like, my phone's fucking ringing all the time. All this spam. Holy shit. Every day. And it's frustrating and stressful. Like, I actually Googled recently because I could tell my eyes are all like wrinkly right now. But like, they're also doing the disco, like they're doing this all the time, and I Googled why when you're stressed do your eyes do that twitching thing, and supposedly it's because stress fucks with your nervous system, and also when people are stressed they're exhausted, so they drink more caffeine, and that's true. And so these are the most sensitive nerves in your body and the muscles, the sensitive nervous. So when your nervous system's getting fucking weird, the muscles here show it, and your eyeballs are like, man. Thank you, Two Dude Mama. Why aren't you a channel member? Thank you so much, Two Dude Mama. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Two Dude Mama. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Two Dude Mama, who is helping support the channel? Thank you so much. Yes, and caffeine. Yeah. You screwed up, Sky. You should have raised the price. I should have raised the price. The problem is, there's a house. Okay, so I'll tell you. You ready for this? Are you ready? So the thing that's happening for me is that there is a house across the street that has, it's a tiny bit smaller, like 50 square feet smaller, and it only has 2 rooms, but it has a brand new windows, it's brand new fucking bathroom, has a brand new kitchen. I don't know actually the kitchen. Brand new bathrooms, brand new windows at least. It's kind of updated. I have not updated this house. This was my mom's house. She was going to live in it till she gave it to me. It was always the plan. And I was like, well, I've never put any money into the house. So like it's move-in ready, but it's not like brand new. Like I don't have the newest windows and the newest kitchen and bathroom. I didn't drop like another $100,000 because I didn't have $100,000. Even if I did, when I did, I wasn't going to put it into this house and hope to cash out years later. So, but they just dropped their price, and I was at the same price as them. So I was like, you know what? Fuck this. Drop the price. I talked to my realtor. She thought it was a good idea. It was her idea. And I said, you know what? Let's just drop this thing. Drop it like it's hot. I'm trying to get out of here. I can't compete with the people across the street. And it's not my money anyway. Most of this is inheritance. Some of it's my money, but most of it's inheritance. So like, why be greedy? All I'm trying to do, I have very, very modest expectations about what my future will hold. And all I want to do is get the fuck out. So, yeah, but you're right. Updates are important, but strategic ones, I guess. It will help sell your house with another one selling. Yeah. My eye will literally go crazy. Thought I was, my eyes, when I'm stressed, it's like, I could feel it. I don't know if you could see it, but I could see it like the aftermath. Like I'd see my eyes are kind of baggy right now. My eyes are always a little baggy, but they're extra baggy right now. Got extra baggy. Thank you. You're pretty too, Smoking Blonde. Everyone's pretty. You're all pretty. And then for-profit private prisons and the bribing of judges and legislators to fill the capacity to build more. Exactly right. Yeah. I should raise the price. I can't raise the price. At first I thought I'd come in high, but there's a place that's exactly like mine with everything new, and they are like $50,000 more than me. And I'm like, I'm not going to compete with them. The people right across the street, I can't really compete with them. So, Navia, you're beautiful, Navia. Yeah. You can see yours in the mirror. No, mine, as soon as I look, it stops. Like I could feel it. I could actually feel it doing it right now. But as soon as I look, it stops. It stops doing it. I don't know. Yeah. But it's got to be 40K. It's crazy, right? Sluts are cool. You still shave your eyebrow, though? Nice. Yes. You get a right eye tick when you're stressed. Yeah. Literally everything wrong in America from the standpoint of drugs, housing, healthcare, education, consumer debt, and national deficit and debt is due to Republican policies. Well, I would just say Republican projects. Yeah, I mean, Democrats didn't do anything to stop it. So, I mean, Clinton really fucked us too. Don't forget, like it wasn't just Republicans. Clinton was practically a Republican. I mean, Clinton balanced the budget by taking our money and not giving us services. That's basically what a Republican does. Except Republicans, they keep giving us the services and they just borrow. Democrats will be like, we can't pay for this. We need to tax you. Your eye is just kidding. It's like you can never You could never see it, but it's there. Happens to be able to tell. Yeah. As soon as sometimes I catch it. Sometimes I'm fast enough. I'm like, I saw you. I saw you. But as soon as I look, it stops. Yeah. It's like those ghosts in Super Mario World where like the ghosts start, I forget what they're called, like boobies. I think they're called boo-boos or whatever. And they chase you. And then as soon as Mario looks back, all the ghosts stop moving. I always thought that was fun. The ghosts all stop moving. Call my brother in San Diego, see if he'll buy you a house for me. Yeah. Call him. Tell him. Billa's still a stud. Not Goombas. The boo. What were the ghosts called? What were the ghosts in Mario World called? Boo buddies. I thought they were so cool. Boo buddies. They're boos. They were later shortened to boos in the other games, but they were called boo buddies in the original Super Mario World. I always thought they were cool. Here they are, the boo buddies. These guys. I don't know what this fucking crackhead boo buddy is, but this guy is the one I know. I guess artists are boo buddies. They're basically boo buddies. All right. Thanks for joining. I'm gonna go play some guitar. If you want to hang out for a little while longer and hear me play a little bit of guitar, you can. I'll put the thing. I'll change the banner. So if you want, you can request a song. If you're a channel member, I'll try to play your song anyway. But it usually requests not Goombas. Yeah, the boo buddies, boos. I'm so old. I remember there was a second name. It was Boo Buddies in the original. I forgot. I didn't know that they changed the name to Boos because I remember playing. Well, I played Donkey Kong NES and then Super NES when I was a kid. So I'm old. They do that on Yoshi's Island too. I never played Yoshi's Island. I don't know. I think I played. Oh, I did recently. I played. Someone lent me their Switch and I played that game. With Mario when he throws his hat. I don't know which game it's Mario, but he throws his hat a lot. He's always throwing his hat. It's a really fun game. Thank you. All right, so we are going to go on the other side. Thank you everyone who answered the questions in the poll. The last poll was pretty big. I appreciate that. Looks like John Kennedy wins 43%. Awesome. I want to say thank you to all of you. I really do appreciate you being here. I'm going to shut down here and we are going to play guitar in my living room, or actually my kitchen now, because I don't have a couch anymore. I've asked them, my couch is gone because I'm moving. So we're going to play in my dining room, and that's where the next thing will happen. I appreciate you so friggin' much. You're amazing. Thank you so much for being here, guys. And I will see you on the other side when I have my guitar in my hand and my stupid suit off. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. You're amazing.
I don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. We're doing a play a little guitar for you today. Play a little action, do a little action. I thought it'd be kind of fun. Hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm always having a problem with sound sometimes when I make this switch. It looks like everything's working fine, so I'm hoping that that's the case. Hopefully. I'm hoping for the best. I've been thinking about this song by Pre-Boy. I forget his name. Pre-Boy, the guy who from Wall of Voodoo. But the Concrete Blonde covered it, and I always liked their version. I always like their cover of it a lot. Really slowly. So you're rocking out. Yeah, I'm rocking out. I'm jamming with I'm jam out with your clam out. Is anyone actually dancing in their seats? I'm working in listen, keep me awake. Yeah, baby. Two Dude Mama. Two Dude Mama. All right. I don't know if you ever heard this song before, but it's called Tomorrow Wendy. Have you ever heard this song? Jam out with your clam out. Rock out with your block out. Can you hear me okay? Is complete now, two ends of time are neatly tied. I want a one-way street, walking to the end of the line. And there she meets the faces she keeps in her heart and mind. They say goodbye. Tomorrow, Wendy, I'm going to die. Tomorrow, Wendy, you're going to die. Underneath the chilly gray November sky, we can make believe the Kennedys are still alive. We're shooting for the moon and smiling Jack is driving by, and they say nice try. Tomorrow Wendy is going to die. Going to die. Tomorrow, when you're going to die. I told the priest, don't count on any second coming. God got his ass kicked the first time he came round here slumming. He had the balls to come and God to die and then forgive us. No, I don't wonder why, I wonder what he thought it would get us. Hey, hey, goodbye. Tomorrow, Wendy, I'm going to die. Only God says jump, so I set the time. As if I ever saw it was through these eyes of mine. And if he ever suffered, it was me who did his crying. Hey, hey, goodbye. Tomorrow, Wendy is going to die. going to die. There we go. Extra kazoo. Yeah, full frontal. Do it. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We're just playing a little guitar at the end of the stream. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you. How much to play Lead Belly? Where did you sleep last night? I don't actually know that song. Oof. I just thought, where'd you sleep last night? I don't actually know that song, which is even better. I like trying to cover songs I've never played before, so let's try it out. Thank you for the applause emoji. That's always my favorite thing. I'll try it. I don't know. I've never played the song before. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? The pines, where the sun don't shine, will shiver all night through. My girl, where will you go? I'm going where the cold wind blows. In the pines where the sun don't ever shine, I would shiver the whole night through. My girl, don't lie to me. I'll bet you, where did you sleep last night? In the pines where the sun don't ever shine, I would shiver the whole night through. My father was a hard-working man that killed 1.5 miles from here. His head was found in a driving wheel, and his body has never been found. Oh, my girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines where the sun don't ever shine, I will shiver the whole night through. That was pretty fun. Thank you for asking for that Lead Belly song, the only one. Oh, thank you so much. Never mind. Never mind. That was it's funny because the first time I ever heard that song was probably Kurt Cobain, right? Thank you, Navia. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very, very much. Thank you, dude, mama. Appreciate you. Jubilation. Can I get some jubilation for Navia, please? Thank you so much, Navia. You're amazing. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to play that again. I want to play that more often. I haven't heard that song or thought about that song for so long. It's a fun song to play. But it kind of reminded me, I think I know this one by heart. Make sure to bring a cold soul warm to keep it from the howling wind. Check for me if her hair is cut long, or if it falls and rolls all down her breast. Check for me if her hair is cut short, 'cause that's the way I remember her best. Sometimes I wonder if she remembers me at all. Many times I have often prayed. Oh, in the darkness of my lonely nights, in the brightness of my wicked days. So if you're going to the North County Fair, where the wind is heavy on the borderline, check for me with the one who lives there. She was once the true love of mine. Was once a true love of mine. She was once a true love of mine. That was a Bob Dylan song called North County, or Lady from the North County Fair, whatever that's called. Thank you, Kathy Skywalker. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That line from the Lead Belly song reminded me of that Bob Dylan song. And I got that one on deck. I got that one up here. Let's see. My realtor just texted me. Sky, we will let you know when showings are requested. Over 1,100 views in 20 days. The other units in the community are still available. Okay, cool. Is 1,100 in 20 days good? The way I see it, if the average place sells in 33 days, then I'm still good. I'm still at 20 days, so don't worry about the other properties. That's what I fucking think. But I guess like if the other one, there is a scarcity thing, right? Though, if those sell, then mine could actually go up in price because people are trying to move into this area. Like where I live, people really want to live here. It's so funny. Like I look at this place as like a beautiful prison. I don't like it here. I love it here, but I don't know. I'm mixed. You know, I have a lot of feelings about this place. So you're trying to think of a song. Don't you like that song, Bird on a Wire? I thought you liked that song. Yeah, nothing says you're not a cult like a text that like a comment like this. We aren't a cult and we aren't crumbling. You fucking liberal idiots are crumbling. Like what the hell? I'm not a liberal. You know why I know you're a cult? It's because you think that everyone who points out you're in a cult must be in a liberal or must be in a different cult. That's so funny. I think that's beautiful. 1.3 if you wait a year. Probably right. Yeah, it's true, Navia. You're right. It will be 1.3 if I wait a year. If the government doesn't collapse, you know. You're probably right. I want to try to play this. God, I feel like we're playing some pretty cool songs tonight. Bird on the Wire. I'll play it next, Jackie. You got it. Oh, I tremble. They're gonna eat me alive. Oh, I stumble. Gonna eat me alive. Did you hear my heart? Like a hammer, like a hammer, beating like a hammer, beating like a hammer. Help me, I'm alive. My heart keeps beating like a hammer. Hard to be soft, too tough to be tender. Take my pulse, this pace is on a runaway train. Help me, I'm alive, my heart keeps beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. You're still alive. Of you, while my life is mine. What shouldn't I do? I'm going where I'm going, and however I need. While my blood's still flowing, and my heart's still beating like a hammer. Beating like a like a hammer, beating like a hammer. Help me, I'm alive. My heart keeps beating like a hammer. Hard to be soft, too tough to be regrets of you. Life is mine. What shouldn't I do? I get where I'm going. I get whatever I need. While my blood's still flowing and my heart's still beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. Beating like a hammer. I tremble. They're gonna eat me alive if I stumble. They're gonna eat me alive. You hear can you hear my heart beating like a hammer? Thank you. Thank you for everybody. Life not through a screen mod. Well, I don't know if I'm a cool person in life, but that's okay. Here for the music and the vibes. That's great. Stay here for the music and vibes. Don't forget to hit the like button and all the stuff you're supposed to do. Jackie Boyle's requested a song. And that's what we're going to do. My voice is a little fucked right now, Jackie, so we're going to try it, though. Here we go. Where am I moving, Rick James? Oh, shit, I just dropped another. I'm dropping pics. I got pics all over the floor. Hold on a second. Let me adjust. It's a little sexy, Sky. It's funny, doing these 6-hour streams and then singing, it's more taxing on my vocal cords. You know, and I scream and I do all these things. I scream too much when I do my streams. Vic James and Rick James. Someone asked me where I was moving. I'm moving to the Southwest. I'll tell you in a song. If you stick next, I'll play a song named after the city where I'm moving. Like a bird on a wire, like a drunk in a midnight choir, I have tried in my way to be free. Like a worm on a hook, like a knight from some old-fashioned book, I have saved all my ribbons for thee. If I have been unkind, I hope you can just let that go by. If I have been untrue, well, I hope you know it was never to you. Like a baby stillborn, like a beast with his horn, I have torn everyone reached out to me. But I swear by this song and by all that I have done wrong, that I will make it all up to thee. I saw a beggar leaning on his wooden crutch. He said to me, you mustn't ask for too much. And a pretty woman leaning in a darkened door, she cried to me, hey, why not ask for more? Like a bird on a wire, like a drunk in a midnight choir, I have tried in my way to be free. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Always brings a tear to your eye. You like that song. I know you like that song. I remember that must be one of your favorite songs. Do I use light picks? I don't think so. I think my pick is medium. I use medium picks. Medium picks. You bought your son a guitar and he broke the strings the first time trying to play. That happens. What kind of guitar did you buy him? An acoustic or electric? That's good. Break those strings. I'm never gonna learn Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to cry. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arrive. That's the intro. Well, they say Santa Fe is less than 90 miles away. I've got time to roll a number. I've been flying down the road. I've been starving to be alone, independent from the scene that I've known. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Albuquerque. Oh, Albuquerque. So I'll stop when I can, and I'll try to find out how to be my own man, and I'll find somewhere they don't care who I am. Oh, wow. Albuquerque. That's where I'm moving. I'm moving to Albuquerque. Thank you, Navia. Thank you, Navia. You're amazing. Thank you so much, Navia. I appreciate you. Thank you for the applause. Crazy jacked out. Thank you. Yes, I thought about that. Annoy the chat with 100 messages, $1 a piece. Thank you, Navia. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Something like that. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. I thought that was a pretty song. I wanted to play this Sufjan Stevens song that I've been trying to play. I'm not very good at this song, but I feel like this is such a good song. I want to get better at it. I have family there. My uncle Johnny Tapik. Really? That's awesome. Let him know about me because I'm coming. I'm coming to Albuquerque. I want to move there. You have family in Albuquerque? I don't know anybody there. Someone from New Mexico told me they have free secondary education there. Really? I had no idea. Africa? Africa? Fuck. I'll try to play Africa. Like the song Africa by like which song? Like the rain's down in Africa. That song? Let's try this again. Should've known better to see what I could see. My black shroud holding down my feelings, pillar for my enemies. I should've wrote a letter and grieve what happened and grieve my black shroud. Never trust my feelings, I waited for the remedy. I was three, maybe four. She left us at that video store. Be my rest, be my fantasy. Be my rest, be my fantasy. Light as a feather, I'm bright as an Oregon breeze. My black shroud, frightened by my feelings, only want to be a relief. I'm not a go-getter, the demon had a spell on me. My black shroud, captain of my feelings, only thing I wanted to believe. When I was three, free to explore, I saw her face on the back door. Be my rest, be my fantasy. Be my rest, be my fantasy. Should've known better, nothing can be changed. The past is still the past, the bridge to nowhere. Should've wrote a letter, explaining what I feel, that empty feeling. Don't back down. Concentrate on seeing breakers in the bar, the neighbors greeting. Mother had a daughter, beauty that she brings, illumination. Don't back down, there's nothing left. Breakers in the bar, no reason to live. I'm a fool in a fetter, Rose of Farron's beard. Where can you reach me? Don't back down, nothing can be changed. pumpkin sailor. My brother had a daughter. The beauty that she brings, illumination. Smashing Pumpkins. I miss my repeating phone. Ah, Africa. He was a pro boxer. Yep, Africa, like the rains. I miss the rains down in Africa. Thank you, Jackie. Smashing Pumpkins. I know a Smashing Pumpkins song. But Africa, I don't actually know that song very well. I've never, Africa, I think Toto sings it, right? Is it Toto? Yeah. It's just, it's all going to be all these weird bar chords. I hear the drums echoing. Hear the drums echoing. I guess it's going to be like this. Hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears the whispers of the quiet converse. How's it go? Fuck it. I hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears the whispers of quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. Midnight flag the star. Fuck it. It's too many weird fucking. There's got to be a better version of this song that's easier to play. Or I can do like, maybe I can fuck with it. I'll have to like adjust this song because it's like too many weird. To sight read this, it's all like flats and sharps, and it's hard to like know what the fuck they're doing. Okay. Hear the drums echoing in the night. Hear the drums echoing in the night. I don't want some fucking concert version. I want some version of the song that I can actually. Oh, this might work. I hear the drums echoing in the night. Boo doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. I hear the drums echoing in the night. Okay. I stopped an old man along the way. It's so weird that E minor fucking sounds weird. I stopped an old man along the way. Hoping to find some forgotten word of ancient melodies. Turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting just for you. Gonna take a lot to drag me away. Fuck, it's a weird, like, I don't know, man. It's like, it's not, I don't know, I can't find a decent version of that song. No, it sucks to listen to it first. That's the whole point. I don't want to listen to the song. It sucks to hear it first. It's more fun to like try to figure it out, and also sight reading is fun, and also, ooh, let's try this one. Let's try this one. Capo second fret. I'm already happy with this. Let me see. Drums, I hear the drum echoing tonight. She hears only whispers, some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. Moonlight wings that reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melody. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men could ever do. Kind of like that. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. Take me a lot to drag me away from you. It's gonna take me a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men could ever do. Bless the rain down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had. inside, frightened of this thing that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Hurry, boy, she's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a while to take me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rain down in Africa. Bless the rains 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 down in Africa. Gotta take some time to do the things we never had. I mean, I don't know. I thought that was pretty decent. Yeah, you got there. I thought that was pretty, I mean, considering how hard that song was to sight read and play like that, I thought that turned out okay. I thought that turned out okay. Jackie, you got me. Well, I know the song like everybody else, but I don't know the song, Damn, now I forget the other song I wanted to play another song. I forget what it was now. Damn. It'd be kind of fun to play it for serious instead of like, because I think that song is it's too saccharine, to play a little dirtier is like a... Hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears only whispers, some quiet conversation. She's coming in the 12:30 flight. Moonlight wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Dogs cry out in the night. They grow restless from a longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right, as sure as Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the Serengeti. I seek to cure what's deep inside, frightened of this thing that I've become, frightened of this thing that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to take me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. I bless the rains down in Africa. Rains down in Africa. The rains down in Africa. The rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things help it. More kazoo. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. You like that better? I thought that was a cool version, right? I always love taking songs like that are so sticky sweet and making them like getting down to kind of like the real version of the song, I guess. Like I think that these songs have soul. Like this song, I think this song is one of those examples. Plus, then I don't get copyright strike either. Thank you. That was a better version, right? I thought my version was better than the. Like, I don't know why you just cover it. Like, covering it just sounding like the album is fucking boring, bro. Sugar, sugar, Let me see if I can remember. I played the song before, but I forget things. All right. She sits alone waiting for suggestions. She's so nervous avoiding all the questions. Her lips are dry, her heart's gently pounding. Don't you know exactly what they're thinking? If you want my body, you think I'm sexy, come on sugar, let me know. You really need me, just reach out and touch me. Oh, come on honey, tell me so, baby. Acting shy and looking for an answer. Come on, honey, let's spend the night together. Now hold on a minute before we go much further. Give me a dime so I can phone my mother. Let me see your cell phone, baby. They catch a Uber to his high-rise apartment, and at last he can tell her exactly what his heart meant. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, let me know, honey. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on, baby, let me know. His heart is beating like a drum, 'cause last night that he got his girl strangers, but that's not what they're thinking. Outside it's cold with a misty, rainy morning. They got each other, but neither is complaining. He says, I'm sorry, but we're out of soy milk and coffee. Never mind sugar, we can Netflix and chill. Let's get a Netflix movie. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on sugar, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on honey, tell me so. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, why can't you just tell me so? If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on baby, let me know. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Thank you. Democrats though. Democrats. I'm very, very afraid of Democrats. Delia think you love me. Sky loves me. I do. Thank you, Navia. Thank you. The song that just played, that was Rod Stewart. It was like his biggest song. Yeah. It's so funny, like, I don't support Democrats, but like, if you support Trump, you are the biggest grifter in the world. Like, you support the biggest grifter in the world. Like, no one is more of a grifter than Donald Trump. I don't know, it's so wild to me. Oh man, there was this other song I wanted to play. Now I can't remember what it was. I don't know what it was anymore. Damn it. But I hope, you know, I kind of want to play that first song again. Tomorrow Wendy's Gonna Die. But, oh no, let's play that Weezer song. I've been practicing that Weezer song. Alright, well, that's just like your opinion, dude. That's just like your opinion, man. It's always so funny that people like who will buy Donald Trump's watches and shit, they'll be like, Stairway, no, I can't play Stairway. Ding, 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 ding. I can't do all the Jimmy Page stuff. Usually people want to hear Stairway. They want to hear all that solo shit, and I can't like sight read that stuff. I mean, I could try to play Stairway, but like, let's see. I'll play Stairway for you. Let's see if I can play it. I never played it before. When I was a kid, like when I was 11, I used to try to play that song. That's what every kid wanted to. What every kid wanted to play was that song, you know. All right, let's try it. I got a weird E in there, but that's all right. We can do that. There's a lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold. And she's buying a stairway to heaven. All right, I'll try it. I'll try to play it just for you. I'll try to play it. Why did it say boo? Why say boo, Navia? What was that all about? Boo. There's a lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows that the stores are all closed. With the word, she can get what she paid for. And she's buying a stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, all she wants to be sure, 'cause you know that sometimes words have to mean. A tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings, and sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. My thoughts and I've seen rings of smoke through the trees, and I have voices of those who stand alone. So soon, and we all call the tune when the piper will lead us to reason. New day will dawn, and with those who stand along, and the forests will echo with laughter. Here we go. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be a. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. There's just a sprinkling of the May Queen. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. And it makes me wonder, your head is humming and it won't go. I guess you don't know. Pipe is calling you to join him. Dear lady, can you hear the wind blow? And if you don't know, and if you don't know, your stairway lies on the whispering wind. How's it go? And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul. There walks a lady we all know, who shines a white light and wants to show everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come at you at last. When you are one and one is all, to be a rock and not to roll. And she's buying a stairway to heaven. And she's buying a stairway to heaven. I mean, I don't know. I tried. I never played it before. I never played it before. I was trying to play my own version of it and like trying to listen to Robert Plant in my head, but it's like, because I no one can hit those notes as Robert Plant. I don't want to anyway, but it's like I feel like you have to do like, there's a lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold. She's buying a stairway to heaven, to heaven, to heaven. When she gets there, she knows that the stores are all closed, that the world she can get what she came for. Buying a stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure, 'cause you know sometimes words have to mean. Tree by the brook with a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. tune, and the piper will lead us to reason. A new day will dawn for those who stand alone, and the forests will echo laughter. There's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a sprinkling of the May Queen. If there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still just time to change the road you're on. And it makes me wonder, your head is humming and it won't go, and in case you don't know, the piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can you hear the wind blow? And did you do know your stairway lies on the whispering wind? As we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than a soul. There walks a lady we all know, who shines a white light and wants to show how everything turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come at you from the left. When you are one and one is all, you'll be a rockin' not to roll. And she's buying a stairway to heaven. She is buying a stairway to heaven. She will buy us one more stairway to heaven. All right, that's it. That's all I could do. Yeah, well. Thank you, Navia. Thank you for hitting me up. We're trying. More like 3/4 bad. Thank you, May. Navia, what else should I do? One more song. One more song and I'm out of here. One more. One more and we're done. I gotta eat. I wanted to play that Say It Ain't So song. Three Dog Night. There's only that one Three Dog Night song though. And every time I play it, no matter how much I fuck with that song, every time I play that song, pour some whiskey in your waters. Thanks, May. How about this song? I want to play one more song. I really liked playing this song. I've only played this song once before, and I really like playing, maybe once or twice before. Marty Robbins, that'd be fun. Ask me next time. I love playing Marty Robbins. I am good, I am grounded. Davy says that I look taller, but I ain't get my head around it. I keep feeling smaller and smaller. I need my girl. I need my girl. Remember when you lost your shit and drove the car into the garden, and you got out and said I'm sorry to the vines and nobody saw it. I need my girl. I need my girl. I'm under the gun again. I know I was a 45%er then. I know I was a lot of things, but I am good. I am grounded. Davy says that I look taller and I can't get my head around it. I keep feeling smaller and smaller, but I need my girl. I need. There's some things that I should never laugh about in front of family, and I'll try to call you from the party. It's full of punks and cannonballers. Oh, I need my girl. Oh, I need my girl. I'm under the gun again. I know I was a 45%er then. I know I was a lot of things, but I am good. I am grounded, and Davy says that I look taller, but I can't get my head around it. I keep feeling smaller and smaller. I keep feeling smaller and smaller. Keep feeling smaller and smaller. All right. That's it. I was going to play more video games and stuff, but we played a lot of guitar today. That was a lot of guitar. I'm hungry. Thank you, everybody. That's the end. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you to every. YouTube has a copyright. I saw the camera drop out for a second, but burning you clown. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you so much, and thank you so much for joining me for the hangout. Big long stream today, 6.5 hours. Woo, baby. Woo, baby. Wine and baguette. Maybe tonight, actually. I didn't have anything last night. Oh, last night I made some spaghetti. I made some spaghetti. I have all of this, all these noodles from the food bank that I've had for a while. And I'm trying to eat. Maybe I should make some fucking. I do like the idea of wine and baguette. Wine and baguette's my favorite meal. How'd you know? Wine and baguette, man. French peasants, man. That's the best meal. I love it so much. That is a big stream. Yeah, what I want to do is starting at 5 a.m. That's when I want to start, but it's like every time I wake up at like 4, I go back to sleep, and I wake up again at 5, and then I get on stream by 6:15, 6:30. But I want to try to get on it. I want this show to be 5 a.m. And that way it'll be easier to adjust on the other side. Because if I start in California, start at 5 a.m. When I move to New Mexico, I'll be starting at 6 a.m. I don't know. Epic fury, exactly. No, I don't need any cheese. I put some, I made a big thing of hummus though. I made some hummus from scratch where I reconstituted all these beans, and I made some hummus. And I don't have anything to dip in it, so maybe I will go get a baguette and have some hummus baguette and some white wine. That sounds really good. All right, thank you everybody for joining. I think you're amazing. I love you, and I really appreciate all your support. Truly. Thank you all. Kathy, Chip, Jackdaw, Blunt Stylin, Staffelson, Navia, Two Dude Mama, Navia, of course, Kathy Skywalker, Navia, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. And you've been eating chips and avocado in your honor. That makes my mouth water. Now is, I guess, a good time to buy avocados, but I haven't bought avocados in so long. I haven't gotten a free avocado for a long time either. I haven't eaten an avocado in a while now. Anyway, thank you guys. I hope that a little music made your life a little bit better today. I hope you can find the time to love each other and help each other and be awesome to each other. And I'm rooting for you, and I think you're doing okay. I hope that don't let the bastards grind you down. I know it's negative in the world out there, but don't let it get you down. Thank you so much for everything, guys. Godspeed, rebels. Oh man, I need to figure out how we're gonna do the members only stream. I don't know how to do. I still want to do members only streams, but these long streams are killing me. I gotta figure that out. We still do the Sunday. The Sunday we do always the long afterglow with Chip. Thank you. You help me. Trust me. The feeling's definitely mutual. Thank you guys. The feeling's definitely mutual, Robert. Thank you. May the force be with you, and illegitimately non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down, and Godspeed.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.